We already won Season 1, but this is like so much bigger. It's not even comparable.
We don't want to be tourists and just go back, you know?
Ace for Royal Club! What an amazing fight coming out of them!
XBK is very, very good. I am confident that White can beat him.
他们最强的点是在中单，所以我会击败他。
I don't know how it will be versus us, but they look scary.
我们会尽全力吧。我个人感觉我们应该能进决赛。
In the best of 5, I believe that we have a good shot against them.
We are really used to playing in big stages and having a lot of pressure. We really want to be the best.
Another triple for Peke. Uzi, wow!
I love LA.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the semi-final round of the Season 3 World Championship. I'm your host, Evie Shock-Supporter, coming to you live from the main stage here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles, California. Are you guys ready? Awesome, well, so are we. And today we've got another fantastic semi-final lined up for you as Europe's Fnatic takes on China's Royal Club to decide who will be battling SK Telecom T1 next week at the Staples Center for a chance at the Season 3 title and the Summoners Cup. But first, let's send it around this awesome venue to find out who will be calling all the action today, starting with the awesome gentleman at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am Rivington Bison III, and running with me at the caster desk for a 3-man dive into all the action is Lee D-Man Smith and Joshua Jat Leesman.
But before we get into today's games, it's time to check in with Quickshot and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside David Freak Turley, and we are happy to be joined once again at the analyst desk by OG and Costa Monte Cristo, Evil Genius's Crepper, and of course Counterlogic Gaming's Doublelift. Guys, before we dissect today's semi-final matchup between Fnatic and Royal, we need to take a look back at yesterday's highlights from that insane series.
The first game of the Season 3 World Championship semifinals was highlighted by crazy fights that kept things crazy close between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword.
Are they going to keep going for it though? Expression going to dive in. Here comes Bray from the side. And all of a sudden, he gets a burst kill on towards Faker. Impact and begging. Oh, Nagne going deep. He's going to die from the tower. Piglet picks that one up in the end. A crazy fight ends in 3 for 2.
Najin's Nagne came up huge with his play on Gragas, and Sword picked up the victory in Game 1.
Arcane has re-engaged. The Solar Flare locks down Faker. Strangleforce throws him up in the air. They've traded 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but Mandu surely will fall. Actually managing to walk away for now with Ignite ticking. There's a double, the barrel coming down. Now Expression going very low. Mandu will finish that one up with his passive. But there is another barrel coming in. Nagne picks up the triple.
Sword are going to pick up Game 1 in the series.
Great win from them. They force it through there in the end.
Game 2 was a complete turnaround for SK Telecom T1, and they would go on to secure a very one-sided victory to even the series at 1 game apiece.
Here they come!
Wow, the shockwave comes down. Prey, he's going to be finished off, and look at Piglet ripping through Sword here. That's 3 men down. Triple kill. Is he going to be able to pick up 4? The barrel comes back, but it's 4 kills for them coming in total. SK Telecom T1 pick up game number 2 here and bring us all square at 1-1.
In Game 3, Nagne's Gragas continued to impress, and Najin Sword would pick up the win, moving them 1 step closer to a ticket to the finals.
Oh, he got him! He gets him with the ultimate. Now Benji's caught out. He manages to get popped. The Blood Well's been activated. Nagne's going to throw down a barrel. That explodes.
And that is the win. 2 games to 1 now for Najin Blacksword.
Looking to close out the series in Game 4, things could not have started any better for Najin Sword.
Watch runs right into him.
Oh, he's going to go down. This is so close. He's still alive.
Okay.
Benji gets taken out for first blood.
Unfortunately for Sword, that was the only thing to go right, and SKT would force a 5th and deciding game.
Kane, Julie gonna fall from this one. Piglet picks up that kill. Prey tries to get the kill. He's not got him though. Prey going super low, and he will fall. Piglet picks up the double. There is the victory. And it's gonna be a bit of a surrender there coming in at the end, and that leaves us at 2-2 now.
With a trip to the finals on the line, SK Telecom T1 turned to their superstar mid laner.
Faker still alive. Now Nagne's in trouble.
He's got the shockwave still alive, and there is the shockwave coming down, but Faker so very low. Expansion dies. Faker's still alive. Protect comes in. Kane's trying to get the kill. Kane does get the kill.
And it was Faker one last time. His beautiful shockwave locked up an incredible semi-final win for SK Telecom T1.
Nagne re-engages. A massive shockwave throws 3 of them together. The first victim is Watch as the rest of Sword are on the retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, SKT have done it.
This is the final for SK Telecom T1. They will be representing Korea at the Staples Center in the World Final.
That was a phenomenal series between SKT T1 and Najin Blacksword, and I have to be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be as close as it actually turned out to be. 3-2 in favor of SKT. Yeah. What were some of your highlights from that series, Monty?
For me, it was actually Nagne's Gragas. He really showed that he's a world-class mid-lane player. We had a lot of questions about him coming in, but he played so well, and I can't wait to see how he does in the next season of Champions.
For me, it was pretty much Bengi. I really like the way he jungles, his vision-centric style, early expanding lead. If SKT is ahead, they will never get behind again. If SKT is behind, they have issues with getting ahead again, but that's all because of the way Bengi plays. He buys a lot of wards, almost reminds me of Season 2, where people were buying a lot of oracles and just make jungling mobility boots / vision-based jungle style, and it's really nice to see that how different jungle styles are coming into this tournament.
Yeah, for me, it's also just the way SKT handles their leads. When they get ahead, 3 to 4K gold ahead, there's no way you're going to come back from that. Like, anytime they got a lead against Sword, I just immediately assumed the game is over for Sword. Just look at Game 5, where at like 24 minutes, they just push mid, Faker got a godlike Orianna ulti, and then they closed the game out at 26 minutes.
For me, I actually have to give a lot of props to Piglet and Mandu's duo lane there for SKT, because coming into that match, we were like, all right, so Faker's going to win mid, but then no one's going to stop Prey and King. They better 2v1 it, because they'll get destroyed. And Piglet and Mandu showed up. They actually won their lane most times. We even saw some of those plays in the highlight reel. Those guys stepped up, and I think a lot of that was them carrying into the finals.
Yeah, I definitely feel like SKT finish a game much more efficiently than most of the other teams here at this tournament. And with that semi-final wrapped up, let's take a look at the very nearly completed tournament brackets.
Yeah, so after their exciting best-of-5 series victory, I think it could be said that Korea's SK Telecom T1 has lived up to that pre-tournament hype. They're now sitting in the World Final, waiting for the winner of today's matchup.
Yeah, and that does bring us to today's semi-final series. Royal Club versus Fnatic. So what do you guys think that these teams have to do in order to pick up a win in this series and join SKT at the Staples Center next week? Let's start this one off with Doublelift.
So my prediction is that Royal's solo lanes are going to either go even or lose, just because Soaz and Peke have shown that they're so strong. Like, these guys are really, really good. At the same time, if they lose, because Fnatic runs double TP, they can't allow Uzi to get TP down. So I expect a lot of 2v1ing. Just let Uzi get farmed, let him carry the game, and just don't allow your solo lanes to get too far behind and make TP plays.
At the same time, though, if they do choose to match the lineups 2v2 and 1 against 1, top-level players should be able to beat their opponents in lane if they run a summoner teleport, because they're effectively one teleport, or one summoner spell down, rather. So we really hope that they scouted ahead and they know how to deal with teleports and they put the pressure on the TP lane because that nullifies at least one guy helping in. So if you go for Soaz, then only Peke can join. If you go for Peke, only Soaz can join. But if you go for bot lane, for Uzi, well then both of them can join.
Yeah, and actually I am really excited by this match because there's a lot of really different things going on. So you talked about the teleport style and whatnot. Royal, they are very dive heavy. They look for team fights. The term we have sort of coined is like the roaming death squad. They group up and they fight you really quickly, whereas Fnatic really want to spread the game out and use those teleports, use map mobility, and split teams up. And I think that's a very interesting difference in styles. The other thing that I really think is interesting is a tactic that Royal uses that I think more teams should adopt, which is they will sacrifice a lane more or less to build an advantage somewhere else. So for example, in their game 1 against OMG, it's 2v1 lanes, and at 7 minutes, Renekton recalls, and he's like, you're going to kill my turret, I don't care. Just, it's free, we're literally not going in there anymore. Walks to the bottom lane, 4v2 dives the champion, steals blue buff, takes dragon. He's like, we're going to give away this and take these 3 other things. And that's a tactic I think is incredibly potent that people should learn from.
I mean, for me, I think this is actually a big style mismatch in favor of Fnatic. Like we've been talking about, just this style of picking is so different than the way most Chinese teams play. And OMG, I think, really dropped the ball in the quarterfinal against Royal because they kept engaging Royal in these team fights. And if you look at Royal's build, especially in that game 2 against OMG, they tend to build Glass Cannon, Liandry's first Rumble, Zed, Vayne. These are champions that are highly vulnerable to picks, and Fnatic is a team that makes those picking plays. And so I can see them taking somebody out and then going in for a 5v4 team fight and winning.
Well, we'll see if they can make that work for them. You know, with everything we've chatted about, it is almost time to get your predictions in for today's semi-finals. But first, let's actually take a look at how you guys have done so far at picking the winners here at Worlds. Montecristo continues to sit on top of the standings with that brilliant record of 40-11, while the casters, Krepo, and the viewers are all 1 game behind. And even though Doublelift is 3 games back, you can actually tie with Monty if you ignore your coach just one more time and pick a different winner. But just like yesterday, this semi-final series is worth 3 points. So let's start to get some predictions in for this series. Fnatic or Royal Club? Who is going to be taking this series and why? I want to start with Freak.
I think it's Fnatic. I think that they've got a lot of the edges. Apparently the crowd also thinks Fnatic's going to win. Spoiler alert, they might have won the online poll. Yeah, I think that they're an incredibly strong team. They've looked so good throughout this World Championship. After the first day, they've looked awesome.
Krepo?
I'll have to go with Fnatic as well, multitude of reasons. If I go back to Europe and I don't vote Fnatic, I'll probably get lynched. At the same time, Peke was looking really scary this morning. He told me, like, better vote for us or else. So, yeah, I'm going for Fnatic. And generally, on the game level of play, I agree with what Monty said. Their, like, picking compositions really work well. Yeah, Royal can push it out really early and finish the game quick, but Fnatic, they've been here so many times. They know exactly what to do.
I mean, I'm taking Fnatic as well. I think we already talked about my reasoning a little bit, but this team has performed so admirably at this tournament, and we've said it before, but part of it is due to their very unique style, and Royal is not going to be very well practiced against that. I believe in Fnatic here.
Well, I'm going with Royal. Not only because this is the only way I'm going to catch up with my coach, but Uzi has really, like, when I kind of look at AD's play so far in the World Championships, I always identify mistakes and I write them down, but most of them aren't that big. When I look at Royal play, Uzi literally makes 0 mistakes every game. So this is why I think even though Pushu has had a great tournament so far, Uzi's going to crush Fnatic.
And just to remind you once again, if you get this right, Royal win, you will be able to at least tie up Monty on the top of the stage. The rest of the guys, we'll have to see where the vote goes.
Krepo, last place, high five.
Well, now for you guys at home, it is your chance to pick the team that you think will win their way into next week's Season 3 World Final.
All you have to do is head over to lolesports.com, click on schedule, select the semifinals, and vote.
Then, when you are done making your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know. Which team have you become a fan of after watching them play here at Worlds, and why? Send your answers to @LOLesports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds if you want to get your Twitter handle destroyed on air.
Destroyed. And now, of course, for some other exciting news, beginning next Friday, October 4th, you can pick up the new championship Thresh skin. Not only does his battle armor display the Season 3 sigil, his flay is looking ever sharper.
I'm happy to see the Thresh joke didn't make it in today. Guys, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Fnatic and Royal Club take to the Rift to decide who will be facing off against SKT for the Season 3 World Championship. But first, Royal Club and their phenom Uzi have been getting a lot of support from their leader, Tave. Coming in today's matchup, they're looking to harmonize once again for another pitch-perfect performance.
我是一个辅助，我跟我的队员关系非常好，对，像一个大家庭，就不像在公司上班。
我感觉他比的话，应该是一个是一个工作非常认真的人吧，就是不会惹人很生气，会让人很开心的那种。
他比的话，身为队长，我觉得很满意吧，因为在他来之前，我们春季赛几乎是可以说我们就没有一个明确的队长在队里面，而且没有什么太大的感觉队长的存在吧。现在有了一个核心，所以说非常好。
我很喜欢唱歌，除了吃东西还有睡觉的时候，我一定在唱歌。You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to more on stormy seas.
他唱歌其实蛮好听的，因为他每次看到《中国好声音》上面唱的时候，他都说这个没我厉害。
那Lucky 就是我们打野呢，他也是特别喜欢唱歌这样的。
唱歌，然后没有什么其他娱乐活动。
At Mandarin, I like to sing this. 至少有10年，我不曾流淚。Last song is Cantonese. 明年今日，別要再失眠，床褥都改變。如果有幸會面，或在同伴新婚的盛宴，惶惑地等待你出現。那我们上单呢，他很特别，就是他非常非常腼腆，他是无论任何时候都是很腼腆的一个小男孩。
对比他们的话，我是一个非常不喜欢唱歌的人。
我们先每个队员讲一下吧。小狗就特别喜欢唱歌，然后他就会在基地我们训练的时候，突然就会大声的喊，大声的唱，然后他也很腼腆。
我很喜欢唱歌，但是我唱歌非常烂。平时应该就是跟队员们一起去唱歌，然后我就是一般在旁边听，然后会自己哼吧，不会唱。我是不是你最疼爱的人？
那我的话呢，我就跟小狗一样的，我特别喜欢唱歌，有时候他唱一句我就唱一句这样。
我是不是你最疼爱的人？你为什么不说话？
聚在一起就很容易就开玩笑，就笑得很欢，就玩得很疯，这样就我非常喜欢跟他们在一起。
Fnatic versus Royal. Let's just start talking about this matchup. No one's actually played against as much Fnatic as you two have because you played against them the entire two splits. What actually, if we could get specific with, is unique about their play style?
They play a lot of like a catch style. So if they get ahead of you, they will deny you all the vision and they will just wait for you somewhere to make a move and they will punish you for that. So they're very hard to like make a comeback on because they just completely deny you the vision and just start roaming in your jungle and like small skirmishes and catch you out.
The one thing I see Royal having an advantage in is they like to team fight a lot, and because of Fnatic like taking, for example, 2 teleports, it weakens their team fight ability early on. And I think if Royal can force those fights early on and stop Fnatic getting rolling with the TPs and making plays happen, I think that might be the answer. We're just going to wait and see.
To build off of that, Royal, everyone praises Uzi for his mechanics, for his play, but if you like, word on the street is like when Uzi does well, Royal will just win. But when he doesn't, when he underperforms, he doesn't get going, they can't really pull out those wins as successfully as they did in their games versus OMG.
Uzi's positioning has to be exceptional for being able to survive against the onslaught of just double APs rushing against your AD carry.
With the double teleport, you can eliminate a lot of Uzi's potential team fight positioning as well, because you can come in flanks with good wards in team fights, and if they can just chase down Uzi, and they have the champion pools to do it as well, I think we're probably going to see some top lane Lissandra from Soaz in an attempt to kind of get into the mix and get that targeted ult down to shut Uzi down.
Can you guys pick a winner here between Fnatic and Royal? Because we've talked about how it might be one side or the other way. It's a 5v5 team versus a crazy Fnatic team. Which style will actually come out on top?
I'm going to call Fnatic take it.
I should say Fnatic as well, some European, but I'll say 3-2 to Fnatic.
I'm biased here because I used to play with 3 members of Royal in NA, so I'm simply going with Royal just because I am more, I know them.
But from what we've seen so far, I like Fnatic here.
Boy, last pick?
Pretty interested to see if Royal has like a built answer. I want to see what they're going to try to prepare for that, but I would have to say Fnatic 3-2.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from the Galen Center. And although we won't be delivering this one in the key of Tabe, it still stands to be an epic matchup. It's time for Game 1 in this best-of-5 semifinal matchup between the European champions Fnatic and China's top team, Royal Club.
Yeah, and on Wednesday, Fnatic won the coin flip and chose the blue side for Game 1, so that means they have first pick in Champ Select in Games 1, 3, and 5 if it happens.
And with that, let's send it down to the main stage where Shox is waiting with today's starting lineups.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the teams for our semifinal matchup of today between Fnatic and Royal Club. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's Fnatic!
Starting in the top lane, Soaz. In the jungle, Cyanide. In mid, Peke. At AD carry, Fuju. And at support, Yellowstar. They are Fnatic.
And starting on the red side for game one, it's Royal Club.
Starting in the top lane, Godlike. In the jungle, Lucky. In mid, White. At 80 carry, Uzi. And at support, Tabe. They are Royal Club.
Please give it up one more time for today's competitors, Fnatic and Royal Club. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And now let's send it back over to the guys at the caster desk for a look at the two teams.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is a battle between the best team in Europe, Fnatic, and after their sweep of OMG in Tuesday's quarterfinals, Royal Club.
Yeah, and for Royal Club in the quarterfinals, after getting warmed up in game one, they just decimated OMG in 25 minutes to get that two-game sweep and advance into this semifinal series. And the star, obviously, in that game was Uzi. You know, we heard tales of his dominance, but we finally got to see it in action. Seemingly preemptive reaction times as far as cleansing key crowd controls was key in their victory for Uzi.
Yeah, now Royal Club and Uzi are taking aim at the most lethal team in Worlds. Fnatic has consistently caught people by surprise with their rotations, ambushes, and teleports to rack up the highest team KDA in the tournament at 8.3.
Yeah, and one of the reasons Fnatic picks up so many kills after those rotations and hiding in the fog of war is because they have so much chase potential built into their team compositions and the champions they pick. So when they usually win a fight, they end up killing everyone. As we saw in their quarterfinal against Cloud9, you know, give Peke casted once, shame on you. But give Peke casted twice, and you're eliminated from the World Championship.
And the fact that Peke loves his Kassadin won't be lost on a Royal Club that has been studying Fnatic since Season 1. Their big gun Uzi is prepared for Fnatic's unorthodox style and ready to carry his team to the World Final.
我觉得我们算是了解他们吧，因为他们打了这么久比赛了，他们用的英雄还是在牺牲问的那几个英雄。
I think it would be really hard to play against them, especially their AD carry Uzi. He looks pretty strong. Yeah, Royal Club look really scary actually. Like we had scrimmed them a bit and they didn't look that strong. But yeah, I'm pretty scared of them after that game.
This is going to be a win for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals.
I think Uzi is just played as normal. Always we have balanced the time to attack, to engage, or to disengage. So we have almost 100 protection on Uzi. And we know that if Uzi survives, we still can win.
我们需要做的就是让自己的失误减少到最低，发挥出自己应当有的实力。
Uzi is good, but he's hyped. If I would do a play like Uzi would, then I wouldn't be hyped at all. But you know, other players get hyped. So
我们有和他们打过练习赛，但是感觉他们都在乱玩，所以也不知道他们真正的实力。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to welcome the Evil Geniuses jungler Snoopy to the desk. He'll be helping us break down the picks and bans for all of today's games. Snoopy, thanks for joining us. We obviously heard in the preamble that you kind of are a Fnatic favorite here coming into this matchup, but really, how do you see the lane squaring off as we see Peke versus White in mid, and you got Uzi, and you heard Puju talking there?
Well, actually, I think mid and top lane, I think Fnatic has a bit of an edge. I think it's more coming down to this bot lane, whether Uzi can actually pull off actually carry the game or not. And I think the really thing they have to watch for is the TPs. If they get baited in by Putsu and they set up a TP play, it's really going to be crucial in this game.
And we were really talking earlier about how the teleport is going to be key in this series, but we don't know when Fnatic is going to bring it out because it's kind of their final strategy, and if they give it up in the first game of this best of 5, it might give Royal Club too much time to adapt to it because it's one of those things that you can scout, but you really only experience it when you play against Fnatic.
And this is something that we considered coming in this first ban is the Annie, and it looks like Fnatic does show respect to it.
Yeah, I can see from Fnatic's point of view right now, the same reason that you're scared of the double teleport from Fnatic, you're scared of the support Annie from Royal. It's something that they run better than anyone else in the world, and you can think you practice against it, but it's still dangerous, so it's a smart first ban.
It does open up those squishier supports as well for Tabby. He can play the squishier supports. like the Sona be more aggressive in lane. One thing I'm surprised at the Lissandra ban, that's a key ban actually for Royal. They really needed to ban that because that would shut Uzi down in those mid to late game team fights, coming in at the side and flanking. So it's a really key ban. And Castellan as well, imperative. These two bans are key bans against Fnatic, and it's really good to see Royal actually ban these out because I think we've been central to the Fnatic strategy.
I'm seeing more target bans here than we've seen really throughout the World Championship because I think as far as Fnatic's playstyle against Uzi, I was thinking of the ways they would shut Uzi down, and it was like, oh, if they just pick Cast and Lissandra, they're going to just focus him out in team fights and blow him up. Royal's not letting that happen. And finally, the first like standard ban, I'd have to say, would be the Zed right here.
Yeah, but definitely Zed as well. Seeing a Shen ban come out, I'm kind of okay on that. I'm not too taken away by that. I think this actually allows Uzi now to run cleanse on supports. It doesn't have to run that barrier. There's not like much burst coming out with these bans coming out. The only thing I'll be seeing now is Fnatic may pick up the Fizz. There we go, the Fizz.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to go Ahri or Fizz because Peke had a huge amount of success on Ahri, and it was left up here. But I mean, yesterday we did see Faker struggle a bit with Ahri in the Gragas matchup, and I know Whites has played Gragas in the past. It's a different thing, but first pick Fizz is a tell right there from XPeke.
This pick by Godlike, I'm actually quite surprised by. I didn't think that we'd lock in the Jax that early because Soaz doesn't play Jax. So that's a really interesting pickup by Godlike so early. The Elise is quite an obvious pick. Cyne plays it as well. It's not one of the core junglers. I think Jarvan's actually a more core pick between Lucky and Cyne if they're going to trade over a pick. But it's nice to see them pick up the Elise. The Jax I'm not so sure about though.
Yeah, I actually wonder what Fnatic's going to do against Jax because that's a pretty big curveball that Royal's thrown against them. Yesterday, once again, Renekton seemed to be the pick against Jax. Other than that, Jax is a difficult matchup. I was talking with a lot of players like, what do you actually lane against Jax? And I could not get a solid response from a lot of them. So I want to see what Soaz has planned here because he is one of the most versatile top laners in the world. Or if they don't even pick the top laner yet, because they're going to want to lock down supports. I think Zyra is an underrated pick, and Corki, of course, for Pushu has been huge this World Championship.
We actually saw Uzi pick up the Corki against OMG in the first game, and then the second game he actually didn't. He got banned out by OMG. So that's an interesting pickup there by Pitsu, and I think it's going to be a solid one for him. He's played so well in this tournament with it. I wonder what they're going to respond with Graves. I don't think it's going to be a Graves. Will we see the Vayne coming out again? And maybe it's a bit too early to pick the Vayne. As well as if he goes the Summoner spells, if he goes for the Tabby picking up Lulu, actually, that is a big one. That is really big. Yeah, he defaulted to that when Annie was banned out and Sona was banned out. He always went to the default Lulu pick.
It's really interesting for Fnatic here now, since with the Lulu Vayne, it is incredibly difficult to assassinate Uzi, especially with this cleanse. And knowing that Cassidy and Lissandra have already been taken away from Fnatic, it to me pushes Soaz into more of a diver or more of an assassin in the top lane. And I don't know if that'll work against Jax. Sure, they already have the Fizz from Peke, but I don't think the Fizz alone is actually enough to take him out.
How do you guys feel coming in with these compositions that, although they both want to fight, both teams also have a huge amount of disengage if they want to get out? Fizz can tricks her out, Lee Sin can tricks her out, Valkyrie out. It almost seems like both of these teams are setting up comps that don't fight each other.
Somewhat true. I mean, there's a lot of split push potential between a Jax and a lot of split push potential between the Vayne as well. None of them can actually deal with the Fizz 1v1. Maybe Jax if he gets going. I don't think Godless will only get going though.
Yeah, as far as Fnatic goes, their disengage is going to be all about their overall map control, because as soon as a team fight starts, everyone has to go in, and it really is going to be difficult to take out Uzi, knowing Royals put up so many shields.
Yeah, one of the integral parts of Royals team comp actually is the fact that they've looked to protect Uzi. It's one thing we always said, if Uzi doesn't get going, then they might not win the game, and they've looked for really protect the Uzi comp. Lulu's a relatively safe laner, can be a bit more passive so they can dodge those TPs if Peke actually does pick up TP. Doesn't look like he has yet though. And as well the shields from Orianna. I think they're really looking to play around Uzi in this game, and I think we said that coming into it, and we'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, as of right now for Fnatic's team composition, I don't think they got exactly what they wanted. Yes, they picked up Ileona, and they got an early Fizz, but I think the Lissandra and Cassidy bans really hurt their overall strategy, and they're going to struggle to finish off Uzi in this match, I think.
All right, gentlemen. While the teams load into the game, let's see who you at home think is going to win this series. According to LOLesports.com, 74% think that Fnatic will be taking on SKT in Friday's World Final. Doublelift said Royal. Everyone else said Fnatic. So we'll have to see what comes down to that. What were you feeling at the end there coming in for Royal's team, how they're going to work? You said a little bit of split push. Is that really going to be what they want?
I don't think it's necessarily integral to the split push. I think it's more around protecting Uzi. I think that's the core component of Royal's team comp. And I think they can do that. They really only one big assassination from the XPK's Fizz, the high element of burst. Sure, they do have the Leona coming in, the Zac coming in, but I think as long as Uzi with his godlike positioning I think if he can survive through all with all the shields that he has, he also picked up barrier. That's going to really help him.
All right, it's going to be a big laning phase on this one. We know Royal likes to fight. We're talking about Fnatic liking to get the picks. We are about to load into this game. Jat, when you saw Fnatic's picks, did these seem like it would be a first game Fnatic? They don't want to show too much, but they're also coming in with what they want.
I'm a little bit worried about Fnatic's picks right here because even though they did get a lot of what they wanted, I don't think they have the answers for Royal right now. I feel like Godlike might be able to contain them with his Jax in the top lane, and Fnatic's going to have to outplay substantially.
All right, thank you very much, Snoopy. We'll see you for game 2 coming into Champions Leg, but right now we are into our first semi-final matchup. It is going to be Fnatic versus Royal, game 1 in this best of 5.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What are they going to do? I'll tell you one thing that surprised me just towards the end of that. Twitch wasn't banned or picked, which has been actually the main champion for Uzi getting into this tournament. But they feel they didn't need it, and Riv, we may see something happen straight away here.
They get the sight. They are going to be able to back off this one. A good roll towards Cyanide, but it looks like this is only going to be pressure. No! Peke tries to go in for the fight. They got good damage onto Uzi. Good damage onto White. They could continue to follow here. Godlike is trying to get out of this. It's going to be the connection from Cyanide. Will they continue?
Uzi no! Incredibly low, but they did not continue. And let's have a look. Let's take stock. Not really many summoner spells used by either team.
Yeah, exactly. There's an Ignite down on Godlike's Jax, and Uzi's Flash is down, where on the other side, it's the Ignite from Soaz and the Flash from Yellowstar. So overall, it's actually an even trade. We weren't sure how aggressive the level 1s were going to be. We know that Royal loves to mob around as 5 at every point in the game, but it's usually very rare that two teams actually bash into each other like that and nobody dies.
Yeah, I was wrong. They want to fight, and they just did. So a minute and 30 in, they both have shown a little bit of that damage. The wards have gone down, which means it's safety for the junglers, at least in their pathing. But once they get to those lanes, we'll have to see what can really happen. Kill potential coming out of a Jax Elise lane, quite high. Not so much crowd control from a Cyanide Soaz, but those guys will go at it.
And it takes me back to Season 2 a little bit there with the level 1 fight engages we used to have. And it always used to be a case of when I talk to the players, it's like, what can you do? We say, you've got to fight them. You can't give up your jungle. And, you know, we've seen Royal throughout the qualifying and the tournament against OMG, the match they had there. They were not afraid to go level 1.
And I'm looking at these lane matchups right now. Because the jungle invade happened, the teams didn't actually get advanced scouting on the lanes. I've seen some different things.
That's
Corki
true.
versus Vayne. If I was Fnatic right now, I would want to 2v2. I don't feel like Leona is the strongest 2v1er unless you're able to secure kills. And at this point, Corki can out-harass Vayne early in the game. So the fact that Royal has a 2v1 against Soaz as Zac in the top lane, I think gives them the preemptive edge in the lane matchups.
See what Peke can do here. White's actually putting a good bit of damage on, getting the auto attacks in when he can, making sure he gets the highest advantage in that lane as soon as possible. You can see Lucky now hitting level 2. He will get himself some help and get around that jungle.
I mean, Godlike isn't even messing with that 2v1, which I think is generally smart because you can tell already Pushu and Yellowstar have been freezing that lane. It's already 3 minutes into the game. It's going to be about 3 minutes and 30 seconds before that wave would even hit the turret. So it's actually pretty smart of Godlike to effectively be double jungling at the start of the game because it's a way of him getting experience. You contrast that with what Soaz is doing up in the top lane. He hasn't gotten a single creep because he's just been sitting while Royal is farming.
Yeah, and if you pass that back to obviously the OMG game, they did the same thing. We talked about the fact that Godlike on Renekton just went completely out of there, didn't want any of it, and sort of pressure on that lane, which now he's finally in lane. What, 3 minutes 30 into the game, he finally gets into lane.
And it's strange because coming in, when we were scouting the Chinese teams, it seemed like they were still very wrapped up in that 3v1, 2v1 split push strategy, and we're like, why are they still doing this? North America and Europe moved on from it long ago. But they're still really good at it, and it's been getting them here. It's been pushing them ahead in a lot of these games, and it's still effective. They're pulling it off in this game.
Uzi and Tabe have much better of a situation with the Glitter Lance coming out from Tabe. You can't exactly just Zenith Blade all day under the turret. Peke going quite low in mid.
Yeah, the Ignite being put down there. They're trying to get the damage down on towards him. He's chugging that potion. He should be safe. But look at the farm between them, 14 to 26. There's a big advantage for Whites already.
Whites' Orianna has just been killing it right now. He actually saw Leona cross over in a ward, but he's almost baiting a 2v1 in the mid lane. This is allowing Godlike to farm up as well because they know Fnatic support is missing, and Whites doesn't seem very scared of that level 2 Leona.
What a roam already from Yellowstar, trying to get himself down and get a kill here for Peke. They know where they need to focus. This entire tournament has been focused around those mid players.
But look at the difference. Yellowstar's still only level 2.
Yeah.
He's been away from that lane for a long time. He was warding as well around the blue buff, so he's missed a lot of that experience. So he's already 2 levels behind almost on his counterpart in that top lane.
Yeah, we have to say the early laning phase is just flying in Royal's favor, and Fnatic so far this World Championship actually hasn't been that strong in the early laning phase. It's a matter of them falling slightly behind before they can catch people in team fights while they're trying to rotate between lanes. But Royal is flying ahead of Fnatic right now. If this keeps up, Royal is just going to take the game in the laning phase.
There's been no objectives obviously taken here, but there almost stands 1,000 gold lead for Royal from what they've done in the lanes and what they've been able to do so far. Here comes the gank onto Puju.
Godlike gets in, gets a good double counter strike down there. They're going to have to force to use that barrier to block off Puju. Look, he was coming around. They saw him passing that ward, so they know he was there. They didn't go too deep, but that was a really good trade considering this is a 1v2 lane, effectively for Godlike. He's kept up in level, and he's putting more damage down on Fnatic.
You still see there are some consumables down in Yellowstar's side. These guys may have what it takes to go back in one more time. They're standing eye to eye right now. We see Cyanide's back in the top lane, but they don't have vision of him, so that's why they're hesitating.
I think it's incredibly dangerous right now for Fnatic to actually go in on Godlike. Godlike got so much experience from jungling early on in the game, and now Soaz getting dove.
Yeah, you can see he's in trouble. That's going to be the ultimate. The passive popped. Will it be enough? Will he get that cell division back together? Tabe is very, very low. He's going to come back in with just a little bit of hit points and flashes out of it.
Wow, that does mean though Soaz is very far behind in that lane. He made a little bit of a mistake, but this lane advantages that Royal is accumulating are just hamstringing Fnatic. Every lane of Fnatic actually needs help right now, so Cyanide is not able to pull off any type of aggressive jungling maneuver. He's trapped at 9 CS, 6.5 minutes into the game. This is the second big camp Lunky has tried to invade in Cyanide's jungle, and Cyanide's still just trapped up top, babysitting Soaz.
And he's sitting on a ward right now. He's also down 7 CS in the jungle. Well, Lucky's been able to stay in this bottom lane, go into the jungle, steal golems, get wraiths when he wants on the side of Fnatic. They are not letting Fnatic get an edge here.
They are not, and Godlike, you know, they've got to start dealing with him. You know, we've always seen yesterday how Jax gets going again. The Cocoon lands on Yellowstar, taking incredibly low. This could well be first blood, but no! He's gonna, there it is, the Ignite finally ticks.
Seemed like the last tick of Ignite from Godlike there, and that's why it was dangerous for Yellowstar and Pusha to be in that lane. They were out-leveled by what effectively is a kill lane with Elise and Jax.
Yellowstar actually still has a potion coming out of that, but now it's onto Soaz. He goes down too!
This game is running away from Fnatic extremely quickly. 2,300 gold, only 7.5 minutes in. Every lane going Royal's way, and they're picking up kills in even fights, 2v2s. What is effectively just the lane matchup up top with Vayne and Lulu against Zac. This is huge trouble for Fnatic because without teleports as well, they don't have sneaky moves to make around the map and get some of these kills back.
Desperate times, and if you look in that mid lane, you talked about it, 72 to 31 CS farm behind Whites. Peke is miles off, and he's the man that has to carry Fnatic through this one. And at that stage, I'm not sure he can. We're only 8 minutes in, and they are way behind.
That early Fizz pick was a dare to Whites, seeing if he would be able to shut him down. He didn't decide to go for Ahri. We've seen that matchup play out, but the Orianna pick, actually coming into this tournament, people were saying Peke's strongest champion was actually Orianna. You'd think he would see that coming a bit more, but White's almost without jungle pressure, pretty much no ganks coming through, just a straight up 1v1 is absolutely decimating Peke, who had been so dominating throughout this entire World Championships up until this game.
And Peke is actually trying to hit a spike really early, getting that Sheen first. Still down, about 40 CS in that lane.
Yeah, you see most Fizzes go for double Doran's Ring. He's completely skipped that because I think he recognizes how far behind Fnatic is falling right now.
That's a dangerous, dangerous move. We do see Royal Club getting ready to go for this Dragon. Fnatic, I don't really think they can counter this one. We do see Peke coming down with Cyanide, but honestly, with the rest of the team slowly closing, Royal are backing out of this one. I'm not too confident.
That's the interesting thing. It's because Soaz has left the top lane and Godlike has basically called that he was missing. He saw him walk through the ward, and instead of risking something, Royal is going to continue to take their monstrous lane advantages. Godlike has effectively been left alone to maybe just push down that turret. At the worst for Royal, they get a turret for this Dragon.
And already we see the pink wards coming out of Royal. There is one on Cyanide, but we'll see if they can get this Dragon coming down. We do have Whites and Lucky just on the top side. They will have to give it up with vision. on their side.
I like that call overall from Fnatic. Even though they do trade objectives, they're at least accelerating the gold a little bit, so their lead percentage-wise, or their deficit isn't as large in this one. They give up the turret, but they do get a big objective in the Drake.
Godlike, of course, just going to nail down that turret. First one of the game will go to the Chinese team Royal Club here. And that Jax, you got to be careful. We've seen him get it going yesterday for, it was for Najin Blacksword actually that used to run him. Weren't running very, very well. And I could say SKTT1 ran him as well, because Jax seems to have been one of the champions of choice in that top lane. And as of yet, no team has found a solid counter to him.
Yeah, we were thinking we were going to see a lot more Jax in this World Championships in the group stage because of the Trinity Force buffs, because of all the hype we've been hearing about him, and because players like we saw yesterday from Najin Sword Expression had played Jax even before the buffs to much success. I think it's going to be a huge pick throughout this entire series.
Yellow Star not 6 on this possible engagement towards the bottom lane. They don't have vision on Peke in mid, so they're kind of hovering on engaging on this one. But they are all still trying to pressure the advantages. 109 CS over 54 in the mid lane, 102 for Uzi over 75 of Puju.
Yeah, that's some big, big differences in terms of farm between them. You can see the gold stacking up. It's 1,000 gold advantage in that mid lane alone between the two. Oh, he's going to see the Starlight go, gonna get on towards him. Uzi's going to get caught down.
Tabe gets hit up pretty hard. He's going backside. They're split up on their positioning here, but Cyanide's trying to continue the kill. Tabe's there. He gets the ward down. Oh, he missed the Q, but he gets the kick in. That's what's having the ultimate is worth.
It's the nice insurance from Cyanide, just smacking someone away with a big kick. And actually, I'm very surprised Uzi brought barrier in this game, because if he cleansed that, he dodges the Leona gank, and that's the crowd control dive that Fnatic loves to pull off and try and get back in this game. Considering how many wards Royal had placed in the river and inside Fnatic's jungle, the fact that Cyanide and Yellowstar could approach that gank, brute force through the lane, is huge for their overall potential in this match. Those are absolutely critical kills, and Fnatic, because of that, is still in this game.
So we see the Phage Stones get built up by Pushu, almost the standard build, of course, for a Corki. He's going to go back and see what he can get with that kill and assist gold that he's just picked up. It is going to be the Sheen, so no boots still for him. Meanwhile, he's going to be up against that Blade of the Rune King, Uzi, in that bottom lane. Farm-wise, we mentioned it already, he's fell quite far behind, but those kills, those assists, they're going to be needed.
It really, really helped. He actually brought 20 CS back just within that small instant, so he's getting himself there. We'll see what they can do in the other lanes. We've seen Peke having a really hard time, but there's been no kills really to come from that lane.
And something that we have to note is the general strength of Fnatic's solo lanes is what has gotten them here. But both Soaz and Peke are getting destroyed by Godlike and White so far in this match. These CS differentials are not something Fnatic is used to playing with or against. I really want to see how they react to that. Effectively, Pushu and Yellowstar have to carry this one, even though their solo laners cannot support them or ward off ganks with the presence of their mid and top lane teleports.
And you know, we've seen a similar comp from this one before from Fnatic in the European LCS. Godlike just bullying Soaz up the lane. What is effectively, or what they're aiming to happen is Peke is going to be the man split pushing on his own, the rest of Fnatic in a 4-man group. And honestly, right now, Peke is not going to be able to deal with Godlike.
Round two. The lockdown coming in on Tabe. The Zeta Blade hits. They may be able to take out Tabe here. He throws the Wild Growth on himself. Uzi doing what he can. Gets the Condemn at the wrong time. And it looks like they are going to lose the support.
It doesn't look like they're going to give this one up, though. Uzi's going to catch on towards Pushu. The Cyanide in there is going to be the safeguard to try and help him. Lucky comes in. He gets locked up. Lucky's going to go down. He's repelled away. He's got no minions to get out from this one. Oh, has he? Because the white shield saves him.
You can see an absolute focus right now by Fnatic on that bottom lane. Cyanide is effectively trying to camp Uzi and Tabe. That was very close to being an absolute disaster for Royal, but actually Cyanide missed two of his Sonic Waves in that engagement.
Oh, the warding really helping Peke find a bit of trouble there, and he will turn Tide and head the other. Actually,
he still wants to go.
He's going to trick this one out. He may try to stay. They are closing in on it. Cyanide's hovering.
He's going to come across. Instead, he's going to go towards Lucky. So Lucky. Ignite sticking. He will get him down. But is he going to be able to get away with this one? He's trying to trade it. He hasn't got the damage to deal with Whites. And Whites does take him down. Uzi, meanwhile, just playing safeguard, keeping Cyanide away.
Questionable fight there. While he was able to pick up Lucky, giving a kill to Whites' Orianna, who was already dominating him in lane, is bad.
There we go, bouncing him out. It's just still being a bully. Godlike flexing his muscles constantly in this top lane. Continuously stealing blue, goes in! The flash does not pop the Cell Division.
That was close. That was...
Soaz even knew it.
That was a
Wiping his
disaster waiting to happen in that lane. It's a level 11 Jax versus a level 9 Soaz, and because Cyanide has made it very clear that he is trying to help out Pushu and Yellowstar, Soaz is effectively on his own against an incoming monster Jax. I cannot fault Cyanide for his decision here. It's always safer and often better to gank the lane that is even or winning than to gank a lane that is losing. Because if Lucky only mirrored ganks, assuming Cyanide did try to go for Zac, it would be a disaster and it would effectively just cascade the game in Royal's favor.
And you know what? I'm not sure Godlike's going to give up on that top lane. He's going to back off now. I think he's just going to go back and buy and come back again and just keep ramming that lane down Soaz's throat and the rest of the lanes. Because they're all losing, they all need the help from Cyanide. Cyanide's effectively having to leave that lane alone and help out Pushu in this bottom.
Yeah, it's the perfect storm for Royal and Godlike's Jax right now because they have effectively 3 lanes that scale amazingly well. Because normally you see Uzi's Vayne, you say we have to shut him down. And what Royal is doing is they're taking that threat and they're allowing Godlike to be his own threat on Jax. If they did not have 2 players right now that are so far ahead in Jax and Vayne, that strategy would not pay off.
Locking down the Dragon here, coming in at 16 minutes. Oh, the Sonic Wave coming across. Cyanide does not connect. Soaz doing what he can in the top lane to pressure this, as Peke is actually going to join him.
Yeah, Cyanide looking to try and get that steal. I'm not sure if Soaz has quite got enough with this wave to take this turret down. Doesn't have a great deal of damage, just got that Sunfire Cape on him, and it's going to be the middle turret going down as well. Royal driving down all of the outer turrets now.
It's a bit of Abyss rotation there from Fnatic to go for Dragon, lose that mid. They're going to get top though, so it comes back to them.
So one thing Fnatic's been doing to try and stay a little close in this game, and they've actually done it fairly frequently, is they don't ward as much as their opponents do. Royal had generally complete vision across Fnatic's red side of their jungle. Oh man. And that turret's not going down, so the objective ball is not close either.
Yeah, Soaz's face told the whole story there. He wasn't too impressed with that one. Where are you going, Peke? You are way behind enemy lines right here. They're going to use Duck Lock on towards Uzi.
They saw them going towards Peke. They throw down the Solar Flare immediately, and they're going to come in from the side. Whites is also there, but he gets chunked and watered. Will they continue to go in? The Condemn onto Yellowstar. They continue the fights. The third bolt proc, the tumble, the attack, the shock wave, and the turret's going to come in, but Peke enters the fight.
Uzi effectively used himself on Vayne as the ball delivery system. That is some aggressive positioning because of his Blade of the Ruined King and the Lulu ultimate. He effectively was an amazing self-peel, and now Fnatic's in a whole heap of trouble.
Yeah, Peke doing what he can to try and keep them away from this. What we see, Cyanide going very deep, trying to get towards Tabe. He's trying to save that turret, kicks back in towards Whites, but they don't want him. Peke's really got no mana to deal with this one. The Urchin Strike's not there.
Crazy.
And they just feed another kill to Uzi.
Whites and Uzi once again becoming the people with all the kills for Royal. It's their early grouping that just destroys teams sometimes. They won the laning phase so hard that as soon as they got a 4v4, even if it was estranged and often weird positions under a turret, Royal could push through and just capitalize.
They are spiking in their damage right now. The Athenes is out, the Sheen into the Triforce, oh, the Phage as well, almost into the Triforce coming in for Godlike. And let's watch this one more time.
Yeah, you can see Cyanide tried to come in on the side for the kill on Tabe, but watch the Condemn from Uzi. Right onto Cyanide into the wall. So Cyanide never got off. I don't think he got off his ultimate for the execute. That's what he was trying to go for Tabe. He ended up trying to kick White's back. And then at this point, Peke is trapped between a White and a turret, and that is not what he wants to be.
And an interesting note to make about White on Orianna is Faker levels his Q. He actually went W, and you can see the amount of damage he's providing to his teams in those fights. So we'll have to see this playstyle coming out, maybe just against the Fizz, trying to get that burst damage out, but a little bit of a switch up there as still Royal going pretty glass cannon, like Fnatic likes to do.
Yeah, and it's a 7,000 gold differential now. Royal Club 5-0 up in turrets. We talked about the perfect game that OMG nearly had in the group stage. Right now, Royal are looking dominant in this one. And again, Godlike's like, where are you going, Cyanide? Nobody's wants to deal with Godlike. All of these fights have happened so far. Godlike has not been involved in them. He is becoming a monster in that top lane right now.
Sorry about that, I had to cough one time, but I wanted to talk about Godlike's Jax and getting the Trinity Force so early on. Because yesterday when Jax was successful, it was when he was allowed to farm. If he ever got rushed down, some of these games he would never even get to the Trinity Force. The fact that Godlike has it right now means even more trouble for the rest of Fnatic.
That's not something you just want to throw out there. No hook, line, and sinker onto Whites for that one. Tabe joins in mid. They are collectively getting together, but there's a two-man Baron.
Yeah, and look at all the wards in the river right there, completely constricting Fnatic from going and checking. It is a little dangerous, though. They would have to peel off this if Fnatic starts coming through, because Whites is actually doing blue buff at the same time. And Godlike got surprisingly low on this one. This could be a bit of a Fnatic turn.
Fnatic sense it. We do see Cyanide coming in, gets condemned away, tries to land the kick, goes in, doesn't get the smite down, and this could turn around badly. Godlike's in there, gets kicked away. They're going to collapse on towards Uzi. Uzi off on his side. That's going to be Pushu and Yellowstar. They should collapse him up. Cyanide has got away in the top lane. Finally, he's going to get down. Godlike gets on him.
Even so, this is huge for Royal. A 20-minute Baron now sitting on 4 people. That became, by the way, way riskier than Royal ever wanted it to. They effectively opted into a 50-50 in a game where they were extremely far ahead. Thank God Lucky rolled the dice and got that smite down.
Well, when you have about 11 wards on the map, I'm guesstimating at this point, it looks like you can do Baron when you've lit up the entire top side of the map. Royal has vision of everything. It's something we heard Deficio talking about in the preamble of the video. Fnatic will shut your vision down and they will take over consistently, and they were not allowed to do that from the first minute of the game.
And the problem was that when they went for that, the 4 members in there, Peke wasn't there, so they couldn't really collapse in on there. Pushu finally has helped take down that top turret. That's the first turret of the game for Fnatic. But as you can see in that differential and the positioning of Royal, they're going to take one of their own. I'm really not too sure Fnatic want to defend this one.
I don't know if they can. So much of Fnatic's playstyle normally is about holding turrets with 3 or 4 people while Peke goes off to the side and makes plays. But with a Jax and a Vayne at the level they are right now, Peke's not actually able to go off and make plays. And the wave clear from Fnatic, aside from what Pushu can put down, is rather suboptimal. Royal, this is the last effectively non-inhibitor turret that Royal has to take down. And Fnatic just startling to go in.
Look at that from Soaz, waiting for that slingshot engagement. He gets hit up. The crowd control from the shockwave actually doesn't do much. It is going to be Lucky very low. Ignite takes him down. He comes down from Repel. He may continue into the base, but Godlike, he says that's a bad idea and backs up.
Yeah, this was just Fnatic trying desperately to defend these outer turrets. They got very low off of this one, and if the creep wave arrives in time for Royal, they're going to look to take down an inhibitor. They do not let their Barons go to waste. They're going to look for something big here.
Yeah, Peke and Pushu going back to base. They've got themselves ready from the fountain. They're going to be coming back into this one. Royal, though, continuing to push. They should be coming onto your screen in a moment. Yellowstar still ready and waiting, looking to try and lock someone up. But again, the damage from Whites just doing enough job. And look at that inhibitor turret. It is almost down. 22 minutes into this game. Royal continuing their speedy games.
And they don't have much siege protection, but you do have a Zac, you do have a Leona, you have a Fizz, everything that can jump on people attacking your tower. But Royal, they're not respecting any of that. Every time they have a chance at a tower, they take every shot they can. They will move back now and take the dragon, and they'll do it again.
And this is actually kind of illustrating one of the problems we saw in Fnatic's team composition during Champion Select, is since they've fallen behind, they don't have a way of effectively taking out Uzi, and that's not even considering Godlike's Jax. The fact that Tabe's Lulu and Whites' Orianna can provide so many shields onto Uzi's already stellar positioning on Vayne means Fnatic needs a huge amount of damage and burst potential from only Peke. Since Peke's been behind, since Soaz has been forced to building full tank without magic penetration because he's fallen behind of lane in Godlike, just means Fnatic has no answers for Royal's increasingly giant amounts of damage.
We'll have to see where they go here with just about a 10,000 gold lead sitting between these two teams for just under. 2 kills in that top lane for Godlike, 5 kills for Whites. That has been from roaming around the map. None of those came from Peke in mid lane. They just could not get a fight together. The game was still just won over map control so far.
Royal Club going trading oracles effectively. Just as Lucky's run out, Tabe starts his up, and they do clear out every little bit of vision around that blue buff area. They're going to come in for that final inhibitor turret. They know it only needs literally a lick and it will go down.
Yep, they still have a little bit left on this Baron buff, but they actually don't even have a creep wave in position. They would have to completely face tank this one, and surprisingly, Royal doesn't have a super tank right now, knowing that Jax has built so offensively with the Trinity Force and the Cutlass. They're going to look for a fight soon, though.
Soaz using quite a bit of what's necessary. Actually did not use Let's Bounce there. Looked like he did. He just threw himself out with Slingshot. This turret is going down. The open inhibitor at 25 minutes into the match. Baron's already been taken. Royal in the lead.
but no Baron buff on Royal anymore. Fnatic wants to make a last stand. It would actually be right here before this inhibitor goes down. Otherwise, Royal will starve them.
You see Peke just lingering off at the side. That Elastic Slingshot will be back up, but Soaz is already too low. He's already down to half hit points. If he's going to use Let's Bounce, it may be a suicide chance for him, and he's going to have to try and throw himself in there. Instead, it's going to be the first inhibitor of the game. 25 minutes gone to Royal Club.
Fnatic knows they have to watch a few of these things happen. As Jat said, they can't engage right now. It would just be even worse for them. They do want to figure out what's happening. They're trying to create those picks, but they don't even want to go in on their own attacks.
Yeah, 10,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. This has just been a completely Royal-controlled game. They won every single lane. They got the 50-50 at the Baron, which would have been a huge turning point if Cyanide would have been able to steal that. We have to emphasize that a lot. But since Royal got that Baron, since they have such a monumental turret advantage, it has shut down Fnatic's ability to catch people in rotations, hide in Fog of War, and actually use their huge amounts of chaining crowd control with Yellowstar's Leona. Even though Fnatic got Uzi down a couple of times, I think that opportunity has passed. At this point, Royal has too many shields and too many diversified threats that anytime Fnatic tries to lock one person down, that might not even work, and they're going to die to the other two big threats.
Going to push on the tower here, and one thing I want to really point out for Royal Club is the fact that how controlled they are. When we watched these throughout the regionals, throughout even OMG's games, they were diving in, even when it was an even trade. They're 10k ahead right now. They're still not diving in. They are taking this super seriously, really slowly pushing down those turrets.
There's the initiation. Solar Flare locking them down. They will try to get onto this one. Soaz gets himself into the fray. Pruju on the outside trying to put down the Gatling gun shred. And that is a beautiful wild growth, but it's going to be Cyanide going down.
Yeah, they tried to use the kick there. You see Cyanide going in. He got the 4-man kick in, but unfortunately the damage simply wasn't there to follow up.
Yeah, even though that was almost the best initiation Fnatic could have had, Solar Flare plus everything else, Royal can just finish.
Oh, they're going to get away from that Shockwave, but it's not going to be enough. You see Peke desperately trying to get in, get a kill. Finally takes down Whites, but it's all too late. Royal Club shut him down. They're going to get themselves another inhibitor.
And now with 4 people dead on Fnatic, they can get that inhibitor. They're going to continue to push in. You can see nothing could actually finish off Uzi. Pushu trying desperately with his rockets, but he is a one-man army against a lot of people.
And really looking back to the early part of this game as we've now traveled 27 minutes into this, Lucky and Godlike double jungling the early part of the game. An early Baron from these guys. The kill potential of Jax and Elise, destroying the lane of Puju and Yellowstar on the bottom. Soaz and Cyanide did what they could in the top, but it was ultimately the sway of where the solo lane started to win.
Yeah, I think so much of this was Royal's domination from Godlike and Whites. I cannot fault Fnatic for trying to focus down Uzi because, let's face it, he's an amazing AD carry. They actually put a decent amount of shutdown onto Uzi, but they forgot about Godlike. Whites destroyed Peke. And if you're a Fnatic team that wants to beat Royal, you just can't have that happen. Peke has to either pick a stronger pick or, well, Fizz is obviously a strong pick, but not against Orianna, or he just needs to perform better in lane. Without Peke roaming around and making plays, Fnatic does not execute.
And that is always the danger of picking your mid lane very straight away. And it's something that actually in the European LCS they just haven't done. It's not been done for a very long time. So it surprised me and surprised the teams even coming into this tournament. Like those mid lanes were getting chosen straight away because of the fighting over Ahri, fighting over Zed.
Yesterday Ahri was
became
8th pick, 9th pick?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. Absolutely right. You're correct on that one. 8-1 in turrets. I think it shows really what Royal wanted to get out of this game, how much they wanted to protect Uzi, how much Whites knew he was comfortable. And, it, you know, as you were saying that Peke is also an Ori player, it kind of shocks me that that lane went so heavily in favor of White.
All credit to Whites right here.
Yeah.
We know Tabe was very confident in Whites' ability against Peke. All respect to Peke as well when he was saying those things. He just has faith in his own team, as well he should have. Royals on an incredible winning streak right now. This will be the 6th game in a row from their qualifiers, and here's the dive.
They're going to jump in. Shockwave just wrecks down, Pushu down. This is going to be Royal Club's game. There's nothing the Fnatic can do to come out of this one. It will be an ace to follow up. The only man standing is Peke, who's just run back to the fountain. He is just going to hide and curl up and hope that second game will go better.
Yeah, this has just been domination and early surrender from Fnatic. Only 29 minutes in. Good game by Royal Club.
Coming out very strong in their first game. We have not seen Fnatic use one of their unorthodox strategies here. It may be time for that to come out, but maybe they'll go full roll with one of their straight compositions they use coming out of the ULCS.
Well, that's just it. I'm just not used to seeing it, or more to the point, I am used to seeing it. I don't like seeing when Fnatic don't go for that full assassin comp. They don't have Soaz on something that can roam and gank. Yes, his Zac has been incredible over the season, but up against the Jax, they're going to have to deal with it.
Well, let's be fair right there. Royal did a fantastic job in picks and bans.
Yeah.
I think getting rid of the Kassadin and Lissandra, and then knowing exactly how to deal with Peke's Fizz. Additionally, picking a Jax early and basically telling Soaz to pick Zac or a tank, someone who wouldn't get beasted down by Jax, didn't work out very well in the end for them. Fnatic has to make multiple adjustments because I think the early scouting by Royal absolutely gave them a strong victory here in Game 1.
And let's take a look at what happened yesterday. We had 4 games on the red side win. Will we see Fnatic turn it around? It seems that the counter pick right now seems to be the stronger option for these teams rather than the blue start.
Especially with the bans so far in this series, the first 4 bans were completely countered against the other team, not some of the power bans that we've been seeing earlier in the World Championship. As we progress farther and farther in, these teams know how to deal with that stuff. Ahri wasn't even picked or banned. Fizz was destroyed in lane. The game's changing.
All right, guys, let's get a little more insight on this. We're going to set it over a quick shot and the guys at the analyst desk for their take on Royal Club's monster Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Riv. And what a game from Royal Club. They came out swinging and landed every single blow. Before we talk about the game and how that played out, I really feel like Royal Club did their homework in this matchup. They banned out Kassadin and Lissandra, 2 champions that we've seen, Soaz and Peke using particularly well, and then Shen as well. So with the added threat of those teleports, that's a lot of non-globals to deal with.
And when people talk about Fnatic's strategy in the pre-game discussion, we were all saying Fnatic's TP, this is how they're going to shut down Uzi. When you ban Kassadin and Lissandra, it eliminates a lot of what Fnatic has been using throughout the group stage and quarterfinals to use TP, and they ended up early picking Fizz, which I think was a big mistake because that's a little disrespectful of White. I don't think he knew that White played Orianna, who does really well against Fizz, and as you can see, at like 8 minutes, Fizz had 20 CS to White's 60 CS.
And there's something really interesting as well in the pick and ban game because we look at just yesterday's semifinal where it was like Jax has been used as a primary counterpick to Shen and he will destroy the matchup and did every single time. And here's Royal, who were happy to play Jax, banned Shen anyway because they weren't worried about the 1v1 matchup, they're worried about actually the teleport game. Screw the 1v1 matchup, it's actually about taking Fnatic out of the comfort zone. And then second to that as well is the pick counterpick point that Jap brought at the very end there, which is these guys blind picked Jax and said, bring whatever you want, we're still going to win the matchup. Meanwhile, they got to counterpick Fizz and won that one really hard.
But it wasn't just the picks and bans that really showed the strength of Royal's planning right here. I really want to talk about this top lane jungle pathing that we saw, the follow from Godlike through the jungle. And it was really funny because this is the first time I've seen a professional team do that. But as Doublelift knows, Hotshot came up with this idea, and we were planning on using this in the LCS playoffs.
Is this Season 3 secrets?
It's season 3 secrets. But we wanted the 2v2 lane against TSM, so we were going to use it if we got deeper into the tournament. But the basic idea here is if you do a full jungle clear with your top laner tagging along, both your jungle and your top will hit level 3 if they share that experience. And you abuse the fact that most 2v1 laners, the 2-man will decide to pile the wave and slow push it into the turret. So you have this assumption that they want to build the wave, so that gives you a lot of time to get back into that lane, and therefore it gives your solo laner a pretty big advantage and is a lot harder to dive.
Yeah, this is pretty much a really nice elaboration. I'm coming from just doing wolves on a solo lane and then going back to lane, just getting all those camps, as Moni said. And as you said, yeah, I really like the part that it punishes people who stack waves. That's why recently in Europe we see more people just going for the fast push 2v1 to basically have the least risk. It gives more reward in the worst case, but it's way less risky. At the same time, it punishes Leona really well. If Leona stacks waves, all she can do is dive. So technically, Cyanide should join Leona to guarantee the dive, because if Lucky and Godlike join up and use those AoE spells to clear the stacked waves under the tower, there's literally nothing you can do as Leona. You cannot chunk a tower, you cannot dive to people, you get pushed out, and then I really like how Royal handled the Leona. In early game they did that. Mid game you have Lulu and Vayne. Condemn can get her away. Wildgrowth can both stop Zenith Blade and protect people that are getting hit. What I would like to see still though is Uzi going for a cleanse. As we pointed out in talking during this game, double shield composition on a Vayne should be enough to keep her alive, and I really think you should opt for a cleanse there over a barrier.
And actually, to talk about your point, I guess both your points around the 2v1 setup and the jungle clear, think back to the very beginning of the game, because that game started on a very hectic early game fight, and Fnatic, if I recall correctly, did not have a lot of deep ward coverage spotting the jungle route. That in part of this game, Royal knows that Fnatic doesn't know he's clearing the wolves and clearing the red and clearing the wraiths, so Fnatic doesn't have the intelligence or the knowledge to counteract that.
That's exactly right, and when we were planning for it, you have to deny those deep wards, and one of the ways you can do that is with a pretty fast invade. So it all comes together, yeah, that's a really good observation.
Or a level 1 fight where you force everybody and not actually doing it. One thing I want to touch on, because we focus very much on the very early game, is just how well White's actually played during the course of that matchup. You know, his Orianna dominated Peke in the mid lane. He managed to force a flash and ignite very early on. He was up, I think, like 80 CS approaching the 20-minute mark. I think he went 5-1-3 or 5-1-5 towards the end there, I can't recall. He had a brilliant performance, and he was almost, you know, swinging the game in their favor. Even though all the lanes were doing particularly well, White counter-ganked. He was in the bottom lane when there was trouble. He was roaming at the right times, and Royal just played that phenomenally.
And I think Peke was a little arrogant in first picking Fizz, because if you remember back in group stage when they played Gambit, Peke was on Fizz and he randomly turned around the lane by killing Alexish with an amazing play between 2 towers. And that's not going to happen every game. He played against White this game, and White played safe and smart, and he got an amazing CS lead. White ended up actually roaming bottom lane. Orianna should not be out roaming Fizz. Yeah. And I think that won't happen again. I don't think Peke is going to early pick an assassin like Fizz that can be counterpicked by a good player like White.
Well, closing thoughts, Greppa?
At the same time, this ties in with the entire 2v1 matchup. So they deny the vision, they force 2 against 1. That pretty much guarantees that the jungle is going to show up in one either top or bot lane, and that makes any counter matchup in mid any more potent. Like Orianna can get ganked by Lee Sin and Fizz working together, but because Royal was forcing these 2v1s, they basically said, hey, have your mid lane free to yourself and just win that matchup.
Wow, fantastic research and decision-making from Royal secures them the first game in the series. We do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Uzi and the rest of Royal Club will try to make it 2 in a row against Peke and Fnatic. Plus, SK Gaming's mid laner Ocelot will join Shox to talk about his semi-final showdown. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back. Don't touch that mouse, guys.
主要是这是我的招牌胜利手势，在中国看我 LPL 的都知道我打比赛很激动。
就是当时我回去看了很多遍，就一直看一直笑，他是非常非常多的那种，非常逗。
What an insane ending. They were so excited they were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. Time to get into our next match fairly soon, but first I'm joined by SK Gaming's mid laner, Ocelot. Welcome, Ocelot. I gotta ask you about your opinion about that Game 1. I know you know Fnatic very well. How do you think that went?
Well, the first game didn't go as well for Fnatic, but I actually got my hopes and faith on them. I really want them to win. They are Europeans, you know, and if they win, that would be like so much hope for every single European team because we were, you know, so close in ULCS. So I really hope they win, just for hope, just for Europe, just even for NA in a bit, you know. And let's make it happen, man. Let's keep cheering for them. They can do it.
Now, of course, it must hurt your heart a little bit that you can't play here. You are a great mid laner. What have you picked up from all the world-class mid laners we've seen in action here?
Well, I've picked up many things, especially this year, which I didn't play as good. But let's say that here in World Finals, the most important thing I picked from somebody is from Faker, and is that you actually have to have fun. You have to YOLO the game to actually play good, you know? You have to be creative, and you can only be creative if you play just full YOLO, you know? So that's the best thing I learned, and I'm gonna put it in practice, of course.
Okay, put it in practice. Of course, next season coming up, we know that 2 of the members of SK Gaming have gone to NIP. What's up with the team right now?
Well, Kevin and John decided to leave to NIP. I'm okay with that. I mean, they're very, very nice players. They are very nice persons. They're going to fit perfectly. But, you know, despite that, SK Gaming and myself, Ocelot, are going to be extremely well by ourselves. And things are going to be extremely all right. With or without them, no matter where, we are SK Gaming and Ocelot. It's going to be all right. No worries.
All right. Now, of course, you've been here for a while. How have you been enjoying your time in Los Angeles, despite your little accident?
So I'm here in LA, and actually 3 days ago, just jogging, running, being healthy, I broke my ankle. So what do we learn? Don't be healthy, don't run. No, I'm kidding. So, and actually I did it for the ladies, you know, because ladies love crutches, you know. So being around with my crutches, I got the sympathy card. But yeah, you know, I actually love being here. I love the people, I love the ladies, of course. And I enjoyed so much being here. You guys are really awesome, and honestly, it's been a dope time. Thank you.
We're very happy to have you here as well, of course. Finally, maybe, what do you think the final is going to be like? Who's it going to be? How is it going to turn out?
My head says, whatever, dude. My head and heart says Fnatic, go Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Ocelot. Great time having you here. Have a good time. Take care of that foot, even though it's good for the ladies. And as for us, we're going to go back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shox. And the game is good for the ears and the mind. So we're going to get into Game 2, this best-of-5 semifinals between Royal Club and Fnatic. And after their dominating win in the first match, Royal Club looks to make it 2 in a row against the European champs.
Yeah, in that last game, Royal won every lane, and then they transitioned that to every aspect of the game. It was just total control. They stopped the roam of Fnatic, and from picks and bans to the endgame team fights, that was a solid Game 1 victory.
Yeah, and I know the analysts pointed out, but it's worth touching on again. White, what he did against Peke was phenomenal, because that ratio is not just the kills as well, because it's 5-1-9 he went against Peke's 2-3-1 on Fizz. It was the farm. He was 30+ farm ahead within 8 minutes of that game.
It kind of snowballed actually from like a level 4 all-in where they went on heavy trade, and Peke was forced to be passive in the lane from that point on, and he dropped 30 CS in like the first 10 minutes or something like that, and it just continued throughout the entire laning phase and into the game.
And I think the thing that really blew my mind was how hard the lanes actually lost in each lane, how well the jungler actually helped out in that bottom lane with Jax all the time, and then they just continued to roam and take objective.
I really do think Cyanide has to have a larger impact on this next game, even though every lane is losing, and that is the worst position to be in as a jungler, as I'm sure me and Snoopy know. It's just, his Lee Sin, he was in the right spots a lot of times, but he was missing his skill shots. And we were talking earlier, we're expecting him to go with Aatrox if it's available.
Yeah, something a little less skill shot dependent, but can still create an impact throughout the game. And I think he's probably going to roll back onto the Aatrox, and Royal doesn't actually play Aatrox that much, so.
I feel like they hurt Kassadin, or hurt Peke rather, with the Kassadin Lissandra ban as well for the other solo lane, so they're going to be getting that out right away. But Vayne, Uzi's not getting his Vayne, but will they ban Twitch? Like D-Man said, it was left open in that last pick ban.
I don't know if they need to do that right now. Royal's banning, as far as they're concerned, is just Lissandra Kassadin. I really wonder if they're going to throw a third ban at Fnatic, or if they're just going to go with something like Shen again to stop Soaz having a safety.
I think the Leona actually was probably quite a key pick from Yellowstar. I think he played really solidly throughout the laning phase, and I think they need to watch out for that again, especially because Uzi didn't pick up Cleanse. He picked up the barrier, so he's very susceptible to that CC from Leona. So you need to watch for that, because I think Fnatic can pull it out strong.
Yeah, and last game, Royal picked Jax into whatever Fnatic had to throw at them. The first pick is going to be so telling right here, because counter-picking the mid lane for Whites worked extremely well against Peke. But at the same time, the mid lane so far in the World Championship, since it's been so assassin-focused this far, does seem to be defaulting back to just the Gragas and the Orianna. And Orianna was so dominant in that last game. It's a really strange first pick, but I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, we can relate to Faker as well when he was playing the Orianna. It was a solid pick for him as well. And it seems that mid laners are just defaulting back to this Orianna. It's very strong lane presence, got great utility for the team, and it's interesting to see the first pick coming out there. Is he going to respond with a Fizz again? I'm not so sure. It didn't work out before. It's in the balance here.
They have all the time in the world to wait. Like we said yesterday, mids were getting down to 8th, 9th pick within the order, finding their way, Shen not being banned. These teams going a bit more orthodox. We're seeing them focus out Peke. We see the Vayne and the Annie gone. They are respecting Tabe's Annie play. So we're going to see what Fnatic actually taking quite a bit here to lock in.
It is interesting, actually. Like, Peke is quite a diverse champion build. He could pull out something like a Diana. We've seen that before out of him. He could go for that, try and surprise White a little bit as possible. But the Ahri has been left open this time. So I think, yeah, Ahri's a solid pick by Peke. Lots of roaming. And the Aatrox as well, as we said before. Picks up the Aatrox. I think it's a lot less skill shot dependent. He'll have the impact that he wanted to have anyway.
I think as far as Royals going, they're just playing almost generalist right now, because Orianna is your kind of safe all-around mid laner. Renekton has been first picked so much in the Chinese LPL that they are completely safe picking that into absolutely anything. Renekton was banned in the first game, so they're still picking this one in blind. Fnatic effectively has to come up with a counter right now to Royals just safe champions.
I'm curious to see if we see Soaz go to a Rumble or a Cannon. I think he could fall back onto that, for example. Renekton wins the lane matchup actually there, but I think as far as team comp goes, I think it might help them then. We need to watch out though for Fnatic. They need to have the strong lane presence. They didn't have it last time. It was really, the game fell apart actually from their laning phase, which we didn't expect. So I think he really needs to find a strong lane that he's comfortable with against the Renekton.
And with comfortable lanes, we see a lot of Zyras coming out, which we haven't throughout these two teams. It's been more engage, get yourself into the fight. We haven't seen the safe play, and we may have to see that coming in here from Fnatic this game. Right now, they have 2 divers looking at a third. This could be pretty scary for them. Maybe they go for the same thing.
That's a very interesting pick. There's Ashe-Zac has a lot of synergy with an Ahri follow-up later, but that's a very, very risky lane to pull off the Ashe. Are they going to combo it up with the Ashe-Zyra lane later on? I don't know. I feel like Yellowstar would like to default to a Leona, especially if they've locked in the Sona now. Leona would be really good against Orianna, really good against Sona. So.
But who runs Leona Ashe is the real question. Royal can just kind of sit into this, and the fact that Corki wasn't picked by Fnatic, I feel like Uzi just defaults back into that, knowing his Vayne is banned away. Maybe he could play Caitlyn against Ashe, but as far as just loading damage and knowing Royal is so good at grouping up and forcing team fights, I'd expect this Corki here to combo up with Sona. Tabe doesn't even show that much of a proficiency for Zyra. He's played support Annie and support Sona. The instantaneous or close to instantaneous group crowd control is so good for him. And even though Fnatic seems to want to go for Zyra, I like the Sona.
Yeah, but it's interesting as he did pick up the Ezreal and not the Corki. Maybe he just wants a bit more maneuverability in the lane. If Yellowstar does pick up a skill shot champion like Leona, like Zyra, gives him a bit more versatility in the lane. And I think the lane advantage goes to Royal in this situation. Even though Ashe-Zyra is a strong lane, it's more for the team fights like later on, and then the picks as well they can create with Ashe and Ahri. There's so many pick opportunities later on, which Fnatic is very renowned for. So I think that's going to help them a lot.
See what they have for each other. Something that always plays in my mind now that Royal continuously picks Elise is what Tabe was saying in his interview at the quarterfinals when he said, I didn't play very well, I got ganked a lot in lane. And it was by an Elise over and over and over again. So to have that on their team, that Tabe feels a little bit safer in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Lucky's he reverts back to Elise quite a lot. It's one of his core champions, so he'd be very comfortable with having Elise on his lineup. It's interesting to see, though, how Peke can pull off this Ahri. Some Ahris have actually struggled. Faker's Ahri was struggling for a while as well, so it's going to be interesting if Peke can step it up. It is maybe you could say his first or second champion with Orianna in there as well. He does understand the matchup, but I feel like White's going to have a little bit of an edge again in this laning phase.
And I think this game hinges heavily on White's performance against Peke, because I look at the godlike lane with Renekton. I don't think Soaz is going to be winning that. I see Uzi being so safe on Ezreal, and Pushu and Yellowstar and Ashe Zyra don't really historically dominate any lane. So unless Peke gets going, this is another one for Royal. All eyes on Peke here for me.
The one little bit of difference I would say in this situation is they have the opportunity to create more picks, which Fnatic's very renowned for. With the Ashe, with the Ahri, even the Zac as well, they can make a lot more pick opportunities around the map. So if they do fall behind early on, they can make things happen mid to late and like catch up, for example.
Yeah, and we actually see coming through Twitch, not even looked at again throughout picks and bans for Uzi. Kind of different being one of his huge carries, a way that they got here, but to kind of shy away from it. Is it too expected from the champions or just not in the composition of cards?
I also think a lot of the game has changed, and Uzi has been going with either the Trinity Force carries or just Caitlyn Vayne. While the Twitch can be extremely successful, especially against a team like Fnatic, who plays a lot of Leona and a lot of punishing people for almost low mobility, Uzi's good enough that he can avoid the mobility, and when he knows he's against a bunch of divers, I think he's going to stay away from Twitch.
And one I think we should be also looking at is Renekton for Godlike.
Yeah,
he is renowned to be the best Renekton player in China, and that it was a ban in the first game. This time around, it snuck through. Jax was wide open. Obviously, we've already seen Jax against Renekton doesn't work out so well.
It would be interesting to see if they actually force the 2v1. I can't see Soaz being comfortable playing against Godlike's Renekton, but at the same time, he didn't do that well against Tabi and Uzi in the last game in the 2v1 with Zac, so they might be conscious of that. I think he's a better time against an Ashe Zyra sorry, not an Ashe Zyra, Sona Ezreal than he will have against the Vayne Lulu. I feel like Zac just gets shut down very, very hard by that Vayne. So we'll see how it comes out.
Yeah, I think specifically the Ezreal from Uzi is very interesting. I've heard him talk about his AD carry preferences in the past, and he does not believe in blue build Ezreal. Even though he plays Ezreal, he will only go damage. I think Trinity Force is enough damage for him because he gets the extra move speed to chase people down. That's the only reason he's going Trinity Force, because he's diving in.
I would say...
No, I was just going to talk about the Zyra Ashe. Obviously, it was what Fnatic used to get here in the first place. You saw it firsthand, obviously, how devastating that combo can be. Do you think they're going to push to the 2v1 to deal with Renekton? Would it be the best option, or rather going against Uzi, who has been dominant so far in this tournament?
I think we need to be careful. In the last time we had the 2v1 situation where Lucky came down with Godlike and actually got a pick on Yellowstar. So it didn't actually, the 2v1 situation didn't pay off in both lanes for Fnatic last time, so they need to be really watch for that. They can't afford that to happen in the laning phase. They need to shut down Renekton, not let him get going. Same with Jax. We saw how strong he became throughout the game when he swapped it back up. So need to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I know I definitely wouldn't want to be in that lane, especially since you're getting a little bit of sustain there. It's always going to hurt. You're going to be able to deny all that plant damage. But coming in, again, we have to look at Ahri versus Orianna now. Coming in for White, coming for Peke. Peke now getting a little bit more of what he wanted. On Ahri, do we think he can fare better in this matchup? Is he going to roam more? Is he going to be stuck in mid from White?
I think it's going to be really integral because I don't see him getting too much help from Cyanide. Cyanide, when he plays Aatrox, really likes to farm. He's like, he farms and farms and farms. It's not a bad thing to do.
Right, absolutely.
But it's going to leave Peke vulnerable in that mid lane where Orianna has quite a bit of strength in the lane against Ahri initially. And I think Lucky's going to be roaming around a lot more. We might see Lucky go more to the bot lane and help, well, not the bot lane, sorry, helping out Renekton a bit more often. I think he might not actually stay near mid lane. So mid lane might just be a pure skill matchup with Orianna against Ahri. So it'll be interesting to see what pays off.
0-0 mid lane for a while until we can find somebody roaming around.
Yeah, and I do really have to point more attention to the mid lane.
Yeah.
I think Peke has a much better chance in this game than he did in the last one, because even though I think he got a little bit surprised by White's skill on Orianna in the last game, because he was so confident first picking that Fizz, and Peke was riding on a huge amount of confidence because he was able to first pick Kassadin multiple times in the quarterfinals and was really just riding that hype train for himself. Now that he's been able to think about it, say he's got his Orianna, I know what I can do on Ahri, and Peke's been historically very strong on Orianna if I think back to the European regionals. this is Peke putting himself in a place where he can succeed.
And talking about those mid laners, something that Fnatic didn't pull out in that first game was the teleports. There was no sign of them. Are they going to pull it out this time around? Obviously, we just haven't picked some bans. They're going through it again, so we haven't seen the summoner spells exactly what they're going to come out. But Peke on Ahri, teleport was his thing. If you remember back to the group stage, that's where he came around the back, completely surprised the teams.
All right, Snoopy, thank you very much. We will be seeing you for Game 3. We're about to jump into this one, and it is going to be Game 2. Royal versus Fnatic. Royal up on 1 right now. This is a best of 5 coming in. Riv, Jat, and D-Man about to break it down.
We are indeed about to break it down. You can see straight away, no sign of teleport once again from Fnatic. So they're not going for that tactic, keeping it in their pockets for when they really need it. And that's ballsy play straight away.
So the reason I think Peke is going with Ignite right here is because when you bring teleport, you're actually putting yourself in a little bit of a lane disadvantage to begin with. And since Fnatic lost the lane so badly last game, they might not even be able to get away with it in this match, because it would just allow Whites even more freedom against Peke in lane specifically.
See where they can go from this. Looks like they're all just going to be personal sentries. Actually, not too many wards being placed out here, but Fnatic will move power in numbers as they go hip to hip into the banana brush, and they're going to find Godlike, but I don't think they'll get too much out of it.
No, he's going to back away from this one. Remember, they did go face to face in the first game, and actually no kills were exchanged, despite the fact a lot of damage was traded back and forward. No focus this time, but Fnatic are going for that invade on towards red, and Royal are looking to maybe try and respond this.
Yeah, but Royal's not grouped up anywhere. So if Fnatic did find one, they would at the very least burn a flash.
Soaz already used his slingshot. They go into the brush with that cooldown there. An instant cleanse on the grasping root. It's going to be a lot of damage. One or few more hits. Cyanide's going to try to grab the aggro, but it goes to Peke. Forced the flash already. That's going to be big for White mid lane, but it continues.
Oh, no. Continuing around the backside. Lookie's going to come in. He gets down to Soaz. Lookie may go down from this one. Is there going to be no hit? Yellow Star's in trouble. He's going to go down. Pusher's going to go down.
My gosh.
It's a double. It's a triple. It's disaster for Fnatic at level 1.
When Fnatic decided to dive the turret for Uzi, everyone needed to follow through. They got caught halfway through. Soaz started tanking the turret, but guess what? There's still a bunch of Royal people in the jungle closing in on the rest of Fnatic. 2 went one way, 3 went the other, and the fact that 3 people of Fnatic ran into a team on Royal was absolute disaster.
With the flashes down, everything that comes of this, it means Royal has advantage on the lanes to look for the kills. They even probably have enough time to back and put purchases in here, starting with a Doran's Ring. Peke is going to get himself some help, but he's also against Whites' Doran, and 2 assists there.
So in the laning phase, at least, because the kills were so delayed for Royal, they haven't bought significant items yet out of this one. The only big significant purchase was actually Peke's Crystalline Flask on top of whatever he's gotten early, and the Spirit Stone from Lucky.
1,000 gold lead already for Royal Gaming, just 3 minutes into this game, coming into lane phase. We did see the defensive ball being picked up by Whites there, actually using it to save Lucky's life, but that jungler having 2-0-1 start will be immense on that Elise. We saw him in the last game, how strong he can be in terms of coming in, ganking potential, helping out that top lane with Godlike. That's going to surely cause problems for Soaz in the top lane.
It's going to play on the mentality. You go into a game and you're thinking, when is that first hit going to chip off the block? When are we going to be behind a little bit? And if it happens at 2 minutes, it weighs on your mind the entire time. We've seen teams win a game and still be stressed at the end. This would be one of those. Uzi taking some big damage, but they don't fully aggress.
Fnatic already completely put on their back foot, and as we said, no teleports to try and recover here. Lucky trying to take those 2 kills and aggressively counter jungle Fnatic Cyanide. He's taken his race an inch away from where the red buff is being taken down as well.
And already in the top lane, Godlike, he's farming between the lanes. Soaz is already feeling the pinch of that very first assault. Of course, remember, there's no passive available. That went down, Cell Division was used already, so he's got a timer on that one, and Soaz is going to be really careful. Meanwhile, just off to the right of the screen, we see Cyanide and Lucky fighting over the Golem. Soaz is thinking of going aggressive here. Dodges out, they're going to go in aggressive.
A little bit of missed damage there. Lucky very low, does not have the repel in time. Whites is also fighting Peke in middle. Back and forth, the Ignites go down, the damage is upped, but they will not find the kill on each other.
The fact that the double buffs there were transferred back to Cyanide is huge. Lucky pressed his luck a little too long there, trying to get in between the double golems. That time he landed his Q Soaz comboed, and Godlike was not in the right position because the top lane wave was in the wrong spot, and effectively, Lucky just got bursted down before Godlike could react.
Potentially a little bit of over-aggression from Royal. Maybe the first time we've seen that one. Pushu and Yellowstar under pressure in that bottom lane. And again, Whites is going to be the target, forced to flash away this time. And he will avoid it, but summon a spell burn.
A good aggression there, and Cyanide actually kind of curbing what he usually does in that farm and ganking a bit for Aatrox here. Peke was very low though. They may try to reactivate that gank, but it does not work out as Fnatic wary.
Cyanide absolutely helping out 2 of his solo lanes very early on in the game, something that he was not able to do successfully in the last one. I really like that Aatrox pick, capitalizing on Lucky's aggression.
Look at this bottom lane though, the pressure being applied. 34 to 20 CS already between Uzi and Pushu. Big advantage there. Whites 43 to 18 in this mid lane. White is dominating Peke once again in terms of farm.
You see Uzi taking those hits left and right. Few grasping roots here. Said it in the early game. They're just going to be able to heal that up with Sona already pushing down hard. 45 to 18 in that mid lane, but he has back for his second ring. So Peke may be able to make a play as he's going to be hitting 6 here within the next few minutes.
Something Tabe actually did in this bottom lane as well is he got a multitude of mana potions early on in the game. And Sona's healing is generally gated by mana more than anything else, so that means that Uzi and Tabe can be more aggressive and take more hits.
Ooh, Cyanide looking for a little bit too much there, and he gets pushed off of the front door.
Yeah, Soaz is pushed that lane up, but again, it's Lucky and Godlike feeling the pinch, pushing around, taking away everything from the jungle of Cyanide. And Cyanide, while he's been trying to be as aggressive as he can, he is getting caught out. They're going to go in though. There's going to be Let's Bounce going down. Ultimate on towards Godlike. Hasn't hit 6 yet. And of course the Bloodwell not available because he's Renekton.
Just great timing right there by Fnatic. Renekton doesn't have the Bloodwell. Tricks on you right there. Soaz able to hit 6 first, capitalize, and this solo lane comeback by Soaz is really huge because we look at Peke in the mid lane. He's dying to White, seemingly 26 to 52, and it's all about Soaz and Cyanide right now.
Deja vu here on the other side of the map. This was just Cyanide being pushed out of that double golems area. Now we get it down onto the side of Royal, and they're having a bit trouble behind the turret. We see 2 in the top lane, still going strong. The aggression in mid still coming from Whites, but he's taking damage in those trades.
Well, let's see how that aggression works out from Cyanide. Hasn't gone back to buy yet, just about popping back. We'll see what he comes out with. Will it be a second Dorans? Will he continue the aggression? We do see Whites heading in towards his bottom lane. The bottom lane itself has been pushed heavily. They're going to go aggressive on Pushu. He's going to have to get away from this one. Grasping Roots does come out, stops Uzi in his tracks, but that 3v1 dive, he's coming.
Yeah, this bottom lane is not going well whatsoever for Fnatic. Pushu is a level behind both Uzi and Tabe, and that just pushed him straight back. Even though the last pick was Zyra, Royal knew exactly the lane they were going to be going up against, because as soon as Fnatic picked Ashe, Royal knew that it would be comboed with Zyra, and that Sona Ezreal pick is a direct choice by Royal to go against, and it is paying off. 65 to 25. That is not even close.
And Pushu is usually somebody that comes up for his team and makes plays. You can see he has 1,600 gold right now to the 2,300 of Uzi, and Pushu's going utility on this one. Uzi getting pretty hurt, and there it is, the final attack from Cyanide. The Ignite goes down, and he actually runs off with that summoner spell.
Wow.
That was a very big surprise for Uzi. He had his flash up, and he decided to not go away. I don't think he expected Cyanide to be level 6, or he underestimated his burst potential, because he's actually played against Aatrox before. Royal is an Aatrox team occasionally. That is just a great play by Cyanide and a rare misplay from Uzi.
So Dragon gonna pick top here, and you know, it's the fact that Cyanide went back, got those boots of mobility, the double Dorans. We talked about what he was gonna build into. He's gone for the aggression, and it's paid off right there. 3-0 right now. Cyanide, that's the Dragon for Fnatic.
After a disastrous opening when Fnatic gave up 3 kills, they have played nearly flawlessly throughout the rest of this. Even though they're losing in the laning phase, this is the game where Cyanide is stepping up. As you said, the boots of mobility are allowing him to make it into positions faster. Cyanide was in the right positions last game, he just wasn't making the plays on Lee Sin. He's making the plays this game on Aatrox, and it's a big reason Fnatic has been able to pull themselves back to an even game.
Krepo was kind of talking about that on the analyst desk. These junglers fast, going for the early speed, that movement around the jungle play style instead of auras for the team, helping yourself out. Although Crumbs also said in his interview the auras are there in the late game. So the junglers are really taking a bigger role in this tournament than before.
Speaking of junglers, we see again Lucky on that red buff, stole it away from Cyanide. So while Cyanide maybe being the aggressive one, he is having his jungle stolen away from him. But we've got to talk about the farm because that is a devastating differential in that bottom lane. Uzi at 80 CS to Pushu's 33. That is monstrous.
Yeah, that is a problem. And now that the turret has gone down, how is Fnatic going to deal with Uzi and Tabe roaming around the map? Royal is a team that loves to just appear with 4 or 5 people and brute force down turrets. Uzi has the freedom to do that as well because he doesn't even have to worry about Pushu catching up and farm.
Yeah, we see that Pushu right now trying to be full utility. 3 Dorans in his build. Cyanide going quite hard onto Lucky. He finds him in the jungle. Will the Spider be able to get out on this one? Peke picks himself up. A nice kill. The assists go around. The crescendo coming out onto Peke, and they may be able to get the shockwave.
I'm not sure it's the right choice because Soaz has joined the party. Tabe's going to go down. It's feeding Peke kills. He's going to dodge out of this one. Can he get the third? No, he won't. It will go to Soaz. Bloodbath is available for Cyanide. Uzi's in trouble. He's going to have to arcade shift away from the arrow, and he will get out there, but that was another good fight for Fnatic.
And this just pulls the game even closer. It is Royal over farming and Fnatic over fighting right now. You can see Cyanide time the Lucky coming back down. Whites was waiting to find the right shockwave, and Peke in the crescendo, Whites didn't have his cooldowns to get the ball in position for that in time, which is why Peke was able to dodge away from it. And this is actually a little bit of greed right here from Peke. He shouldn't have went back in. He wanted to get more kills for himself since he is the carry. It cost him his life.
And then over the wall. Uzi makes himself safe. So we have Godlike pressuring the turret after that. It did cause some commotion on the map, so we're going to see top lane getting pressured there. A good movement by Royal. They will grab a bit of that gold lead. It's only 600 right now. Last game, it was about 10,000 within the next 9 minutes of the game.
Well, it swung back and forward. It's been 1,000 to Royal, 1,000 back to Fnatic. Now we're heading back towards 1,000 to Royal because while that was all happening, Godlike stayed in the top lane, pushed down that turret, got themselves the second turret of the game. As of yet, Fnatic yet to get close to touching those turrets.
And there is an unrelenting farm advantage from Royal right now. 109 and 106 if we look at Whites and Uzi to just 78 and an abysmal 53 from Pushu's Ashe right now. Only the kills that are created by Cyanide and Fnatic's attempt to almost punish Royal for being so aggressive in their way of getting farmed is keeping Fnatic in this game. The lane problem that Fnatic had last game is not really being solved. They're barely keeping themselves in this one because Cyanide has been so impactful.
And he is 51 at 36 CS, but he still comes out of the jungle. A great shockwave pulls him back, but it's Peke. The arrow flies across, and it gets the kill onto Tabe. They look for Whites. They take him down as well. And another 2 now for nothing. Last one was a 3 for 1.
These are the picks that Fnatic put into their team composition. That is why they had Ashe and Ahri, because they can find the right team fights, and it is absolutely keeping them in this game.
Well, we talked about the difference between Orianna and Ahri, the picks, how it was going to work out. In terms of farm, don't get me wrong, Whites is staying miles ahead, but Peke is getting going, and that is a danger sign for Royal Club right now.
They will be able to create their pick soon. They have taken back the gold lead, D-Man, as you're saying, it's swaying back and forth, and it's doing it every minute of the game. Ooh. Another noodle fight in the top here by Soaz and Godlike. Neither of these guys are taking each other down.
But this time, Soaz has the level advantage on Godlike. It's a reversal of what we saw in the last match. The fact that Soaz is able to push Godlike in means Godlike can't roam around with the rest of Royal to create 5v4 team fights like he loves to do on Renekton so much.
So let's have a look. I mean, let's not get wrong. Pushu is still being absolutely massacred in this bottom lane. It's not even close. To be at a double the CS at 120 to 62 is still enormous. And we know that Uzi is Royal's carry effectively. But if Baker can get going, which he is, Deathfire Grasp will be out soon. If he can land that charm on Uzi, he will go down very quickly.
We can actually see Pushu and Yellowstar just a few seconds ago, that True Shot Barrage passing through their 2-man Fnatic rush try. They try to get their own gank in. You can see them. They are trying to make moves. Like Ocelot said, the one thing I've learned from this tournament is you have to be able to make moves and go in when you even think it's wrong.
Well, at this point, Fnatic can't make any mistakes because even though they're out-killing Royal, Royal is the ones with excessive farm advantages. So if Royal gets any kills back, they're going to close out a lot of large bounties from Fnatic and jump even farther ahead. knowing that Uzi has cleanse on Ezreal right now, there's no good way for Fnatic to actually lock them down. They're trying to catch them, so Fnatic actually has to kill everyone else but Uzi, because I don't think he's a realistic focused target, and if Uzi gets too far ahead, he's going to crush Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic grouping up for this one, but Royal Club are ready this time around. Soaz was looking around the side, maybe they think it coming in. Royal going for that full 5-man defense. Dragon up in 2 seconds time. This could be our first big battle.
Everyone has roamed down at this point. There is a pretty big edge here. Soaz is level 11, whereas Godlike is level 10. So
steal.
And that is also very huge. Having double blue buff on Royal gives them a lot of extra cooldown in this fight, which is bound to happen. Sign at the very least will go for a steal.
I'm watching for the shockwave on this one. Where's the... Oh no, he missed the shock! They go for Cyanide! They keep going down. Whites is all over him. The Dragon has not yet gone down, but he's dealing some DPS. Godlike finds the hit, but they continue the fight.
They continue to go round, and Soaz round the backside gets down Uzi. This could be an ace for Fnatic. They're closing on towards Whites. Tabe is there as well. There's no Dragon, so they're going to keep on pushing this one. Tabe is going to get slowed down. The Elastic Sting Shot, the red buff, doing its work. Who are they going to give the kill to? They need to give it to Pushu. He needs to get fed. They get him. Ari, meanwhile, he's chasing. Peke is on to Whites. Whites finally backs away. It's a 4-for-1 exchange. Dragon did go across. I'll tell a lie. It didn't even get touched.
It ran right back to its pit because the fight just distracted from it. Fnatic got the good fight there because Soaz was level 11, 2 Godlikes level 10. Fnatic was stronger overall in fights, and Uzi wasn't an issue. Because the charm landed early on Uzi, it took him out of the fight. And then Whites, with a huge mistake on Orianna, did not combo on any of Fnatic's dives. Fnatic spread out very well in that fight, so even if Whites would have landed the shockwave, it only would have been on one person. And then the repetitive dive from Soaz was able to finish off Uzi in the very end. Fnatic did everything right in this fight and really chased Royal down. It punished Royal for having so much focus on Orianna, and the rest of Fnatic just chased down.
That Orianna ball, especially with 3 members of Fnatic able to jump out the delivery system, has to be on a person. It can't be a skill shot ultimate. I'm sure Whites has got that in his mind for the next fight. At 13-5, finally, a bit of a more than 1,000 gold lead coming in here for Fnatic. 16 minutes in. 4 minutes from now, Royal took Baron last game. It's a completely different game.
And talking about gold, you know, Uzi has got that farm, 150 CS, but he's 0-3-1. Meanwhile, you look at it, it's only, what, 600 gold difference between Pushu, despite the fact he had that enormous CS advantage still, because he's 2-1-4, because they started feeding him those kills in that fight.
And I really have to credit a lot to Soaz's Zac in this game. He's 2 levels ahead of Godlike, and 1,500 gold ahead, as well as wearing these double buffs. He's the thing that is in the way and effectively blocking a lot of Uzi's Mystic shots to shut him down in these team fights. He's the second diver that is helping the rest of Fnatic come and win a lot of these fights, as they have been up 13-5.
It's like Fnatic's getting pinched into their own mid. This is being forced in. The crescendo comes out. The shockwave hits, and they obliterate Peke down. The Vero comes across. Oh, it splits the uprights, and they're not able to get anything out of it. They continue into the turret.
This is not a good fight for Fnatic. They're going to have to back away from this one. That's 2 kills down now. And you called it right at the start. They simply locked them up. Aggressive play coming out from Tabe with that flash crescendo.
Pushu trying to catch up on farm there, and Royal does not care about people in turrets. If they have more than you, they will dive the turret, and that is Royal execution. They're going to keep pushing this.
This is big for them. We saw this happen in the SKT game. Can they go all the way to the inhibitor here with a quick push? They have 1 second on Peke. He does have home guards. He grabs those quite early. He'll be able to help defend on the inhibitor.
Wow, so 2 towers picked up from Royal. We talked about the aggression. I was mentioning it in game 1. Even when they were 10k lead, they weren't going diving. Now they're even on gold. They're just getting straight in there. They know how to get back in this game.
It's the way they get back into games, is they group up as 5 and they force fights. And even though Fnatic was spread out, Peke might get a little bit of revenge as well. Even though Fnatic was spread out in that last fight, Whites used his shockwave on 1 and then finished off Peke. I guess it was worth it, because if you don't finish off Peke, he's going to just go and kill you.
So, I'm interested who got the actual shutdown gold there. I think it was Whites, because there was a lot of people. There was Cyanide, who had barely been touched. Peke was barely been touched, and both of them went down in that fight. There was a lot of gold transferred across the Royal. We do see Fnatic taking their first turret of the game in that mid lane.
Uzi is the one who got Soaz's killing spree in the last fight, which is fairly large for him, the only kill of the game that he's been able to pick up. And despite Uzi's giant farm advantage, he's been held back. Fnatic looking for fights.
They are doing the pick game. Here it comes once again. Godlike looking to get himself out of this one. Feels like he can waltz it out. Tabe's there to help, but Tabe might have gotten himself into the I think I can situation. They have to throw down Dominus, and they walk out of this.
And now all of Royal is trying to put up a counterattack, but their big tank in Renekton is gone, which means if Pushu lands an arrow, there is no real defense to stop the rest of Fnatic coming in.
Fnatic are looking to create a situation. Of course, that top turret could be the focus, but where are Royal going? Are they going to try and transfer this one? Pushu and Soaz heading towards that top. They need to shove this wave in. They need to start getting those turrets, more importantly, because they are slowly but surely, despite they're winning the guerrilla warfare at 15-8, they are starting to be pushed into their own base.
And it is very rare that the team that gets substantially out-farmed, as we've seen Uzi over Pushu and Whites over Xpeke, and destroyed on turrets, at one point it was 4 turrets to 1, has a chance, even the slightest of hopes of winning. It's only because Fnatic has forced so many good team fights that they've been able to stay in this game. But the trend is still in the favor of Royal because they have the ability to take more map control. As soon as they get any shutdown bonuses, they can crush back. And there's a reason that they were able to have so much lane dominance and push in. It's because generally their champions are stronger when they're fighting.
And right now, a fight win means so much more. So much more of the map is open. Fnatic, semi-lanes push, they win a fight, and we see them backing. We don't see them pushing turrets or anything. Not really gaining too much advantages off of what they have, but they have, again, grabbed back the gold lead that has swayed a handful of times already, and it still will.
And, you know, talking about that gold lead, the advantage the AD carries had. Because Uzi had such a dominant lane, he's now got himself a Triforce and a Last Whisper. Because Pushu was in so much trouble, he had to get that triple Doran's Blade. Now he's finally completed the Infinity Edge. But he's behind in builds.
Way behind. Pushu is pretty much just his Ash Arrow and a little bit of backline support. That's okay for Fnatic because they are a solo lane focused team. It just pushes more onto Soaz and Peke. I like the fact that Soaz went with Mercury Treads on Zac and the Haunting guys. So he gets the magic penetration, but he still has the tenacity to move through the team fights. It's something that during previous rounds of World Championships, Zax did not do. Fnatic, though, looking for a fight.
Dangerous situation, though. Soaz is not with them yet. He's coming in very late into this fight, and if Royal had have gone for it, if they'd had vision, they're going to pull the shockwave.
They crush it down, the crescendo follows after, one after the other. They get the consecutive crowd control, and it is going to be a first kill coming up quick. Cyanide Yellow Star are down, but Tabe follows quickly. They still go on to Soaz, but he is going to be able to run this one out for his team. Back to the fight, and it's Peke getting a kill for himself. No, Pushu picks that up. Peke's on the Ignite. The charm goes out, and he lives.
Absolute crazy aggression coming out from this one. Pushu with the Ignite. He saves himself with the barrier just off the side there. Soaz gets a kill down. Lucky comes back in. Back and forward action. It was a 4-for-3 fight though, and it actually went in favor of Fnatic just.
And that's the perfect explanation of how this entire game is going right now. Let's take a look at how this happened. The Shockwave comboed with Tabe's Crescendo seemed to wipe out Fnatic, but that was only their support and their jungle, plus Silent had his revive passive up, so it meant Fnatic could still launch a counterattack, and this is how far ahead Soaz is. While Godlike is dying to Peke and Pushu, Soaz is taking on 2.5 people of Royal. Uzi actually gives up on Soaz and then rushes for Peke. Peke surprised Uzi a bit by flashing with his Spirit Rush, and then Pushu was far enough back that he could counter onto Uzi once he came in. Soaz, the monster that he is, finished off another kill, and Lucky finally ate up the pieces at the end.
And look at this, we're back at it again. The dragon is up, everybody settles themselves, and it seems that we're going to have another party in the Dragon Pit. The rest of Fnatic starting to position themselves as our Royal.
And Fnatic actually needs this fight to happen in about 15 seconds. They need Zac's ultimate to be up, because right now Royal has Shockwave and Reduction Ult. If Royal fought right now, they would have an edge.
They throw the True Shot Barrage through. Not too much is going to be followed up. It's the arrow to Godlike.
The arrow onto Godlike. Will it be the right focus? Lucky's taken low at the side there. We also see Fnatic peeling off. They know Let's Bounce is still not available, which is why they're trying to delay this fight as much as possible.
Tabe Crescendo not going to be up for this fight, and you can see the hesitation coming into the battle.
Whoa!
Another missed Shockwave by Whites.
They're going to try and catch on. Cyanide doesn't land that slow, and everybody disengages ever so slowly.
Everybody calm down here. There's nothing happening. Let's Bounce is up, but nobody wants to party with Soaz at this point. That's why Royal was flying away right now. And because of that, Royal's trying to take a little bit of Baron control. But guys, this game is ridiculously close.
6-8, 30,600. Wow, that's not a number. 37,000 gold to 35,000 gold. Those are real numbers. Let's work with those. We can see Soaz completely changing his game around. For that last game, it was like, wow, the mechanical skill in each lane is just far surpassing, but not the story coming into this one. Everybody's matched up or beat their lane now on Fnatic.
And the reliance for Uzi right now, he's only still at 146. He's not getting those kills. They are going to Whites, and 4-1-6 Pushu, despite how badly he did in lane, he's still being given the kills. We saw that great play just up towards the end of that fight, the barrier saving him from the ignite, and just about holding on in there. And still, 19-11, Fnatic holding on with their kill score. They still can't get towers down. Every time they hit this fight, there's nothing left to push a tower.
And Peke's Ahri build is actually a little bit odd. He just now finished a DFG, but that was after having a Seeker's Arm Guard. He's making sure to build a little bit of defensive itemization because he knows how quickly Uzi and Whites are willing to trade damage back on him and how quick-fingered Tabe is with those crescendos. So if Peke gets caught in one, he doesn't want to instantly die, and I think that's actually one of the things that's allowed Peke to stick around in some of these fights. Like that last 4-for-3 we had, he was at a sliver when Uzi was chasing him down.
He's definitely keeping his mind on how can I get kills. And in fact, I think he got the return on investment. As soon as he bought those home guards after the mid fight we saw, he got that kill on Whites in mid instantly. So he knows what he needs to be doing from step to step, setting the chess pieces in place. But right now, 4 turrets down, vision lost on the side of Fnatic with a gold lead. Means they definitely are on the edge of going in the same way of last game.
And there's a bunch of loaded gold that's willing to swing just based on the results of the next team fight. So if Fnatic wins a decisive team fight, since the turrets are so non-destructed right now on Royal's side, Fnatic would get thousands of global gold right after a team fight. But if Royal wins a decisive team fight, since they've already taken the turrets, it's actually kill bounties that Fnatic have accumulated. This game is actually going to swing or break, probably with the first next fight.
Check the pressure once again. Fnatic with the Cyanide and Pushu.
Look at just good.
Cyanide, he really
Everybody's
about
holding
it.
their breath.
I think they know they were there though. They were trying to push the top lane again. They're trying to get the towers down, but every time they do it, Royal just find the pressure point and they're going to catch on Tabe.
Oh, and missed the grasping root. They throw up the Stranglethorn. No, they could go in. The True Shepherd coming through the fight. Tabe down. Can they continue to go? Cyanide's about to come up and Lucky's going down.
Godlike's trying to take all that front damage tower. He does get Cyanide down. So far, it's just a 1-for-1. Pushu and Uzi going at it right now. Lucky's going to have to back away from this fight. It's Uzi trying to pin the damage down. Everybody, once again, steps away from the fight. Just 1 kill apiece.
And these fights are so close. Soaz and Cyanide are basically sacrificing themselves just to push back Uzi from the rest of Fnatic squishies. But Godlike is doing the same thing on Renekton. Full tank right now. He's not even building a Sunfire Cave because Royal's only objective right now is keep people away from Whites and Uzi. It's one of the big reasons these fights are so low kill, at least that last one.
Are they triple pushing right now, trying to get all these lanes up? Zyra in the top lane, Yellowstar doing what he can with plants. They're trying to get everything in their advantage.
Yeah, that top lane, they've tried 3 times to go up there to push it out. Finally, Pushu is like, right, okay, I'm going to go in the bottom. I'm going to get the farm here. And Yellowstar's like, well, I used to be an AD carry. I can push a lane.
Yeah, but with all that being considered, it's actually Royal who always has the upper hand around the Baron Pit. It is denying Fnatic vision, and since Pushu was off to the side, this is a dangerous opportunity. 50-50 once again. Can Cyanide jump in and steal it?
The arrow is not up. There's the Hawk shot to give him vision. Tabe very low. It does not get stolen. Cyanide forced to flash out, but the slice and dice follows, and they may back off on this one.
That was the Baron for the Royal Club, though. Are we going to see Soaz going in? He hasn't got Let's Bounce. There's going to be the ignite. So they get the arrow catches on towards Whites. The damage on towards Lucky. Can they get any picks off here? Godlike's still in there, locking down Peke. They're going to try and turn the damage. The rest of Royal Club trying to come around.
And Uzi is going to be a huge factor in this fight. He puts himself in the front, cleanses off the damage. The Baron buff is ticking on Royal, and they are going to head Fnatic into their own base.
Soaz, of course, he has got Flash available, but he didn't have Let's Bounce available throughout that entire fight. Peke did go down to Uzi again. The goal heading back towards that AD carry could be vital.
Another crazy aggressive call right there by Royal. Lucky smites absolute faith in himself, but it's just a 50-50. Royal does not care, and now with the Baron and a 5v4, they're getting an inhibitor.
Deja vu for Royal. They are coming in very strong, very early in this best of 5. They seemingly win every lane to come in strong, and Pushu gets crescendoed.
We see a dancing Ash, but is it going to be enough? So as his Let's Bounce is now available, Tabe is going to get locked down. He's catching the rest of the team. There's going to be a lockup on Lucky. We're going to see the catch on towards him. Soaz still not in there. Peke will be up in 1 second time, but it is Uzi cleaning up right now. Here comes the home guard Peke. Can he get the damage down to the right target? No. Uzi's going to turn it back onto him.
Can he get to the fountain? Uzi's still chasing, and the Baron Buff's going to keep him strong.
And Royal, as they do with Baron Buff, trying to take down Nexus turrets.
One turret goes down. Now, yes, they do get it. Uzi's up in the front. He's low on mana. Royal is looking to end this game now.
Wow, just what a turnaround right here. The Shockwave pulls
That's it.
in. They get the kill. They get the Nexus. And Royal Club go 2-0. Can you believe it? The plays the Royal Club just made.
What a ridiculous ending from Royal Club there. It only took one call for them to rush the Baron, as we saw in the quarterfinals. Once they got it, one at a time, they systematically pushed down Fnatic's turrets. They had 4-1 before the Baron, and they just ran that mid lane down. Fnatic could not respond.
And what a crazy game. You remember the 3-1 fight at the very start of the game. 3-1 Royal Club took the advantage. Fnatic fight themselves back into it, but God, what a play by Royal Club there. You called it a ballsy move to go for the Baron, but damn, they just pushed all the way up that mid lane.
Yeah, we know that Royal's not afraid of taking risks. Sometimes it doesn't work out for them, but when it does, because they take them so often, they know exactly how to capitalize on that one. They're now one game away from a berth in the finals.
And we have seen Fnatic coming back stronger in these games. The first game they were down. They could not come back. That game they were down, and they brought it back to even, but still Royal had it in their minds. They knew they were doing Baron early. They knew they were going to get that fake in, and they knew they were going to be able to win it. Can they do it this time? Does Fnatic show something that they usually kind of get under your skin with?
Well, again, we didn't see Soaz on an Assassin, but this time around, it worked very well from Unzak, and he was up against Godlikes.
Yeah.
Renekton, who is famed throughout China, so there's a lot of pluses and minuses. The big minus, though, it's got to be that bottom lane.
Yes.
Uzi dominated Pushu.
It's absolutely the laning right now for Fnatic. They can't lose lanes like this and expect to win 3 games in a row, which is what they're up against right now. It's strange, too, because Fnatic has laned so well so far in the World Championships. It is just Royal picking for the lanes and then Fnatic not being able to pull off all of their picks. They got a couple of them this game, but because they had lost the lanes so badly, it didn't actually give them a lead. It only kept them even, and as soon as they lost one fight, the game was over.
All right, now let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk for a look at the plays that Royal made to win Game 2.
Thank you very much, Riv, and what a game from Royal. Fnatic, they had a glimmer of hope in the mid-game. They were able to find picks, were able to make some plays happen, but you know, at the end of the day, Royal just built up too much of a lead too early on. We'll get to some of the game-changing moments a little later. Let's start this one off with picks and bans. Double revive passives coming out for Fnatic. It's something we've seen, I think, actually more from the Euro teams than anyone else. Let's start this one with Monty first.
I mean, I really liked Fnatic's composition here, especially because they didn't ban Renekton in this game, and they could assume that it was going to be coming in on Royal's side, considering how much Godlike favors that champion. And when you have champions like Ashe and Zyra, Aatrox and Zac, you can kite that Renekton really well and make sure he never deals a lot of damage to you with his ultimate. And we saw that coming in throughout the game. I think what was kind of disappointing to me here was actually Ahri from Xpeke, because typically we see him using a teleport Ahri, but if you use the Ignite Ahri, you really need to go for that burst. And while Peke has a lot of success with Athene's teleport Ahri, I would have much rather seen that DFG first. And by the end of the game, he had DFG, but he just wasn't even using it in team fights.
Yeah, and another weird thing about Peke's Ahri is, well, I think next game he's either going to ban or take Orianna away from White, because this is the second time he's gotten crushed in lane by White, to be quite honest. And the thing is, he even got First Blood, so I would expect him to win lane with First Blood. Another thing is that Ori and Ezreal are both champions that do really well in extended fights, and when you pick double revive passive, you're looking for an extended fight. You're going to die, then you're going to come back, and the fight is going to last a really long time. Against Renekton, who's going to get constant Fury gain, Orianna, who's going to get a bunch of shields off, and Ezreal is just going to kite forever, it's actually not that great against Royal's team comp.
So talk to me a little bit now about the actual gameplay that took place during the course of this matchup. You know, we've seen that 3v1, or the 3-4-1 at the level 1 tower dive, which backfired so badly for Fnatic. Cyanide then just decided to turn it on. He dove all over the map. He managed to secure kill after kill after kill. And I know, Krepo, you felt quite strongly about Cyanide's early game performance on Aatrox.
There's so many good things for Fnatic, though, coming in early. They weren't afraid to make an aggressive play. They went under a tower, which shows they're not afraid to make plays. They got an early deficit, and then Cyanide still push it up. He really went top lane and he understands the damage output of Aatrox so well. So many times we see an Aatrox jungle and we're like, meh, what does he actually do? Like, doesn't do much. Cyanide, he really understands that champion. Goes for the early 2v2 skirmishes, which he always wins. Then in the mid-game team fights, you know, the Dragon fight where Fnatic turned it around, that was Cyanide jumping in the backline, zoning, and dying consequently to Orianna and Ezreal. But due to the revive, as we said earlier, he basically drew aggro for twice his lifespan, allowing Soaz to come around in the back and kill them, while Fnatic was kiting Renekton, as we pointed out earlier. Zyra, Ashe, and Ahri was just kiting Renekton around. They dealt with their backline. Cyanide, as a jungler, basically did the same as the top laner did for Royal. So that was really, really well played by him.
And early game, yeah, Cyanide turned it on. But I think later in the game, that was the lucky show. This guy needs to change his name to Skillful, because those weren't lucky smites. Those were skillful smites, man. Like, this guy gets into 50-50 Barons twice so far in 2 games. And it's not a 50-50, dude. This guy's actually just really smart with smiting. They always get Baron to around 1,000, 1,100 HP, and they allow Elise to Q smite at the exact moment that she wants it to time it together so that Cyanide can never smite steal.
And I actually have to sort of celebrate a lot of what you're saying in terms of the individual play of the Royal members, because kind of going down the line, right? I know we talked in the pregame about Uzi and how crazy he is and how good he is, but he has straight crushed Pushu twice now in terms of minion kills, in terms of champion kills, and having impact on the game. Secondarily, you again talked about the junglers, and I know we sort of celebrate Cyanide in Europe as being one of the best smiters in the region. He's generally a guy who can make those crazy turnarounds and make those smites, and yet here's Lucky who, as you say, right, it's not luck, it's skill. Twice in a row has taken those, guaranteed those things for his team. And then also, again, down the line, the mid lane, White has twice now just destroyed Peke. And so when you look at a team like Fnatic, they're the Season 1 champions. They've played in this kind of stage before. Nerves shouldn't be getting to them at all. Whereas you look yesterday, both the Korean teams looked a little bit nervous. They weren't playing 100%, but Royal here are playing at 110% when it matters the most.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. We're about to move on to social media, but I know that, Krepa, you had some thoughts on some of the factors of players going on tilt. So do you want to share some of your thoughts here? Because it looks like Fnatic is struggling.
Yeah, definitely. The way they get affected by playing, Soaz is a very emotional player, so I really hope he just calms down again and gets everything together. Because you see, Cyanide's improving. They got information. You have to, in the best of 5, the first 2 games, you have to regard as free information how you go back from it. Because Fnatic technically can easily go 3-0 if they keep playing and not throwing their lead away. They now have to respect the Orianna, as Double have pointed out. They have to put Cyanide on champions he's comfortable with. They have to keep making those plays, keep making those picks. I wouldn't put Pusu on Ashe again because he seemed very hesitant with his arrow. I just hope they don't tilt. Just calm down again and look at this as a new best of 3.
Well, we'll have to see if they can, because it's going to be a best of 3 they have to win all 3 games on. As I mentioned already, we are going to get to the rest of the series in a moment. As the first 2 games of the semi-final, it seems it's already sorted out. It's time to check in and see what you guys had to say about our Twitter question of the day. We asked you, which team have you become a fan of after watching them play at Worlds, and why? And here's what you guys had to say. At Marcus Fails. He says, originally being a Cloud9 fanboy, Fnatic showed me a whole new playstyle I have never seen, landing a spot in my favorites. It might be disappointing you a little here in the semi-final. Freak, what's your thoughts?
I really like the Fnatic playstyle because they're highly aggressive and they create opportunities. That's the one thing I think defines them very well, is that they will just make openings happen. In game 1, they were like, Cyanide, come bottom lane. Well, Solar Flare, and we're just all going to jump onto Uzi and Tabe, and we'll just get kills. It'll work, trust me. And they decide to start things out. This game as well, game 2, just let's throw an Ashe Hour out there. Let's just try to dive in there. They just create openings, and it just tends to work for them.
The funny thing about this game is, though, even though Fnatic lost, the score was 21-18 in Fnatic's favor. So they really value kills, and they know how to make plays.
Yeah, that's the truth. Right, at Dr. Win, he says, how can anyone not be a fan of Mineski after Worlds? Their fantastic attitude, even when losing, has won my support. The crowd here seems to like them.
I mean, and personally, too, I had a lot of conversations with the Mineski guys, and they are just as likable off stage as on stage. They were so happy to be here, so happy for the opportunity, so happy to be able to play these other teams. Really awesome team.
Yeah, similar with Gaming Gear as well in the other group. They just had smiles all day long. I think they had realistic expectations and came in just to learn, adapt, and basically sponge up everything from the Worlds. All right, at Dennis Upton, he says, I have become a huge fan of SKT T1 after watching Worlds. Faker's play and Bengi's jungle are amazing to watch. And I think I would agree with that. We've seen them demonstrating it yesterday in the semi-finals. Not necessarily things Faker does to his epic level, but he did well.
Coming to this tournament, I wasn't entirely sold on the Faker hype train. A certain analyst on his desk was presenting, and then he played his Gragas against Orianna, and I was completely shut up. Like he turned everything, every single play, he turned it around. Like any other Gragas would have knocked the Orianna away. No, Faker's like, I'll knock you into my tower and I'll meet you halfway.
And it's important to note as well, even in the semifinals, that not all those games were the 110% Faker level. He wasn't the best mid laner in the world for all those games, but the rest of his team showed up extremely well. You had Impact carry some of those games. You had the bottom lane carry most of them, basically. And the whole SKT line has been really impressive so far.
Yeah, it's the truth. All right, we got one more tweet here from @Matless_Young. He says that Royal Club, Tabe's game-changing 3-man stuns and exceptional sportsmanship definitely made me a fan. I have to admit, I loved his interview, I loved their play, and I fell in love listening to him singing.
Tabe actually reminds me kind of Pumandu 2.0 because they both die consistently in lane like every game, and I'm like, wow, these guys, when I watch laning phase, I'm like, these guys actually misposition really bad, and then they get to team fights and they pull off some amazing stuff, and I'm just like blown away at what you can do on support.
Yeah, that's the truth. All right, guys, keep sending in those tweets. We love to hear what you have to say. We are at LOL Esports, and be sure to use that hashtag Worlds.
Then head over to bit.ly/Worlds Semis and answer a couple of questions like, what do you think about the Off the Rift segments? It's a quick and easy way to help us bring you more of what you want.
All right, with all of that, guys, it is time to take a very quick break. But when we return, it is time for Game 3 between Fnatic and Royal Club. Uzi and crew are just one win away from a Season 3 final showdown with SKT. Plus, CLG's top laner Nian will join us to break down the semi-final matchup. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back after this.
Nice， 走着走着走，我以为他们狐狸没有大了，别怕 ，nice， 一波了。
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. Royal is 2 games up. We'll see if they can close it out or if Fnatic can come back. But first, I am joined by CLG's top laner, Nyantanso. Welcome. Let me ask your opinion on this series. Fnatic, quite favored by the analysts going into this one, yet 2 games down. How do you think the rest will go?
I think Fnatic can definitely still win this game. Both teams are amazing, and it can go either way for the rest of it. So I'm just hoping 3 more games, because I don't want just 3 games. I want the 5 games.
We all do, I think. More League of Legends, always good. Now, if you are in this position, you're a very seasoned player as well. You're 2 games down. You know we have to get back. What do you do at this point?
I'd pull out all the cards, do something really unpredictable, like Vayne top or something. Something crazy. Throw them off their game so you can just win the game.
All right, we'd like to see that with Vayne top as well. I'd also like to ask, you've been following the entire tournament. If you would have been here with CLG as a team, how do you think you guys would have done?
Honestly, we would have gotten crushed with how good we are right now versus pretty much all these teams. Like, 3 of us were learning new roles, and we're all new to the team. So, well, I mean, I'm new to the team. The team's all new together, so we haven't had enough time to fully get or reach our potential. But it's a really common word that CLG and NA teams use, but we do have a lot of potential. We're just 5 really strong players, so I think we can definitely do really good in the international scene next season.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing more of CLG, of course. Thank you very much. As for us, it's time to head back to the casters to get into Game 3.
Thank you very much, Shox. It is time for round 3 in this scheduled 5-round fight between Fnatic and Royal Club. Uzi and crew are looking for the knockout punch here and a spot in the Season 3 title match.
Yeah, and let's be fair, that last game was extremely close, even though for the 2nd game in a row right there, Royal Club dominated the lanes, and the 2nd game in a row, they tried a 50-50 Baron. This one was much more game deciding, and it led to a decisive, quick victory.
Right. Yeah, most people thought that the mid lane was going to be Peke's, but Whites won the first game, and he came up even in game 2, despite that start. It has been a pretty amazing game so far, and now down 2 games to none. We have yet to see the double teleport from Fnatic. We'll see if they get a chance to run the strategy that dominated the group stage and blew away Cloud9 in their 3rd semifinal game of the day.
Fnatic play differently than European teams, yeah. People are not used to play against TP or even double TP at all.
I think teleport is really powerful because you can split push, which is the Fnatic brand.
很久以前也有队伍用过，后来就一直没有人用了。
When you play with teleport, you can play passive. You can't wait for him to make a mistake. You don't have to do any. You just farm, play passive. If he harasses you, you go back, you teleport in lane, and he has no ignite, and you're full HP.
Like normally it's kind of tough to get an advantage, especially in such a competitive game, but with TP it's a bit easier because yeah, you can just put a ward behind them and you can TP in and kill them.
Against us, I think other regions will have a hard time because they are not used to playing against TP, and if they go aggressive once, they might just get triple killed or something, and it might lose them the game.
觉得打他们的双传送战术挺难打的吧？你不能说去想别人打的什么而去针对他，只是说要求自己发挥的东西，把自己的东西打出来，其实就足够了。
And with that, we may be able to see the Fnatic teleport strat coming out. Snoopy, obviously it's going to be all the cards pulled out here, but you can do all the homework you want on it, but it's not as easy to play against.
Yeah, but the one thing we have to realize is the teleport actually puts you at a weaker advantage in the lane 1v1 matchup. And for example, White is dominating Peke in mid lane. Top lane is actually a bit even. Godlike did good in game 1, but Soaz actually did good in game 2. So I think if we're going to step in with Peke picking up teleport this game, I think he's really going to struggle in that mid lane matchup, and it better pay off.
And finally, and really, they haven't allowed them the time to use that teleport strat. The lane phase has simply not last long enough.
We'll see what they have each other in picks and bans. Quick 2 killers coming out on that ban list. Vayne and Annie. We have not seen Annie, and it hasn't changed for Royal. Sanji Cassidy every single time.
Pretty staple bans coming in Royal. They're very comfortable with those bans. They did all 3 games, but now Orianna is left open, and it does. Yep, Fnatic pick Orianna up.
Has
had to happen.
pick Orianna because they've been losing to it twice from Whites, and we know Peke is an extremely strong Orianna. These are actually kind of expected pick bans so far. You know Fnatic was expecting that.
Yep, and again, we see the Renekton at least coming out of Royal. The Renekton actually didn't do as well as we thought would do. Right. Godlike is an amazing Renekton player, world renowned for it, but he didn't actually do that well against so as Zac last game. Elise solid pick by Lucky, he's doing pretty well in it. Although the Aatrox by Cyanide previously did pretty well against Lucky when he caught him out in that top lane, so We'll see if he can pull it off again.
Yeah, Cyanide really stepped up on Aatrox, and it was just the lanes that ended up letting him down a little bit. Fnatic this time, if they can have better control of that mid lane, could allow Cyanide to maybe snowball a bit harder, because Peke did fine in the Zac matchup last game.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting to see what the response is here from White, and it looks like he is going for the Fizz. He's actually, I feel he's calling Peke right here if he locks his Fizz in.
That is interesting.
Oh, defaulting back to Gragas.
I'd say a little too dangerous to be playing Fizz on this one. Possibly, but it's up to Whites. These guys like to pull out what they can when they can, and this is the game they would do it. There has to be a release of pressure here, obviously, for Royal, with this being game point.
Well, one thing you have to realize, like, Orianna does really well against that double revive comp of Aatrox and Zac. Gragas does not do so well, because you let out your burst, but then you don't have that kind of sustained damage and utility that Orianna does have. So I think it would be interesting to see if he actually does pick the Gragas or not. We'll see if it goes.
I would actually be very happy right now if I'm Fnatic, knowing that you have a Lulu with a Corki support, because there's no, since the Vayne is banned, no Vayne hypercarry to worry about. Corki, while he has strong mid game, and that's what Royal excels in, will now be a little more vulnerable to Fnatic lockdown. Fnatic has more of an AoE composition, and White's is more about saving a single target. So I do like Fnatic's picks and bans the most of the 3 games in this one.
I would also like to highlight the fact that Uzi picked up Cleanse against Leona this time. I think it's very integral against that Leona matchup as he picks up the Cleanse. And we also see the Lulu backup to protect the Uzi comp again. Lulu is really, really good at doing that. So it should be the thing is there's less outplaying in this lane, I feel. I feel it's going to be a little more passive than this Ezreal matchup there was before.
We've actually seen in both games different setups in the lanes. We've seen the 2v1 and we've seen the 2v2, and the 2v2 actually worked better coming in for Fnatic. However, they weren't able to win. It was a Lulu lane that they 2v1'd against, so as a Zac, pressuring with Glitter Lance, killing him almost under tower, so maybe Cyanide won't get a chance to be in a different lane.
I think it's very important to note here that this is the fastest pick and ban phase we've also had. These guys flew through the champion select. They knew exactly what they want. I mean, after 2 games against each other, with the last game being the closest of the 3, I do feel like Fnatic, even though it was quick picks and bans, came out on top.
I feel like, especially if we see Fnatic roster right here, outside of their typical Cassidy and Lissandra combos, I think this is one of their most comfortable champion sets to run. Going for the Grags, I'm not entirely sure how this Grag is going to pay off. Hopefully Peke can stand up to White and lane this time. And I think if he does, it's going to be really, it's going to shine out through.
Yeah, and also, that's the 3rd AD carry that Pushu switched to now. Is he just desperate to try and find something that's going to work?
I think it worked out so poorly for him in the last game that at least now, with Varus, he can combo with Leona. We've seen that combination fairly frequently before. It has been strong and worked for him, and I think it was also his most played AD carry during the regular season, and he's going back to comfort when it matters most.
And we have to touch on that, but right now, Snoopy, thank you very much for coming up here in Game 3. I know you want to see a Game 4 coming out, so best of luck there. Right now, we are going to put it into Game 3 for us, and it is going to be a huge one. We will see you back for Game 4. You think so?
Well, I hope so. I hope so. Come on, Fnatic.
So looking at those lanes, we're talking a little about Puju, we're talking about Uzi, we have to talk about mids as well. There's so much time to do it. So let's start in the bottom lane. Talking about Uzi, talking about Puju. With 3 changes in a row, like you just said, we've seen Royal bringing out champions consistently each game. The comfort level has to change.
Yeah, Royal does seem very confident, and their comfort level isn't thrown off too much by this. The teleport strategy not being brought out by Fnatic. I think the discussion we had about them losing lanes means Fnatic's #1 priority is to stop the bleeding there, and then they'll worry about pulling off a teleport strategy. Until then, Fnatic's just got this last chance.
And more importantly, let's see if there's any level 1 engagements, because they have not gone well for Fnatic so far. Royal Club just know how to fight at level 1.
Yeah, I know. In game 1, they ran into each other with 5 people on each team and backed away. Game 2, we saw the 3-for-1 kill. These guys are on a collision course for each other.
And they don't want that brush. They got the ward in that they needed, but Royal will still continue to walk forward.
Can they catch one?
Right here.
On the backside?
Oh, they don't want it. First, the Spider's going to see him. Godlink's going to be hit up.
Who is it they're going for? That's going to be the focus target. Lucky maybe. White's has got the Ignite burning. He's going to get away from that one. Cyanide's passive has been burnt. The Ignite will not get White's down. Yellowstar should be able to lock up his cooldown. We'll be back in a moment. We see the defensive ball on him. But again,
wow,
nobody goes down. Crazy stuff.
There were 3 flashes burned by Royal, 2 Ignites burned by Fnatic, but how do they get away with that? 5 people with Godlike being the first into the brush and not dying. I feel like Royal dodged a bullet there.
And this is huge, considering up to 6 minutes now, you're going to have 3 lanes without flash. Cyanide can have a ball. He changed up that play style, curbed farming in the jungle, and we saw him a lot more in lanes, so it could have a big effect.
Exactly. He's going to have to get very aggressive, but we have to remember last game, one of the things that slingshotted him ahead of Lucky was Lucky's aggression onto Cyanide and Cyanide's ability to then punish that. At this point, actually, Royal is maybe going to play defensively in lanes, which could have the biggest impact of all, because that would mean Pushu may not fall behind as far and farm from Uzi. We do see that 2v2, and we know if Yellowstar gets that Zenith Blade on Atabe, there's no flash to escape.
Well, you say that, but Cyanide's Bloodwell was popped, so he can't go overly aggressive. We'll see how it works out for them in that lane, and as you mentioned, this time around, Pushu cannot get bullied in that lane. You can already see Yellowstar's trying to beat that big man up front, trying to keep him at bay, but Pushu is already taking bursts of damage.
I like what Fnatic has actually done here. We were saying that Soaz had a hard time against this Glitterlance Lulu. All that damage, Peke finding a little bit there, and it was actually Body Slam taken first by Whites here. It's going pretty hard.
Extremely aggressive early laning, even without flash. Body slamming into Peke once he had level 2 is just the risky way that Royal plays League of Legends. They guessed right there, knowing that Cyanide's Bloodwell is down, that he would not be camping at level 2 for a gank, and because Whites was pushing the lane early, he got the harass trade down.
And already, look at this, the top lane. It's starting to happen already, isn't it? 11 to 5 CS, keeping that pressure all the time. Royal just keeps shoving onto the turret.
We know they're shoving, but I'm not willing to call this an advantage yet. It's level 2 to level 2. There's a huge wave stacked up for Pushu to get back into it. Pushu should be able to turtle this one out. I don't think Uzi has taken a big advantage yet because Pushu and Yellowstar still have a lot of health. They haven't taken too much harass.
Right, see, Godlike has his lane pressured in the bottom as well, so with all of these lanes, Cyanide has a bit to think about. Looks like his mind is teetering towards the lower half of the map, but every image of Royal is on a turret of Fnatic on that mini-map right now.
We see Whites and Peke in his mid lane. Whites has that Ignite available, and Peke is well aware of it, sticking off at the side this time around. He's keeping up close this time. Remember, there was no kills at the start, despite the fact for the third game running we've had very aggressive plays from these two teams. No advantage gained. Bloodwell will be back available shortly for Cyanide. It is like a 3-minute cooldown, I believe it is, overall. And we expect to see around about this now, 4-minute mark. He's going to be looking to come to one of those lanes and see where he can help out. Looks like it might be the top.
At least early on as well, Cyanide chose to farm the jungle, whereas Lucky tried his hand at ganking. He was actually up in that top lane rush about 30 seconds ago, thinking that Cyanide would try a gank for Pushu and Yellowstar, because that has been the general gank focus of Cyanide in the first 2 games. But switching it up a little bit, obviously Fnatic with Peke and Orianna, less of an assassin-based team, not really worried about catching the picks early on in the game. And for the first time, they are laning quite evenly right now. 100 gold difference about 5 minutes into the early laning phase.
We've seen the whole time with the aggression and skill that come from Whites and Peke throughout that laning phase, they just do not fight each other. It's either the respect or the knowledge of where to position, but that lane stays safe, and this allows Cyanide and Lucky to kind of hit the outer lanes. We're seeing now soaking up mid-experience, but there is no pressure being relieved here by Royal. They are still at every turret.
Keeping the pressure on, they're going to lock on towards Uzi. Have they got enough to lock him down? Cleanse was already used out there, pushing forced to back away by Tabe. A good trade overall between both teams.
And Tabe actually has his Ignite still. He saved it for that one, whereas Yellowstar's is down. This actually gives Royal a bit of an edge if Yellowstar decides to go in again. I don't know if Yellowstar is going to account for that. Not very frequently do you see a Lulu with Ignite, especially when the AD carry has Cleanse. You're much more likely to see an Exhaust for defensive purposes.
Whoa, Yellowstar just on the outside of that one, holds the Zenith Blade in his pocket, and it looks like they're going to get a little bit of control on that lane. Here's that Sway and CS coming back as Uzi going to have himself back for a purchase, going for that Phage first, but Soaz is taking a little bit of little aggression in the bottom lane.
This is a lane that's impressed me actually from Soaz because, you know, obviously Godlike is famed for this Renekton, and we always wondered what he was going to use to counter it. We've talked about the Jax earlier on getting going in one of the matches before, but so far Soaz, as like game 2, he has put up a really good fight against Godlike, and he was the one that got going in game 2.
Yeah, and Fnatic is very defensively farming right now across all lanes. Godlike has been pushed up beyond the halfway point. Whites just actually used his ultimate in the mid lane to keep Peke pushed back a little bit. And Cyanide hasn't been ganking out of that, but with all of that being considered, the lanes, while they're slightly tiltering in Royal's favor, are not nearly as bad as they were in the previous match.
Not looking good for Godlike. Bad news bears as he goes into this one. It's also going to be Soaz. First Blood's looking to come up on the screen, and they're going to chalk this one up for who? It goes to Cyanide.
And now because there's two people in the top lane and Peke hurts Whites in the mid lane, it's a huge amount of advantages for Fnatic.
Big pressure from Fnatic. That could be the dragon for them. We do see Lucky just lingering to see if he can fancy his chances. His smites have been on point so far, but he doesn't feel that confident up against 4 members of Fnatic.
And right there was just an early preemptive rotation by Fnatic to get back there. And Lucky, he's got to get out of that brush.
He was hatching a ward, and he was about to get taken out. 7 minutes in, a very quick dragon coming from Fnatic, and they are definitely putting their foot down and making a mark early in this game.
Oh, blue buff invade as well coming out from Fnatic here. We see Cyanide in there, Yellowstar's with him, and they're going to try and take that away, but they're going to trade this top turret because Soaz was back away. He may get it back in there just in time. I'm not too sure, though. Uzi's putting damage down.
If we think about it big picture, this top lane turret going down was traded for the first blood gold and the dragon, which if we add up is about 1,600 overall gold for Fnatic, whereas that turret is only 750. As long as Fnatic doesn't run into a similar situation as they did in Game 2, where they lose 3 or 4 turrets before they get one in return, it is a fantastic trade for Fnatic.
That's finally the way they need it to fall in their favor. The kills, then the advantages of structures and moving around to grab map control. 8 minutes in, it's only a 500 gold lead, but that dragon helps him out. Oh, the cocoon locks him up. Lucky gets the safety. Looks like they may re-engage.
Yeah, they are outnumbered, though, in their blue buff right now. No, they're not. Yeah, so Fnatic is the one doing the outnumbering. I was thinking that Yellowstar is far from home. He's actually leaving Pushu alone in the bottom lane against Godlike, which is putting a lot of faith in a little old Varus against a monster Crocodile.
That is Royal. They're trying their best to counter it, trying to get that blue buff back. It wasn't really close enough for Whites. We do still see Lucky. Lucky's lingering just around at the side. They're going to try and come in. He's going to force him to try and smite this one away. Not going to happen. Cyanide does get the other one. Actually, that was Peke that picked up the blue buff, I believe.
No. I believe that Cyanide is the one who smited it away. So it was a successful invade by Lucky, keeping Peke down a little bit. Peke, while he's doing well in lane, is still not outplaying Whites, especially melee versus ranged, also getting his jungle stolen away by the fat man right there. It's not good.
He's in a bad spot. Oh, he flashes the shockwave out. Only have a couple seconds to do that, but he does get that down. This means, though, that Whites has consistently used this flash as it is up, so Cyanide again has a target.
Yeah, the farming still, again, Uzi just starting to edge that lane, but remember Pushu did come away from it. They got that dragon, the global gold is kind of there, and he had a hand in that first blood earlier on, so it's not the end of the world. He hasn't gone for the triple Dorans either this time around, which set him behind so much with Ashe in the previous game. Soaz back in this top lane again. These two guys are monsters when it comes to the team fight.
See what Pushu can do here, trying to keep himself at bay. Finally gets Yellowstar back in that lane, and he starts to show that aggression, trying to bait him into possible bad fight. Tabe stays on the outside, and I think they win that one.
Yeah, Yellowstar is not even level 6, but it seemed like he was baiting for a solar flare. At that point, Pushu just took a ton of free harass, and the lane is getting a little bit out of hand right here. Uzi pulling ahead of Pushu once again.
Oh, a timely ward there from Yellowstar is going to buy him the time to get away from this one. Cocoon is not available. Pushu's still taken low, though. You can see Chain of Corruption having to be used off. Barrier was fired off as well. The rocket's coming out from Uzi, but not quite going to find his home. But look at coming from the back.
Fnatic coming in hard with Aatrox and Orianna.
X-Peke just on the outside. He's still in the wing. They see him. Cyanide goes in for a full pop-up. He gets him. He continues to go. The double kill for Cyanide. Having another great early game on Aatrox. Looking for the triple. He's going to give it over. Oh, and actually the red buff.
He tried.
Trying to be a nice guy.
Even so, 4 kills for Cyanide, and this is Fnatic's counter to Royal's plan. They know Royal's going to be aggressive, so they sit back and then they attack. Notice how this fight is between Fnatic turrets, and they had Royal outnumbered. It was a trap that Royal fell into. It was predictable, and it was executed by Peke and Cyanide.
Crazy, crazy stuff coming out of Fnatic. Managing to counter themselves, getting back in it. While that was all happening, Soaz actually defended out that mid lane turret up against Godlike and Whites as well. So Fnatic doing work once again, taking that early kill lead. But we do see Godlike once again off in that top. They got that turret down earlier on, and now they're starting to put the pressure back on again.
I think the big difference between this game and the last one, as far as Fnatic's lanes are concerned.
Hello.
Hello, Godlike. As far as the lanes are concerned, are actually how passive Fnatic is approaching them. In game 2, Cyanide, you're not going to go back to base, man. Just get out of there.
He's baiting him.
I want to tell a story. No, but really, it's because in Game 2, Fnatic was trading more with Royal instead of only focusing on farm and waiting for traps. When Fnatic is only focusing on farm, the farm differences are much more slight from Royal over top of Fnatic, and allows better traps to be set, because since Fnatic is not allowing themselves to get harassed by Royal, it's almost daring Royal to be ever more aggressive, because that is their natural tendency in games, and Royal is falling for it. That way when Fnatic gets the kills back, they are more meaningful because they're actually pulling ahead in gold.
And like Yellowstar said in the video, the Fnatic brand is pushing as much as possible, and once you get an Aatrox that bad, he is going to be able to crush down turrets, but they got to be careful. That's 4 kills now, and the only 4 onto Cyanide. It's not bad for this early part of the game, but that's 4 assists to Puju, and he's going to need those kills.
Look at the movement on the map though. Royal Club, 4 members coming down towards this bottom lane. Fnatic
they're on that
do
board.
have 3 there, but you can see Peke is a long way away. Soaz is starting to head down, but he's going to be too late. Royal Club are all over this tower.
There's a turret there, but I don't think Royal sees it. They're saying we're going right for the champions as they move into this. Yellowstar on the backside, they're being held off, but Soaz creeping in from the side here, and Peke is very far off, so this could be a long initiated fight, but they're both going to back out with the wards.
Yeah, Royal has very good pink ward control because they fell for one of Fnatic's traps earlier. And Fnatic did rotate the long way around for this one, but they actually didn't lose farm during any of that maneuvering by Royal. So despite the 4-man roam from Royal, the dive was decided against, and that actually favors Fnatic.
So blue buff finally being picked up for Whites. It's his first one actually of this game. And, well, Royal Club, with that dragon available, are all in the river area. Fnatic are close by, but I don't think either of these teams are interested in it just yet. It seems to be towers they're focusing on.
Big level 11 breakpoints right now for the solo laners. Peke is the only solo laner in the game right now to be level 11. Soaz isn't close, Godlike isn't close, and Whites isn't close. So if Fnatic can force this team fight in the next 45 seconds or so and Peke lands a good shockwave, it would be an advantage for Fnatic.
We'll see if they position for it. Right now, everybody is out of the top lane. That definitely spells the dance, D-Man. The wards are down, but right now, that coverage is for Royal.
Soaz just went back and completed that Sunfire Cape. He's going to want to get that Let's Bounce and get up in Royal's face. Not too sure whether they're going to stand around for it, though. You can see all of Royal Club backing away from this one. This may be Fnatic out-positioning Royal and pushing for that Dragon early.
And as far as small item completions go right now, Fnatic is worlds ahead. So it's only a 2,400 gold lead, but because the Sunfire Cape, the Boots of Mobility, Double Dorans, and Spirit of the Ancient Golem on Cyanide, and the Athene's Unholy Grail on Peke are finished, they are worlds stronger than Royal if they catch the right team fight.
Seems like they definitely consider Royal's team fighting ability, though. Being up that much, being up 4 kills, they know they have the gold lead, but they aren't fighting this.
I think they're a little bit scared of Uzi, to say the least. He's 30 minion kills ahead of Pushu, and even though he's just a level 8 Corki, the missile spam, if Fnatic traps themselves in the Dragon Pit, might take them low enough. Specifically against Gragas as well, they could just get blown away.
Just off at the side, Tabe getting caught out there. Cyanide having to back away from this one. He's going to go straight into Uzi. His Bloodwell is available. They will not want that papped. And you can see immediately the defensive ball being used. This may be Fnatic having to give up the Dragon.
Ooh, there's a quick flash in and the stun coming up from Godlike. Soaz is trying to bounce towards Uzi, but he's just taking too much damage. And then is the burst. The Sheen coming out now at 13 minutes for Uzi, doing some big damage, and it looks like Royal takes over Fnatic's jungle.
And the shockwave by Peke did not hit many in that one. That's why Royal seems so healthy right now, but still, everyone's still alive. They're flashing low. Royal forcing right now.
Yellowstar still looking to try and land that ultimate. Actually, I'll tell a lie, he just used it a moment ago. Now that you can see Royal Club, they still want to come in for this. I'm not sure this is a good choice by Fnatic.
They want to steal at the very least.
They're putting that Dragon right out to be smited. It's very low going in. It is going to go to Lucky. They will not continue to engage. They do. They go on to Expeke, but it's not going to be enough. They stop down Godlike. Everybody from Royal is just on the heels of Fnatic, but not enough to kill.
Fnatic teetering on the edge. They are so low on health. They have to run like the wind because you can see Royal coming in for this one. Whites wants to get that barrel in. It's going to be off cooldown in just a couple of seconds.
But how much is Fnatic actually going to lose off this one? They already lost the Dragon. So many of them have to go back to base and shop. Royal is going to push strong up this mid lane.
This turret will be in their eyes. It's going to go down. Minion wave just behind, sitting atop them. Are they backing? Are they waiting to go in? Soaz, you guys have to back.
That would be very aggressive. But the dive comes in. Fnatic from behind.
Oh, Pushu answers the dodge out
there.
They do! He's on the tower. You can see the locking on.
Oh my God.
I do not believe Fnatic just managed to turn that fight on its head from nothing. Lucky getting slowed. Cyanide, he's already got 5 kills. Can he make it 6? He's going to lock on. Slam down. One more shot. They're going to give it Soaz. Good God, what just just happened?
That was Fnatic laying another brilliant trap against Royal. They know Royal is going to dive. There is no way they expected Fnatic to be waiting. They got the flank and they punished again.
Now they're flexing their muscles. The slower player to come in from Yellow Star to even say, Whites, if you come close, you're going down. Cyanide's going to take this one out. They grab a huge lead there, 5,000 gold.
And this is just huge. Look at how White's completely committed to Pushu because he didn't expect 3 people on Fnatic to still be waiting. Look how low Peke and Soaz were. Total surprise attack. Royal thought they were in a 5v2.
Wow.
They were actually in a 5v5, and it burned them.
The balls to make that play when you're 2-0 down with everybody so low on health. You saw Peke's shockwave was up, used it off that side, forced it, Yellow Star got in there. Absolutely crazy, crazy stuff. 8-0 now Fnatic, a 4,000 gold advantage. The first time really they've had such an advantage against Royal Club. What can they do with it? Royal Club right now still continuing to keep that pressure down. The bottom turret being pushed.
And something that's still similar is Uzi started this game dying a fair bit. He's 0-2, but his farm is substantially ahead of Pushu. This game, though, it is a much larger gold lead for Fnatic, and I feel like for the first time in this series, Fnatic's really pulling off their hide-in-the-brush playstyle.
To Pushu's credit, that is a hard ultimate to hit. Trying to go for that Chain of Corruption just to the side, and he misses off. 25,000 right now to 21.6. We see him pressuring down mid lane here. Looks like Royal will be able to get more global gold. No. Actually, just pushed off by Cyanide.
The fear is coming in from Royal right now.
Absolutely.
It's actually come to a point where they are scared of where Fnatic might be. And I think as soon as a team gets in that mindset against Fnatic, you lose because you think they are everywhere. And they usually are.
Oh, well, they've caught on to Lucky. They managed to get the piercing arrow. Yellow Star can't get the steal on towards him. Great knockback there from Whites, trying to keep them at bay. Look, he's going to be the focus target once again. He can't repel from this one. Now Peke finally gets himself a kill. Uzi realizing he's going to go and try and steal his own blue buff, but Fnatic pushing the tower.
Yeah, there's only 2 people right now defending that turret from Royal, and Uzi desperately tried for the blue buff. You got to run away, Corki.
They know he's there. They continuously go for him. Uzi will grab that up. Head down towards the bottom side, but Fnatic now to kind of take a breather, figure out what's going on around the map. We do see Cyanide 5-0-2, the assist train behind him, 1-0-5, 0-0-7 for Puju. These guys have yet to die in this third game in the series.
But like game 2, when Fnatic getting the kills, they're 9-0 up.
Right.
But they don't get an objective afterwards. They didn't manage to push the tower. Again, all 4 of them ran towards that blue buff. It was already gone. They were too late. They could have pushed the mid.
That's true.
They're very close to taking this game over. Right now, Royal just pulled ahead 2 turrets to 1, but this is such a better situation for Fnatic because when Tabe tries to get vision back, he dies.
Bing, bang, boom, one after the other. A 10th kill up onto the board here. 20 minutes for Fnatic.
I think the Let's Bounce was a little over the top from Soaz there, maybe. I'm pretty sure Tabe was dead already. Didn't really need it, but let's look at the items. Oh, I tell a lie, we're going to catch on Lucky once again. He's 0-3 already. It's going to be 0-4. He's going to get locked down. Who'll they give it to? It's going to be Pushu.
And once Royal starts getting picked off one at a time, they can't pull off their playstyle. Royal needs to be able to group up and dive turrets. Everything they've been trying to do has backfired for them. Maybe this one, though, because Godlike has Soaz in a bad spot.
A little too deep for Soaz. The Let's Bounce, like you said, D-Man, it was used on Tabe, so he's going to be forced to walk out of this one. Cyanide looking to help. He does have the jump he needs. It looks like they'll be able to hightail it out of here.
Peke is heading down the side. The rest of them are sticking around the top there. They see the defensive ball just coming out towards Cyanide. They're keeping them at bay. Now Pushu and Yellow Star are starting to head down here, and Royal realize it. Peke being aggressive, trying to keep the pressure on. Top turret does go down while this is happening. Fnatic maneuvering for a fight.
There's definitely a different build here coming out of Peke. He goes for the Haunting Guys after the Athenes, but the pressure on the mid turret is going to allow Royal deeper into that mid lane. This is actually where Fnatic pinched them into their last fight, so you can see how much they just stop and head down to something else after that.
That was actually a really good counter by Royal as well. Got in there, got that turret. So all 3 outer turrets now out of the way. And Royal, they just go for the objectives. They'll pick up a fight on the way.
Yeah, it is quite crazy to think that it is 11 kills to 0, which would seem like a landslide victory for Fnatic. But the gold is only 4,000, some 21 minutes into the game. A lot of that has to be just attributed to Uzi's ability to keep up his farm. Yes, he has died 2 times, but his Corki is going to be a mid-game force. He's actually 600 gold ahead of Pushu, despite Pushu's participation in 8 kills for Fnatic.
But you say that, but for the first time, I think this is the 3rd game going, the first time ever we see Peke ahead in gold. Apparently just.
It's huge.
In terms of farm. But he's been losing out that lane hugely. And of course, the top lane, we see Soaz and Godlike. Soaz is finally ahead. This is the first time that Fnatic have had 2 lanes actually in the advantage.
It really seems that when Royal gets that early lead, the few early kills, that is the catalyst for them to keep going. Without a kill yet, they haven't been able to formulate anything. They're watching Fnatic dictate how this game works.
Yeah, right now Fnatic actually in danger of getting a little initiated on because they're trying to pick up side turrets. Soaz gets blown back.
They're going to try and put the pressure on him. Peke is not with his fight, nor his Pushu, so Soaz is simply trying to escape here. Cyanide's going to get locked down. He jumps back away from it. Soaz has managed to walk away. Royal do not lock anyone up, and now Fnatic are grouped as a 5.
That is something to mention. There is a lack of crowd control coming from Royal. They can bounce each other around and displace you, but they got to catch you after that, and you can see Soaz just walked out of a 3v1 situation. 11-0, 23 minutes in. That gold lead still in the favor of Fnatic. They've evened up those outer tier turrets. Both teams now have access to the jungle.
I also like the fact that when Cyanide picked up 6 kills, he's put it straight into an Aegis of the Legion after he made himself a little tanky and gave himself as much map mobility as possible. As far as Cyanide's style of jungling, which is mainly to enable Xpeke and Soaz, that's the best use he can get out of accidentally last hitting 6 champions.
Peke's just picked himself up. Liandry's as his second item around. We'll see if that pays dividends. White's, this is the first time we've seen him on Gragas in this matchup. Wheelstar with that Oracle just been picked up. He's clearing out those Barons. Remember, Royal have snuck into that Baron pit a couple of times. I don't think they're going to go so crazy this time around.
It was actually really good that last time we saw Lucky go down the top lane, he hooked a pink ward over his shoulder into the Baron pit, which has been cleared since. But you can see, even in death, these guys want to give themselves an advantage for their team as they come back.
And at least right now that Pushu has completed his last Whisper on Varus, it is a very strong point in the game for Fnatic. Their completed items, when compared to the completed items in Royal, do seem to be quite superior right now. You can see they're trying to take advantage of Royal's jungle. At this point, the fear is actually Royal sneaking a Baron. We know they are fearless as far as going into Smite Wars. They're doing a lot of damages. They are on wards of Fnatic, though. This could either be Royal getting back in the game or the absolute end of the game.
They spotted Peke. He was way down that bottom lane. They do try. They thought about it. Like, nope, there is vision. Let's back out of this one. And Fnatic going to try and take advantage of this. They're running up the mid lane.
You can see that instantly Royal got in the head of Fnatic. Well, Fnatic was already in the head of Royal and said, they're backing, so we need to. We're going to lose this one. And you looked at your watch, it was 20 minutes. That's when Royal takes the Baron, but Fnatic knew it was going to happen this time.
Yeah, that is going to be a turret down. There's also off the side there we see Peke continuing to push. Fnatic rotating around there, and Royal a little bit slow on the rotation here. Fnatic are going to get it first.
Yeah, and this is the dangerous spot to rotate against Fnatic. One guy goes the wrong way, and he's pushed back.
Godlike getting hit up a little bit. The ward war goes down in the tight path right between the turret and these two guys. Again, the wet noodle fight off to the side as the teams size each other up.
Solar Flare lands, Chain of Corruption comes in, it's Lucky once again, but does manage to repel this time around. Peke ready to bang, the shockwave goes down. They slam back on towards Uzi, but there's a lot of damage coming out from Royal Club. They're keeping Fnatic at bay. They got the Bloodwell passive of Cyanide, but they got it back from this turret.
How did Peke have enough time to walk in there without minions? The entire team watched him remove the ball and kill Lucky. These guys are in their own heads right now, and Soaz even wants more.
Soaz has not used Let's Bounce. There it is. He's going to pop it down, gets the ball on top of his head, and they're going for Uzi. Not going to catch him. It's Godlike they're turned to. One more shot to do it, but he gets no. Soaz gets him down. I didn't see what it was. May have been the red.
And one after the other. Now 13 kills for Fnatic. They are getting Royal to actually re-engage a little bit. Soaz catching Whites once again. He's blocking his body slam.
That ward down the lane gave him the ability to do this. Slows again onto Whites. Is the body slam to get across the wall. He gets hit up with the rocket. Uzi's trying to continue with the red buff, but it gets transferred over. Double buff for Peke.
So they finally get one back in the end, but that is a lot of turrets down and a lot of advantages gained by Fnatic. The fact that it is 4 kills now onto Peke, the fact that they have so much gold from all of this means trouble from Royal. I think if they continue to play the way they are, we're going to see more games.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Uzi finally got himself the first kill for Royal. It is 2-0 to Royal Gaming, but Fnatic are looking very good here to make this a 4-game matchup, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've seen these matches going back and forward over a Baron fight, over some crazy objectives. Let's look at what the items are coming out. We did see that Liandry's earlier on from Peke. He's picked himself a couple of kills now and got that needed large rod. Rabadon's death cap will be coming soon, which you see Whites has completed, but Whites is starting to fall behind, despite the fact they're keeping even in farm. 0-1-1 up against the 4-0-7 is a big difference in that mid lane.
Yeah, there's no Liandry's Torment right now, and which is what's making Peke so dangerous as far as the huge amount of magic penetration he's built up to the low amount of magic resistance that Royal's been able to build. You can actually see Soaz really just trying to initiate. Flying, and he does not have any cares right now.
Almost catches White taking a drink there in mid. They do have the Locket of the Iron Solari built up now. And we have to look at Fnatic's comp coming around this time. It's the good offense, good defense comp. 15-1, you found 5 turrets as well. That one death is on your Aatrox, on your tank who's diving. You're doing it the right way.
This is not good positioning for Royal. They are going 4 members up their mid. Lucky split off the side, and Fnatic are all in the jungle up behind them. They may go for this.
Fnatic has so many moves they can make right now. They could either go for a fight, or they could just rush over to Royal's inhibitors.
Oh, this is not the first time Lucky's been caught by himself, but the team may have time to walk over. They're all funneling in behind, and Fnatic knows it.
That was a misplay from Yellowstar, though. Solar Flare was used on Lucky, and the rest of the team were not on the same page. They do turn back away from this one, and Fnatic now with an ultimate down, they're still going to keep pushing.
But the minions have arrived. Fnatic can just go up the mid lane or chase in the jungle.
They got the shield on to Soaz. Tabe is going to be forced to flash out of this one. Fnatic not wasting too much to get this out of Royal.
Every time they go for it, Fnatic not quite catching them. Royal Gaming finally using those flashes, getting away from it. Dragon is going to be pushed, so Fnatic going to keep that gold sliding in their favor.
Dragon going down right quick. Royal looking to push mid lane here. They have to get some aggression. Nobody's split pushing for them right now. They know they need their full 5 versus this team of Fnatic.
They're going Baron.
Yeah, there's a lot of big waves right now for Fnatic as well that are pushed up the side. So Royal was hoping to catch Fnatic split pushing, and now they're hoping to catch a fight. Fnatic knows they're down huge in this game, and they need to get a catch.
They hit Soaz right away. Soaz getting hit. Oh, there's Trading Corruption comes in. Can they get the shockwave? It's a 4-man shockwave. Lucky could be going down. Pushu on a roll here, and he's going to turn on to Godlike.
Godlike's in all sorts of trouble. Peke's giving chase. He's got that red buff on. He's going to get the slow. There's the triple kill for Pushu. Pushu finally found the AD carry that works for him, and it seems to be Varus. It's something he's played all season long. It's going to be a Baron for Fnatic.
The only thing they have to worry about, though, is Gragas is a great Baron stealer. Peke playing some defense, trying to secure this for Fnatic, and this is just another great fight for Fnatic. We saw that Royal was trying to get a catch. Not onto the Zac, though. That's the worst man to catch because he just bounced all over Royal.
Yeah, Peke, again, denying buffs. We're going to see this one more time. You attack the tank, things aren't going to go well.
Yeah, the shield came in right as the Bar Assault landed as well, so just a combo of knockups and knockarounds. Soaz was bouncing amongst all that, and Royal just didn't have a chance to get things off. Because Uzi was hiding in the brush, he got caught in the catastrophe that was that team fight, and he went down quick.
Uh-oh, Peke in trouble here. Uses the shockwave. Flashed out from White's coming around the backside. It's going to be Tabe, though. Going to try and lock him down. Peke does have flash available. Puts it down. Gets the slow on towards Tabe. He's got help.
Zeroed out.
That is a lot of damage that Peke has. As a support, you cannot run into it.
Do not chase the Peke. He is a very dangerous beast right now. 12,500 gold. He will be picking up his death cap. And what a turnaround for Fnatic in this matchup.
This is the part of that game where people say, yeah, Ori brings a lot of utility, but man, does she also bring a lot of power. 281 to 264, 6-0 and 10. Peke finding his stride within this third match of the series. The best of 5 looks almost to be going to the 4. Fnatic needs to close this out here. It's 30 minutes, one of our longer games in this matchup, but still 20-1. Coming in with that 8,000 gold lead.
And knowing that they have the super tank right now in Soaz, the 6-kill jungler in Cyanide, and only a couple outer turrets standing for Royal, Fnatic will be looking to dive. They have the Leona support. This time Yellowstar has actually been able to pick up a Spectre's Cow just so Gragas doesn't burst him down on the turret, just because Corki does so much magic damage. Fnatic will be looking to end this as soon as they get all the waves pushing in. Since the Baron buff still has over 2 minutes left, there is no rush for Fnatic. They know they're winning every team fight. They're up 20 kills to 1. They're going to try and take this one slow.
Yeah, they're going to know they've got a big advantage there. Rotating in towards this top lane, this will be an inner turret going down. That's going to make it 6-3 in terms of turrets. Royal Club are moving up towards the top, but they're not going to try and defend this one, and wisely so. They're going to stick away. While this is happening, Soaz is keeping the push in the mid lane, and Yellowstar is just lingering off around between the 2 towers, seeing if he can land something, seeing if anyone's going to go a little bit too deep.
They are trying to hold that front door closed right now. Fnatic is going to be pushing it down. The wards all in favor of Fnatic, also in favor of Fnatic if they need to leave this fight. If it's going to be an extended one, they have all the vision on an exit. I don't think at 20-1, seeing these Gragas barrels do minimal damage to Soaz or Cyanide, they're going to be able to fight this one out.
There's around about 80 seconds left on the Baron buff, so they can keep this siege continuing. There's a giant wave coming along the bottom lane as well. Whether we'll see anyone going to cross there. Piercing arrows are cutting him down. Soaz is thinking of going in. Does manage to jump in. He's very big right now with that defensive ball on him. This is going to be the turret just bullied down.
Continuing onto the inhibitor, this is going to strengthen up the side lanes now, and they can take this down, and it'll also send Fnatic to the side lanes to drop more turrets.
Yeah, Pushu going full Archer with his build right there. BF Sword on top of his last Whisper and Bloodthirster. That's one of the big reasons Royal had to fall away from that one, despite the monster's disadvantage.
Whoa, there's an Shockwave coming in, and a godlike. This is going to put them out of position. This is going to put the game in the hands of Fnatic, and they are going to continue on.
Solar Flare, Chain of Corruption, everything landing perfectly there this time around from Fnatic. Maybe they've unlocked the Royal Club door. We can see the damage from Peke. That's going to be a double kill. He's going to be 8-0-12 for the end of this game. Lucky once again is going to get caught out. Finally drops down. It's a surrender. And Fnatic finally pick up their first victory against the Chinese Royal Club. It's been a long time coming though.
And it was a decisive one. The Orianna first pick there by Fnatic allowed them to set traps throughout the game. Most of the early kills by Fnatic were in between their own turrets. They saw Royal's success in the first two games, knowing that Royal would come into this overconfident, and Fnatic punished well.
And that Aatrox from Cyanide once again was the catalyst. Absolutely massive at that game. You think in that bottom fight that happened, that finally went in towards Fnatic's favor, could easily have gone in Royal Club's favor if they hadn't been so quick with that rotation.
Yeah, that was really Cyanide stepping up once again. I really can't wait to see the picks and bans of the last game, though, because I remember the set yesterday when we saw Gragas 3 times in a row, and then Gragas got taken away because everyone was talking about how amazing Nagne was playing. There might be a similar thing going on with Whites here, because he got Orianna twice against Peke, and as soon as Peke took that away from him, we saw Whites' impact diminish entirely. Peke did 8-0-2. It's game on again right now. With a win that decisive, we know Fnatic is a team that can streak.
All right, let's send it right over to the analyst desk for a breakdown of Fnatic's clutch win.
Thank you very much, guys. What a game from Fnatic. They're really turning it on. I want to go back to picks and bans. We've got so much to talk about for this segment, but during picks and bans, we noticed that the Orianna was secured. We've seen the Renekton going through once again. And the one thing that I want to highlight that you've got to remember, right, is now after how Fnatic won their game, how is Royal going to adjust in the next game? Are they going to ban anything else? But let's talk about this game first. Freak, what were your thoughts?
So the first pick, Orianna, I thought was an incredibly good choice. Peke got beat in lane multiple times by Orianna, getting outplayed. So he's like, all right, I'll take the safe laner, I'll farm it out. And they stopped that. And then immediately afterwards, Fnatic grabs the two champions that were working so well for them the previous game in Aatrox and Zac. And suddenly, right, Royals banned these same champions every single time. Lissandra, Kassadin, Shen. Lissandra, Kassadin, Shen. Lissandra, Kassadin, Shen. And here's Fnatic saying, well, how about that Aatrox and Zac, though? Because we're doing pretty well with these guys. We're wrecking Uzi in the back line and not letting him carry team fights anymore because they're diving in, they're refusing to go down. And Fnatic are building themselves a competition that's actually working for them.
Yeah, and I just want to point out in Sword versus SKT, so far, in these last 8 games, Orianna is 6-0. She's undefeated. It's unreal, actually. I think it's because she's really versatile. Not only in team fights, but in laning phase, she can always safely farm, and she's actually really lane dominant. I haven't actually seen Orianna lose lane in the last 8 games.
Talk to me a little bit about the level 1. For the second time in this series, we've seen both teams clashing together, this time at the bottom Tribush. Absolutely everything thrown in, but again, both teams getting out without anyone dying.
Well, that aggressive play from Royal again was an attempt to set up the jungle follow in case they had the 2v1. And we can tell because before the 2v2 showed in top lane for Fnatic, Royal went in and had godlike share XP with Lucky on the jungle. Now, this did set him up for a level advantage in lane, but it set Lucky at a pretty distinct disadvantage. And so Cyanide with the level advantage made more of that in the early game, and that was really a big catalyst that helped snowball these lanes because Lucky's jungle pathing was also not so great. And then we saw consistently Cyanide be at 1 to 2 levels ahead in the early game.
Talk to me about Lucky now, because I know we were discussing it backstage, and you were talking about Lucky as a jungler. He's his routing, his pathing. I believe he's running Elise in all 3 games thus far. So what were your thoughts, Crepo?
Yeah, he seems to be very team-oriented, as in he's willing to sacrifice some of his experience for his team. One game, as Bonnie pointed out, we saw it work really well. They got back into 2v2, cleared the waves together, really good synergy. But now he shared his XP, got behind in levels, tried to gank, but a lot of respect coming out from Fnatic's bot lane, because we were constantly hammering how Uzi is out farming Pusu, but what you don't see is that Pusu is constantly standing away from every corner and edge of a brush, because he's afraid that Lucky's there. And for a good portion of the time in the first game, Lucky was there. He stood there. Pusu denied himself 5 creeps, but he, at the same time, denied Lucky an entire minute of wasting time. They kept playing really safely, and then they turned it on in those team fights, in those guaranteed skirmishes, where Fnatic actually has all the control and all the vision again.
And on top of Lucky being a really team-oriented, selfless player, Tabe is the most selfless player I've ever seen. In this 33-minute game, he ended the game with boots. He didn't sell his items. He only had boots as his items because his 4,000 gold generated throughout the game, he only bought consumables. He only thought in the short term, I need to buy pink wards to get my team back in the game. I'm not going to buy selfish items like a Sightstone or a Ruby Crystal or something.
Well,
and that actually
Sightstone wouldn't be selfless. He just never got there.
Yeah, I think he actually just fell really, really far behind.
Before we get to the replay, talk to me a little bit about this. A 30-minute game as a support Lulu, no GP10, no Sightstone, no HP, and what was it, 4,000 gold in those wards?
He ended the game on 4,350 gold roughly, which means, 350 gold for boots, all the rest on wards. Basically, at one point, if that's happening to you, you should tell your team, hey guys, I really need to get to my Sightstone so I can keep pumping out free wards, and then the team needs to take over in warding. He just said, no, he probably maybe not even mentioned it. He said, I can carry my team through this, I'll keep buying wards, we'll swing back the advantage. But Fnatic kept dancing around all objectives really well. They didn't give them a single kill up until 13-1.
Well, let's pull up this replay on your screen. It is around about 16 minutes on the clock, and we've touched on some of these key elements about how Fnatic were able to almost bait Royal into a lot of these very early kills. Crepo, talk us through this replay.
So what happened before this replay was actually a dragon fight, or dragon play rather, where both teams danced around a dragon, and Lucky again smiting it away, I believe. Fnatic actually chased their loss a little bit too far in trying to contest that Drake, and we actually thought this is a chop for Royal to get back into the game. But now, this is what Fnatic does so beautiful. They give them the push. If we roll the crypt right now, Pusu is baiting Gragas, flashes away beautifully, dodges or jukes the ulti. Peke flashes over the wall, comes in the back. Soaz and Yellowstar coming at the same time. Suddenly, from a free push session coming from Royal, they think, hey, we get this tower for free. No, Fnatic surrounds you all of a sudden from all angles right after they got pushed out and zone out. So that's Fnatic really being in sync again, not afraid of making a play when they're on such short cooldowns, or such short HP rather.
Well, fantastic turnaround here from Fnatic in the 3rd game. They are still 1-2 down, and they have to win both of the following games if they want to pick up the series win here. The one thing that I do want to highlight that I think is going to be incredibly crucial in this very next series is how important this picks and ban phase is. Knowing that Lissandra, Shen, and Kassadin have been the 3 bans from Royal all 3 times. If either of those slip through, do you think Fnatic will grab them and run it with the likes of that teleport?
Well, I think because Royal's going to be on blue side this time, they'll just simply grab the Orianna themselves. I'd be very surprised if that wasn't the play. The alternative is they can let Shen through and just say, you know what, we think you can beat him 1v1 in the top lane, godlike, because he can play Jax or something. But the highly likely thing to me is the same 3 bans in the first pick Orianna.
I think Fnatic is going to ban Orianna because they're purple side this game, and Orianna is 6-0 in the semifinals so far. I don't think you can ignore that fact.
I think we'll see a Vayne coming out of Uzi, and then they're probably still going to ban Annie and Zed, or maybe let Annie go through, ban the Vayne, and then allow them to play with Leona as a possible counter to Annie, because they're both going head-to-head, but Leona actually gets resistances.
I agree. I think the Annie ban is the first one to fall, and the Orianna will take its place.
Well, we'll have to see how these teams adjust. This series has definitely gotten a whole lot more exciting. We do have to take another very short break. And when we return, Fnatic will try to make it 2 in a row and force that deciding Game 5, while Royal looks to trump the European champs and draw their spot in the World Final. Don't go anywhere, guys. Game 4 of this semi-final showdown is coming up in just 3.5 minutes.
相信这是每个打撸啊撸职业的每个人的必须的梦想，因为这几乎是整个撸啊撸最高的荣誉吧。所以说我们会努力的尝试的去拿这个奖杯。
Lifting that trophy would mean victory, and yeah, I really love to.
Of course, I'm so very strong, so I would be able to pick the Summers Cup up on my head.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from the Galen Center. Now it's time for our fourth battle of the day between Royal Club and Fnatic. And after coming up huge in Game 3, Peke and crew are looking to force a Game 5 with another win.
Yeah, so Fnatic finally found a way to counter what Royal was doing to them in Games 1 and 2. They picked up kills when Royal was being overly aggressive. Fnatic actually played more cautious than they had throughout the entire World Championships, and that's how it paid off.
And for the first time, Fnatic actually won 2 of the lanes. Peke picked away Orianna and beat Whites in the lane. It's the first time that's happened, and maybe it will be one of those focus bans.
And as we are about to hop into this champion select, Snoopy, I just want to get, overall analysis of last game. What were your thoughts on the fact that Fnatic can come out so strong with just their normal bread and butter comp?
I think a key part of it is this Orianna. It's such a priority pick for both teams right now, and we have to see a ban come out of either team. I don't think Fnatic can allow Royal to first pick it. It's just not an option anymore.
Yeah, and we know that Royal now has the first pick. I wonder if they're going to respect the Aatrox a little bit more as well, because they have been underestimating Cyanide's Aatrox damage in the early game. It's been Lissandra, Kassadin, and Shen as the 3 bans for Royal this entire series. I also think Fnatic, respectively, has to just ban Orianna.
Are
they going to switch out to Shen or not?
Right.
Not sure.
Last game you said it was fast pick bans. It goes to fast forward bans already there.
These are the same as they were previously.
Yep.
It all comes down to these last 2 bans. This is going to be the adaptation if we have any. What's it going to be? I mean, I feel like they should let Shen ride here. I feel like they should actually get rid of the Aatrox. Let's see what they do.
They're really thinking about it, though. They're really thinking about it.
Yeah, all the way down to that one. Is that Cyanide? It
Yeah.
was. They respect the Cyanide play. Taking it out now, it's up to Fnatic to say, do we give White Ori?
No.
I don't think
You can't.
They can't. They really can't.
No.
It's proven like entire. Yep, there we go. The ban comes out. We had to do it. We've seen Faker on it. We've seen Peke on it. We've seen White on it now. It has to go out of the picture.
Too much
and the first
game-changing
pick Shen,
ability.
denying it from Soaz as well.
So right now, Royal had to make the call that they're putting Godlike on Shen, even though he's known as the best Renekton in the world and had so many lane advantages with him. He wasn't actually doing too well with Renekton against Zac, which might contribute to this switch up in their strategy. It's Game 4. They still just need 1 more to win.
What I'm curious about now, actually, though, is Cyanide going to take the Elise out of Lucky's hands? He's been playing on it the last 3 games, very comfortable on it. Is Cyanide going to do it, or is he going to revert to that Lee Sin or that Jarvan that he's played a lot before as well?
In your experience, what is he best at?
I would say Cyanide is better at Jarvan. I think he actually prefers the Lee Sin. But he might just take out the Elise just to put Lucky out of his comfort zone and force him into this 4th game situation where he's not ready to play.
If I'm Royal right now, I would love it if Cyanide picked Lee Sin because they destroyed them in the first game and it would just give Lucky his Elise, which he's so comfortable on. We know in these best of 5s, if someone gets to play the same champion throughout the whole thing, they usually just wreck.
Interestingly, actually, seeing Cyanide pick, or not Cyanide, sorry, Peke picking up the Fizz straight away early again. It was a mistake before. Is it going to be a mistake again? We'll see.
And we see it coming through the first time. The Annie gets through. We do see that Pushu stays steady with his Varus, but the Annie now finally coming in for top.
I think Royal's pretty happy about this, and we see how with the bans that had to get changed up, immediately, that's why they were banned. Royal actually got to pick 2 things that had been banned throughout the entire set so far. That makes me feel like Royal is getting into their pre-semifinal comfort zone, but I wonder coming in this cold now, playing 3 games off these champions, if it's going to affect them.
Well, interestingly, actually, I think it plays into Fnatic's hands a little bit. I think this Leona is a really good answer to this aggressive Annie bot lane. I think Yellowstar has played really exceptionally well in this Leona the past couple of games, and it is a good counter to the Aryan lane. And there we go. Cyanide did actually default out to the Jarvan as we thought he would. It's actually Lucky and Cyanide both like Jarvan, but it's interesting to see. I think Elise is rated higher on Lucky than it is on Cyanide.
It's interesting. They leave Soaz last pick here coming in. He's been the same champion 3 times in a row.
They actually hovered over a Nasus pick, and I don't know if you remember, but back in Europe, Soaz played Nasus against us, and absolutely dominated. He likes that kind of passive lane with the Shen. He can just farm up the Nasus, so he might go to that, we'll see.
I really need to see what Uzi decides to play here. If he goes Caitlyn, we're most likely seeing Royal 2v1ing mid. That's what they've generally done when they run Annie. They go for kills and dives very early on. And Peke on Fizz, it's not easy for Fizz to deal with 1v2s early on in the game. It would maybe even force him to the side lane. I think the Caitlyn is the smart pick here, but I would not be surprised if he went to Ezreal, just trying to dodge out of the Varus Leona since he got caught a fair bit in the last game.
You're definitely right. It looks like Royal might end up going to 2v1 Peke mid. I don't see Peke switching off early just because Leona's not that great in mid lane. She's better with the brush advantage from a side lane. And I think Fnatic very much want to force the 2v2 situation against the Annie. Whether they'll get it or not, we'll see. And also, Cyanide likes to babysit mid if it is a 2v1 situation.
Awesome. I've seen Royal pick Kayle as a counter to Fizz before. They try to do it to just stop their assassination potential. And this means to me that Fnatic needs to have a second wave of people to come in. That's what Soaz has to do in this matchup, knowing that Whites is playing Kayle. That's very strong pick by Royal there.
It could essentially go for a cannon. It's possible. I'm not entirely sure. Is that Shyvana? That would be interesting.
I mean, Soaz could do so many different things. It's just he is very seemingly streaky with what he ends up picking.
He's an extremely versatile player, a vast champion pool. I wouldn't say he's a master of a particular champion. He just has a vast jack of all trades type of player. I don't see a Garen pick though. Don't tell me he's going to pick Garen. Come on, Soaz.
He's not going to pick.
18 seconds left on that clock. Definitely not in need of crowd control. They found that in the team. He's usually used to that, Soaz top lane. Used to that Zac top lane, but it could be right about that. Kennen, a little bit more lockdown and crowd control from a team that, you know, can almost be seen as every 5 minutes the Flash Annie engage. So switching back and forth, they're going to have impact here.
Switching out the Rumble is actually quite a good idea. If he gets the one-on-one against Shen, he'll start winning that lane later on. So it's a really good idea for the laning phase especially, which is something that Fnatic struggled on. But Soaz has been stepping up actually. Him against Godlike in that top lane has been in Soaz's favor most of the game so far. So that's an interesting point. I wonder how this bot lane is going to go because it looks like Royal is going to go, or White is going to go 1v1 with Peke in the mid lane. I think it's all going to be about this bot lane and see if the Annie support works off or the Leona does actually counter it or not. I think that's going to be very integral.
I feel like Royal would actually have a disadvantage in a 2v2 lane if Leona can catch anything onto Tabe. Annie is basically a sitting duck unless I feel like she has an advantage. But knowing how dominant Royal's bottom lane has been, you're right about it's going to be a very decisive point in this matchup because if that Annie lane starts falling behind, I feel like Fnatic would roll through since Pushu's been the main struggle for Fnatic thus far.
Yeah, I think we might even see Cyanide looking to make some early plays on that bot lane as well, just try and make something happen there early because if they can get it snowballing, I think Leona Varus is just going to carry that lane and the Annie as well is just going to fall behind a bit too much.
So how do you feel with Royal, or rather with Fnatic coming into the last match? Like I said, a bread and butter comp to just win it with one death. Can they do it again?
I'm a little bit curious to see. I'm skeptical of the Fizz because we didn't have a strong Fizz game from Peke before. He doesn't have that Orianna this time. Can he actually keep up in the lane with White? That's a big concern for me in this game. I hope he does. I mean, if we can get to a 5th game, that would be absolutely phenomenal. But I'm really curious to see if he can keep up that lane and how this bot lane actually pans out now that we've actually got the Annie into the game.
So we got Lucky coming in again on Elise. Comfort for their team. It's not something that they wanted to ban out. Puju trying to go for Varus once again. Do they want to match that lane up in the 2v2?
Fnatic definitely want the 2v2 situation, yes.
I absolutely feel like this is really the start of the true series because we've already seen Fnatic adapt once. It's a matter of Royal can counter.
All right, gentlemen. Once again, Snoopy, it's been a pleasure. If Fnatic can make it 2 wins in a row, we'll see you for Game 5. As we jump onto the Rift, D-Man, where are they headed?
Where are they headed indeed? We've had 3 level 1 engages. 2 of them have been absolutely bonkers, insane, crazy engages with no deaths. One of them was a 3v1, 3-for-1 in Royal's favor. Do Fnatic want to push into this against the Shen? I don't think so.
They love running into each other, but Fnatic is actually spread out this time, not asking for this because they know Tabe charges up his Annie stun, AoE stun at level 1, and a taunt. Royal would wreck Fnatic in a team fight if they were to catch each other.
We have seen him lock it down before. See that blue pot, actually, not blue pot, sorry, mana pot coming out for Tabe in the bottom lane, so he can be aggressive. They can get that kill bot lane going down. And right now, looks like they're going to flex some muscles and see what they can find in a treasure hunt.
And with the aggression that Royal know that they have, they know they can dominate the level 1 fight. Do they try and push the advantages? Do they try and take away the resources of Fnatic? Fnatic, you see, have got a lot of ward coverage on that blue buff. They were expecting to lose their own blue.
1 minute and 20 in. Still just the safety pings going down. By now, one of the teams sets themselves up. Yellowstar forced a flash there, and he gets just off the edge of that flash taunt.
That was extremely dangerous right there by Yellowstar. They're just trying to play this level 1 defensively. If they can get away from this level 1 with only losing that flash, it may even be totally fine for them.
Well, Yellowstar, without that flash, may be one of the targets of Lucky. Lucky on Elise. I was surprised that actually Fnatic didn't go for Elise, because it has been one of Soaz's top champions throughout the last 2 seasons of the European LCS, but instead it's gone to Lucky. Lucky himself did not have a good game on Elise last match. He has repelled away from some of those excellent ganks, but this time around Fnatic have chose a very different team comp, and I have not seen Rumble for Soaz in a very long time.
No, but the thing that we need to focus on is the 2v1 in the mid lane. Tabe and Uzi against Pushu and Yellowstar, so they're matching it 2 for 2, and this actually makes it so Peke has to top lane on Fizz, which is extremely dangerous. There's going to be a lot of action focused in that mid lane as Tabe and Uzi try and dominate.
There's a different lane Rumble Kayle will have to keep eyes on, and a very good move here by Fnatic with some aggression on Peke top lane, getting that reduction on the taunt damage, and he really can't fight back.
Not this early on, and you can see he's already fell that level behind.
Yeah.
He did start off with that Shadow Dash. Cyanide now with the double buffs. We'll see whether he creates any play, and as always, as we've seen throughout this series so far, Royal are shoving Pushu and Yellowstar up against that tower, keeping them constantly up there. Tabe with that stun ready and waiting to go at any given moment. Yellowstar has engaged a number of times before. Tower hit from White's there.
And every one of these lanes for Fnatic is losing early because they're getting shoved in hard, but not only that, they're taking a lot of harass, which is a fault that Fnatic had in game 2 and 1 when they were getting decimated in lanes. They have to find a way to almost play more passively and then punish Lucky when he makes moves like this.
Looks like we might get a tango in the jungle here. There has to be calls going on. The comms saying Yellowstar's left lane. Tabe, you need to come up as well to stun to stop the initiation.
Thought about continuing on Lucky there. Does get away with that though. That's actually bought them a little bit of time in that mid lane, but you talked about it already. 18-6 already in that duo lane. The AD carries, massive differences already starting to build up. We saw Pushu already missing out the siege minion, so the gold is sliding massively in favor of Uzi already.
It's not even working as well for Godlike to Soaz. Rather, first Soaz 18-6 there, 20-9 between the mid laners who aren't matched up, but need that same power spike towards that mid portion of the game. Royal doing what they have every game so far. Last game we did see that Fnatic was able to break that trend though.
And you can see Royals trying even harder to pull off aggression. This is the only way they play, so the more you play passively, the more aggressive they become.
Tabe desperately wants to land that stun, wants to lock down Pushu or Yellowstar. No flash for Yellowstar still, remember, which is why they're really being defensive here, but Royal already coming around the jungle, taking everything away, making sure Cyanide's on his back foot.
Royal loves diving the mid turret from behind there with Lucky coming in, which is why Cyanide is actually mirroring him, and I think Lucky's somewhat predicting this to happen.
They are holding the wargs, pinging it down as well, getting ready, he gets on a Tabe, that's going to be a very low HP Tabe, and a dead one at that, and they just walk around the cupcake to get out.
Fnatic once again read what Royal was trying to do. The reason Tabe was that far up is he was looking for a stun so Lucky could come and gank. Cyanide was on the other side, killed him first. We knew Tabe's Annie was vulnerable if he got caught by Yellowstar's Leona, and that's why Fnatic got first blood.
Big burst of damage, and the kill, of course, going to this time Yellowstar. Not ideal, but nevertheless, it was an assist gold, and it's the assist gold that Pushu needs because, again, he's falling behind. Look at this, though, bottom lane. Gonna get that flame spitter going. Tower hit landing on White. That's gonna cause him problems. Cyanide gets the kill.
Another one on Yellowstar.
Uzi going down in mid. He gets out. The Ignite is down. Oh, it follows him all the way home. Lucky's in the middle, trying to get to Yellowstar, but he's dancing in between the minions. Royal dances it better, and Puzu's looking for the last piercing arrow.
Can he get that snipe? He's got to back away.
Oh no, Tabe's back already!
Oh, the Cocoon lands from long range! Fantastic stuff! Incoming round the side though, Cyanide's closing on towards Lucky. He should be able to get the lock up. There he is! Stands on the trap! I don't believe! Is he going to get the Dragon Strike off? No, he doesn't have the range, and Lucky lives.
Absolute madness erupts right here in the mid lane. Cyanide stepping on the delicious cupcake when he comes in. Let's see where the kills actually went though. Cyanide again picked up the early kills, and this finish by Lucky was so clutch. Pushu did not have the cooldown or the mana, I think, for the piercing arrow, and Tabe aggressively comes up. That's the Ignite Annie. Lucky sticking around to get the stun, and then Tabe continued his defensive play. Jarvan would have continued on to finishing off Lucky if Tabe wouldn't have put damage on him. The fact that he used his jump to the spider to dodge the last bit of damage by Cyanide completely saved his life.
Whew, so close, that Jarvan shield. Doing a bit more. If more people were there, he may have gotten the kill, but it's not going to be the way it crumbled. Uzi now picking up some good lead here, 50-20 on that CS, as we have seen before.
Lane changes coming out now. Fnatic forcing it to swap up here. Not too sure who this is going to work in favor of, but the Dragon is being started off very early from Royal Club.
And this could be very strong for them. There was a 7-minute Dragon pulled off by Fnatic in the last match that worked. This time Royal's the one who swapped forward early, and unless there's a miracle, they got this one. Yep, they got it.
Close piercing arrow to come through. A very nice equalizer. He lays down the red carpet for Xpeke to enter. He does come in from the side. Whites is going very low, but he gets assistance from his buddy Lucky. Coming in very hard here. Pushu getting hit up, but he's put himself in the fire.
He does get the kill, but more importantly, so many members of Fnatic hadn't hit level 6 yet, whereas Royal Club had, and none of the ultimates are available. Soaz is the only one that was 6 in that fight. Peke still hasn't got that Earth available.
So it is just the 1-for-1, meaning Dragon for Royal. Good job by them. Because Godlike was able to join that fight, and because Cyanide was so late to the party, it meant that most of Royal could escape. But every single flash on Royal is down now. Since they were in the Dragon Pit, they basically all used flash to get outside, meaning Cyanide does have an opportunity to pull off some kills once he hits 6 with that Cataclysm to really lock someone down.
Go ahead and take stock of these inventories once again. Both of the top laners that we have just going back. Ooh, onto Uzi. They're going to throw down that Chum the Waters.
Here's Peke. He's going to get locked back up there. Ace in the hole! Straight on Peke, and that is a bad turnaround. He'd only just picked that blue buff up.
And he'd only just hit level 6 as well. The passive play, waiting for Royal to engage, is what granted Fnatic their first victory of the series and extended it. But when Peke makes overly aggressive moves like that, really laying into Tabe's passive Annie, who was there for the stun, it just backfires terribly. And now they're in danger of a turret dive.
Cyanide getting hit up. They actually catch him, but the turret's still there to do damage. Gets himself out with the flag and drag, but is forced to flash here. Royal starting to dictate this game a little bit, and we're not even 10 minutes in. Middle turret drops.
Middle turret down. So first one of the game as well for Royal Club, and that means it's a 2,000 gold lead. And every time they took that big lead in the early phase, it has gone heavily in their favor. Look at the CS once again. 80 carries. Uzi doubling the CS of Pushu. Soaz lingering around. They might try and set a trap for Godlike.
Little fog of war trick coming in here. Godlike with a taunt over the wall, but he's gonna do it right on the equalizer.
Whoa.
They eat it back in. Peke makes the wall, and he also makes a clean kill on a Godlike.
Beautiful shot there by Soaz, using his vector targeting on his equalizer to just punish Godlike over the wall. And Xpeke's roam needs to come in strong more often. He's already lost that middle turret, so if he's not roaming and making plays, Fnatic is not winning this game, and they're not moving on to the finals.
So Fnatic trying to go aggressive on this top lane, but Uzi and Tabe already here. So Fnatic will back away from that one. They need to get Peke rolling. Remember, he went 17-1-3 on Fizz in the group stage. Can he get going again? That's the question. Or will Whites, who has been there so many times with that ultimate, the intervention, that could play a big part in it later on. And Pushu, 2-2-1. The kills are basically what keeps him in it as the AD carry so far. They've got to keep gifting them to them, but that's going to take it away from Peke.
See the gold on the board, 3,600 gold coming in for Uzi. He's pretty much maxing anybody out on the board by 800 gold, so a focus having that Caitlyn there.
Ooh.
Get into lanes and push. Peke again gets caught in a
Counterjack.
2v1 situation. Cyanide to enter the fight.
Well, Cyanide may well get the kill on Uzi. That's the AD carry going down, and now he's onto a support, but that's a support with flames and a big teddy bear, and he will get the kill.
Meanwhile, in the bottom, this game is just absolutely crazy. The support's making aggressive plays in the 2v2 situations. Tabe's support Annie, we can see why it's been banned throughout a lot of this World Championship. His stuns are really locking down Peke's Fizz.
Don't have to worry about the damage if your team's going to follow up with it. Tabe has been in the right spot at the right time for his team. White's still left to fend off in this bottom lane by himself, and he has kept that CS up. He actually is higher CS than anybody on Fnatic's team, and we can just see how aggressive they are in these dives.
Yeah, and it was just the lockdown. Even though White's put the intervention onto Elise, Pushu and Yellowstar waited to burst the majority of their damage since they already had him locked down, and it was not very lucky for Lucky.
Yeah, the Ignite finishing off for Yellow Star there. Pushu needed that kill, didn't get it. We'll see how it works out for them, because so far Uzi and Tabe creating plays every step of the way, and a 3-1-1 Tabe on Annie has already got that Ruby Sightstone completed, but you've got to give credit to Yellow Star and Leona playing another fantastic game. Fnatic once again revolving round. They're going to go aggressive on the blue buff here.
And it is just Royal also trying to take what is theirs, since they've taken the mid turret, which is often the most important turret when you're trying to roam around. And it cannot go without mentioning what an exceptional job Uzi and Tabe have been doing. These are not normal CS differentials in the bottom lane, especially against Pushu, has been playing so amazingly throughout this entire World Championships. 4 games in a row now, Uzi already 30 CS up on Pushu.
And usually when you see that AD support take the mid, they stay mid. Now they're controlling the buffs. That's exactly what you get out of that, and nobody's really going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, and Yellow Star is in a terrible spot right now as far as his safety is concerned.
Yeah, he's going to run away from that with the double buff, by the way. Oseia's going to run away from it. He sticks around. Doesn't want to stay there too long, because 4 members of Royal are going to collapse on this turret. And again, objectives, Royal Club, just keep pushing them towers down.
And that's kind of a textbook example on why the mid turret is more important than the other ones, is because instead of Royal having to run through the lanes, giving Fnatic time to filter down towards the lane, they went through the jungle, which actually cut off Fnatic's support routes to that other turret, and it's secured the second turret of the game for Royal.
Looks like Soaz has started to win this 1v1 in the top lane. He didn't do much damage to Godlike, but he is not trading. They're going to take this turret down, and there are a lot of pings going down in that bottom jungle.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure on this top turret. Soaz has actually been keeping that flame spitter ready and waiting to go. Pushu trying to get the steal, not going to happen. Whites gets the blue buff. It buys Peke a little bit of time in that mid lane, but he's going to make tracks. 4 members of Royal Club on the Dragon.
Something that really works in Royal's favor here is the fact that Soaz cannot interrupt Godlike Stand United. So it means this Dragon is completely uncontestable by Fnatic, and it only grows Royal's lead.
Actually, Godlike just going back to get some wolves or whatever he did for himself. Comes back to lane without losing the turret, so they hold that strong as well as get themselves down to the bottom side and steal away blue. So Royal controlling both sides of the map here. Bottom turrets are down, but all the focus is into mid now, already at 13 minutes.
Royal Club in full control right now. This is their game. They know they're 2-1 up. They have full advantage, and honestly, so far, once again, coming out of the lane phase, they do have that edge. And every time so far, Fnatic have tried to make it a little bit chaotic, but Jan, as we start to move to the mid game, which you can see Royal Club are pushing for as quickly as possible, how are Fnatic going to shape up against them?
So normally you would say the team with the Rumble would try and force mid-game Dragon fights, but the Dragon was just down, and by the time 20 minutes comes up, that's effectively late game for Royal. So now Fnatic needs to make more aggressive plays. Peke individually needs to go around and help the rest of the team. He doesn't have teleport. 4th game in a row, Fnatic hasn't ran with teleport, even though it's one of the big things that got them here. And they actually have to find Uzi when he's not near Whites.
Oh, Lucky getting caught up in the top lane. The Cataclysm goes down the repel. Should leave him in range for some good damage. He ignites there with the equalizer. It's going to continue, but a new challenger arrives as Soaz makes his way out of the bush.
He's going to have the flag and drag. He goes in on towards Tabe. Here comes Yellow Star, piercing out from Pushu from long range. Now they're going towards Godlike. He's in all sorts of trouble. Uzi's just off at the side. Chain of Corruption lands perfectly from Pushu. Gets himself the double kill.
That's the Fnatic special right there. They pick up more kills in a roaming situation, whereas Peke has to run away from Whites.
He has used the flash. Is the heal there for Whites to get the speed up? It is now. He flashes in range, but he does not get it.
Close stuff. Fnatic going to keep all the pressure on this top lane turret. This will be Fnatic's first turret of the game, and Uzi just getting a little close, trying to avoid those harpoons. They're going to let the minions take down the turret. Uzi won't be able to stop that one. They may try and rotate around on it, but let's check this fight out.
Yeah, this was a lockdown onto Lucky, and they saw the Shen shield coming up, but they knew they blew through it. So Soaz put down the equalizer, the only place Lucky could have landed. At this point, it's just Fnatic getting to the point faster than Royal. Even though Godlike flashed in, it was Yellow Star and Pushu who then came in to finish it up. And it was very timely skill shots as well. Pushu landed that Chain of Corruption right as Godlike was taunting to guarantee that lockdown, and it meant Uzi, even with all his farm, could never get involved in the fight.
And look at the difference. Once again, Pushu falls way behind in farm, but gets the kills. 4-2-2. Varus, we said it in the last match, seems to be the champion of choice, and he seems to have found that works against Uzi. Yellow Star in trouble.
That's going to be a slow. The Oracle won't go down, but Yellow Star will. They actually used quite a bit for that.
They did use quite a bit, but that means the time that Yellow Star's Oracles is ticking is greatly diminished, and it also means Royal gets to try and dive.
Soaz just about sidestep, an equalizer going down. They want to fight this one. Intervention used on Godlike already. That's going to be the equalizer doing a lot of damage just over the side. Godlike goes down. Pushu comes back in. It's Cyanide that picks up the kill. Soaz does go down. It's still a 2-for-1 trade to Royal.
Yeah, but Peke was nowhere near. Considering the numbers advantage that Royal had, they really did not get that much out of this one. The question is, will they continue to dive? Because Fnatic is dangerously defending, even re-engaging with 2 people.
Cyanide trying to hold him there. Peke's just on the outside wing. There's a chain of corruption leading into Chum the Waters. Can Peke make it in time? They get the first kill even without him, but it looks like they will be able to secure Lucky.
Tabe going down, Lucky now in source of trouble. They're going to slide in. That's the Urchin Strike. Playful Trickster's going to be available. Cyanide's going to have the flag and drag. Will they use it? Peke takes it with the Ignite.
And the turret didn't even go down. It is at a sliver of 27 health right now. That means the global gold does not swing. That's effectively what Tabe was suiciding himself for by sticking around. Did not pay off, means Fnatic is back in this game now. Just like the story of the rest of the series, they are up in kills, but down in farm. Let's see round 4 play out.
13-9 on the clock for your score. Or, yeah, near the clock. 17:38 on the clock, 25,000 gold. It's only a 500 gold deficit right now coming in for Fnatic. This game is anybody's still. Fnatic has pretty much gone through a learning process of what Royal does, how they rotate, and how they do things. And within 4 games, they've pretty much brought it back to right at even.
They're punishing every time Royal tries to mob up because they are making it to the fights even without the teleports.
Well, every time, you know, we focused a lot on the fact that Uzi has been dominating that CS, and he has. But we haven't really talked about the fact that Soaz has pulled a 40 CS lead over Godlike. And Godlike, obviously, on the Shen, he needs to be split pushing. That's what he does. He'll come into the fights late. But it's getting to the point where I'm not sure he can start fighting against Soaz now.
It might get to that point. You can see he's went incredibly defensive with the Spirit Visage, and we know that in order to shut down Shen split push, you aggressively attack him. And Fnatic just goes right for White.
Out of nowhere, coming in with the equalizer. Not many people able to follow up on it, though, and the Chum the Waters to disengage.
It's a lot of shields coming in from Whites right there. They burned the big 2, Intervention and Stand United, 30 seconds before this Dragon fight comes down. Fnatic needs to have an eye for these timers. They burned so many ultimates, and they had just crawled back in the global golden objective game. They're already down 3 turrets, which might mean they can't even defend this Dragon. They're all going back to shop.
Yeah, they can't fight this one, Royal Club, with the timers perfect. 15 seconds, as you mentioned, 3 ultimates were used in that last fight. By the time they get back, we'd say, oh, running back to now to this Dragon. I think they're going to be a little bit too late. Royal Club will take this one down pretty quickly with Lucky and Uzi.
Really wondering if Fnatic was going to try and go for a fight here, because this is becoming an issue right here for Fnatic. They have lost control with the 3 turrets, and with burning all those ultimates onto Whites, I think it's a very bad sign for the rest of this game if they can't close in and get kills. When they make catches like that, we could very well see a fight in the mid lane if Soaz can move down, as Royal is going to try and push mid.
A lot of pings coming down from Royal here. There is the taunt going in with the flash as well. Cyanide gets hit up quite well, and the Tibbers is there. Fnatic has seen the strength right now of Royal, and they may re-engage.
Piercing arrow, Chum the Water sliding through. Intervention's going to be enough to save him, and Peke gets dropped straight away. Chain of Corruption's going to hit everyone, though.
Equalizer's
on! Sliding in. They're going to catch on towards Uzi. There's going to be Equalizer on towards White. White is backing away from this one, but the flame sprint from Soaz is going to continue chasing Harpoons. White's desperately turned this one back around, and everybody's backed off.
Still just a 1-for-1. These team fights are so crazy. Fnatic is arguably the best team fighting team in Europe, and Royal's the best team fighting team in China. They know when and how to disengage. Even though Soaz's equalizer came up right at the end of that fight, he could not land a good one. I thought it was going to swing the fight, but it turns out Royal gets away with one.
Still keeps the gold close within 2,000. We're 20 minutes in. So many things have happened at this mark in the game. Barons were taken in game 1. Barons were taken 5 minutes later in game 2. Right now, these teams can't really figure out how to get past each other's defenses. 14-10, like I said, that 2,000 gold lead, and only the turrets right now stand in favor of Royal.
One thing I want to realize, though, that now that, of course, Fizz has started to get going from Peke here, he's got that Lich Bane on, he's going to start building it up. A big, strong Fizz can be deadly, and especially with a juicy target like Tabe on Annie.
The most interesting thing about this, though, is Whites' Kayle pick, because normally Fizz is the hyper carry assassin who can just go in one shot. But if Whites plays his cards right and blocks Peke's assassination attempts, it could basically just be a dead Peke when he goes and flies in. There is so much play and outplay potential in that Kayle versus Fizz matchup that it effectively negates Peke's hyper carry potential if Whites plays well.
Well, we saw that Legolas build from Poshu before. It is the Bloodthirster and Last Whisper, but you can see that Uzi has gone the exact same route, but he's ahead. He's got that Zeal in there. Dancing backing Soaz. Let's see what he comes out with. He's been sat on a lot of gold. I think it's going to be an Abyssal to go in with that. Would it go to the Andrews? Maybe he's just going to shove straight for it. See which way he turns it. He's built up a big difference still with Godlike continuing to do that. Godlike himself seems to be going for the Trinity Force.
It's a bit of an odd decision. It shows you he's not fearing Soaz's offensive capabilities. I feel like he should be fearing more of Xpeke's roaming Fizz if Godlike wants to actually put on a split push show. Hey. I really need to see what Uzi's going to do later in this game too, because as Cleanse Caitlyn, if this game keeps stretching, and if it does stretch, I don't know if Fnatic has the ability to take him out.
We do have the push in the bottom lane trying to come out from Godlike, but there's no Sunfire Cape there as we were just talking, so it's a bit slower. He is giving Soaz a bit of respect, but staying on the outside. The Stand United allows him to help his team. It looks like they have Fnatic a bit spread, but it's also a pincer if Fnatic can make it happen.
And we talked about this with the fact that they do have the Shen, they have the Stand United, they do not have a teleport Fnatic. So while Soaz may be down there, or Peke may be down there, oh, look at that, one hit in the face. That hurt Peke.
But with Soaz roaming up, they're limited time to engage, and Fnatic wants to find a fight, which is why Royal is running away.
White's in the bush, waiting with Uzi, giving him protection. You'll probably see that intervention onto him, the Chum the Waters, is in the eyes of White. He's trying to figure out who he needs to save. That interaction is going to be huge in this next fight.
This is an incredibly pivotal point of the game because Godlike is making his split push play. There are already 3 turrets down on Fnatic's side, and they do not have a real answer for Godlike Shen, so it's giving Royal all this pseudo-control over the Baron area. Unless Fnatic can catch the right kind of fight, Royal will slowly starve out Fnatic and extend this already 2,000 gold lead.
This blue buff may be the play. You see Peke coming in. There is a ward coverage there. Maybe they're going to go for Whites, or maybe Peke is going to have to get out of this one. Does manage to use that playful tricks to back out. They're going to go in towards this blue. He wants to get on towards it. Intervention's already been used.
This throw down the Chum the Waters. It was not hitting anyone. Big damage coming out of the White, and they take him down. Cyanide locks up 2. Godlike tries to stay in, and they're looking for Uzi. The cleanse goes out, and he's able to turn the fight around. But will they be able to follow? Cyanide gets onto Uzi, gets the hit, gets the wrap up, but Uzi lifesteals. He lifesteals it back and finally goes down.
Finally gets locked in. Tabe's going to be next. He hasn't got a stun available. He's going to get picked off as well. It's going to be finally Peke that gets the kill. What a fight.
Despite the incredible kiting of Uzi, he still goes down as a 3-for-1 fight for Fnatic, and Fnatic catches another fight in their favor. Uzi actually walked into a Churn the Waters near the end of that. Fnatic's trying to take some turrets back for themselves.
And they do get it. A little game of cat and mouse there. It seems like Godlike knew the time he had. And let's just watch this engage.
Yeah, so White's intervention was burned once, and then despite the shields, Fnatic really wanted him down. And now that it was mainly just Uzi as a second damage threat, everyone on Fnatic was running him down because the damage threat from the rest of Royal, who's off on the bottom left, was non-existent. And then these plays right there, getting the headshot lifesteal, getting the hit after hit, and then Soaz through the wall with the Electro Harpoon is the only thing that finished him off. Otherwise, Uzi would have lived maybe another day. The rest of Fnatic would have
I think he may have taken Cyanide down as well. I don't know about Lift. He looked like he was in desperate trouble. Cyanide was already turning around thinking, I've made a terrible mistake. I need to back away from this one. Lucky getting caught with that piercing arrow. Big damage coming out and aggression from Fnatic. Finally turning. You talked about that maybe was the turning point. Still the gold is in favor of Royal Club, and Dragon, it's up in 5 seconds.
The game is absolutely not turned yet because this is another classic situation of Fnatic being up in kills, but Royal having the map pressure and the farm advantage. So if Royal gets that one team fight, it's over. They will just push down and potentially end the Nexus like they have in the previous games, whereas Fnatic has to continue to play like this. Fnatic has to get fight after fight to claw their way back in this game.
Moving down to the bottom, both of these teams are just organizing themselves together. They're either on the bottom side of the map or the top side of the map. There's no split pushing going on right now. It's the Dragon.
It's a Dragon, and this is the first time that Fnatic have started the engagement. So they're feeling a little bit confident this time around. They have good vision control.
Tabe's Flash Timbers is up!
There it goes, the solar flare goes down, they get into the fight, Godlike is in the middle. Tabe throws down that Timbers, but is it going to be enough damage? The health bars of Royal are just dropping.
Uzi getting focused on around the side. This time you're going to see he's going to get claps on, but Royal Gaming coming out on top here. That's a good equalizer. They finally lock him down. Peke running for his life in the background. Pushu does pick up the double kill. It's a 3-for-1 so far. And Fnatic with the Dragon to continue it.
They keep going for Whites. Will they be able to catch him down here, though? Level 10, level 14 versus a 15 and a 14. Beautiful dodge on Zenith Blade. Whites has the health speed up. Who's he going to give it to? They turn around to fight. They're able to take down Whites. Godlike is there, and he is not just that. He is dead.
Fnatic, with their mobility, chases down the total ace for that one. 22 kills to 12 right here. But the craziest thing about that entire fight, Riv, Tabe got the Dragon with his Tibbers. It means the goal lead is still not in Fnatic's favor, and they have to win so many more fights to win this game.
That will be the turret. That's going to be 3-3. That's the first inner turret of the game picked up for Fnatic. Let's check out this crazy match.
Yeah, Tabe initiated this fight beautifully. Yellow Star actually was trying to lock Tabe down pre-flash, and that's why it ended up whiffing. But then Peke, perfect play onto Uzi, taking him out of the fight. You can see all of Fnatic's main ultimates are focused on Uzi. The Equalizer, the Churn the Waters, and the Cataclysm, all for that. Then Peke doing his best Houdini act to get out of that one alive, and Fnatic ended up getting a 5-for-1.
That was really great by Cyanide to just put that Cataclysm down on the Equalizer. So much damage to be had.
And the Zhonya's Hourglass being built up by Peke. Once he gets that in there, he's going to be a lot more confident in his plays. We've already seen him dive it in a little bit suicidal, as it were, a few times. But once that's in there, I expect to see them all piling in. Also, Void Staff now, the Brightest Crystal Scepter being completed by Soaz. So Soaz, he is becoming a beast.
Yeah, and he's going slightly tankier as far as his Rumble build goes. The health from the Rylai's, the magic resistance from the Abyssal, and I think he's going to be going Zhonya's next because he's the one who is trying to turn himself into a bulldozer in some of these fights and be another threat onto Uzi.
We always see Royal continuing to put the pink wards out. They're now in the hands of Fnatic, respecting that role and game style as well. Let's see what they have here. We do have a huge Pushu at 8-2-8 coming into this game, and we've said it before, he could be down 100 CS, but he will get the kills.
Yeah, whether they're giving it to him or whether he's taking them with that piercing arrow, I'm not too sure, but it is working very well for him. And in terms of gold, I'd love to see how close it is between those two. You can see, look at that, big numbers for those two AD carries, 11,400 to 10,700. So despite the fact he's 8-2-8, he's still behind because he's almost, building up to 80 CS behind.
It is such a difficult matchup for Pushu to be in because he is getting absolutely decimated and farm in the lane, but because of the way Fnatic plays and the way Peke and Soaz are doing so much work for him in team fights, he's getting a lot of the gold back just by playing that Legolas build. He sits way in the back and fires in the piercing arrows with incredible accuracy. It's the thing that's keeping him and a lot of Fnatic in this game.
Interesting, always sending Peke down to be the one to split push here, having some of the most damage to bring into this next fight, but Royal does not take that into consideration just yet. They feel safe staying back, laying down the pink wards. Yellow now about to clean those up with his mop, and he's going to get himself back to fight.
And Godlike is trying to set up split push once again. You can see he actually stopped going for his Trinity Force more into defense because he needed it in these fights. This means Fnatic should be looking for a fight. They do not want to let Godlike split push get going, and Fnatic has won many fights in a row. So if they catch one, it could be huge.
Chum the Waters out, but he gets repelled out, as well as the Equalizer. Fnatic missing two ultimates. They're going to have the turnaround. Tibbers goes down. It's a good solar flare. They're going to lock into on Tabe.
Yellow Star trying to get out of the fight. Whites is in the middle too, and the Cataclysm goes down again on two people. Whites' intervention kind of just sat there, and he goes down after. Double kill coming in for Peke as he also falls during the fight, and that's a shutdown for Whites.
Goes to show how much initiation Fnatic has because they missed their first round, but they hit their second.
Uzi's still alive. He's the only man keeping this tower alive. Fnatic desperately want it. They managed to catch the slow on him. They don't get that. Again, the harpoon coming out from Soaz, not quite finding its target, but Fnatic, they're going to get an objective off that fight. They're going to get the middle turret.
Another fight, another objective there for Fnatic. They are winning one after the other. Even though that one didn't seem the most clean, they're going to keep pushing here. It's really on Uzi to try and carry this one because he is getting focused so hard.
Uzi coming back around the side. They're trying to just get a quick pick onto Puju there. Always trying to create something for themselves. This time, they're just going to be forced to farm it out.
So, we talked about it earlier, Zhonya's Hourglass was picked up by Peke, and that really was Peke just going full on aggression. He picked up 2 kills in it, worked out well for him, and again, now we see Rabadon's Death Gap. That will be next. The damage is starting to ramp up heavily for Peke here.
And we've seen Royal rush the Baron as well. They kind of feel like they have to do this right now. Royal is not the type of team to wait around, and the intervention from Whites is not working that well for him because there are so many rounds of initiation by Fnatic. Just the one is not enough.
Soaz is very
Here's
low
another.
if they choose to fight this. Yellowstar deep into the fight. Godlike goes in as well. Gets the taunt onto Yellowstar only. They do come up with the 1 kill they need, but very low. Godlike trying to get out. Whites goes down as well. Fnatic's going to continue.
Zhonya's Hourglass was used and burnt, and well, Royal going to turn this one around. Soaz is going to get the target. Uzi is not getting focused, but there it is. Pushu gets on towards it. Tabe going to be next. The ace will come out, and the quadra kill for Pushu.
13-2 on Varus right now. It came down to a duel between him and Uzi. Who is going to win? It's the Varus right now, and Fnatic, that's got to be the 5th or 6th fight in a row they have won. Another turret.
The man down almost 100 CS continues to be one of the last men standing in the fight. One with the most kills for his team, now to take inhibitor turrets alone by himself as Cyanide backs. He will be carrying this 32-minute mark.
And you mentioned it, Royal, they thought about going for Baron, but Fnatic had other ideas. They've managed to start and get themselves in a very good position here. But check this fight.
This fight was so absolutely insane. It's why there were kills back and forth. But right now, Peke actually focuses on a tank. While he had intervention on, that threw him off. He then Zhonya's, but that pulled Uzi into a dangerous situation. He had no retreat there. He used his net, and even his cleanse wasn't enough to keep him alive. Pushu had the combo. Shot arrow was enough burst to finish down Uzi after Peke had put him into a bad position.
That had to have felt good for Pushu, I feel, through the horrible lanes that he's had. 4 games running to just turn around and pull that arrow straight into Uzi's face, knowing he had no escape from it this time around. It does give him that giant kill score of 13-11. Peke trying to get on Uzi there, he realizing dangerous situation, trying to back out of it, but Uzi, let's get clear, he's got cleanse up in a moment, he's got that QSS, he's got the flash, he's got so much mobility.
And here's the craziest thing about this game. Even though Fnatic has 30 kills, and I know I'm harping on it because they've won so many team fights, if Royal wins 1, the game could be over. If Whites and Uzi and Godlike to tank turrets are up after a fight, they could take it and win the entire game, which is why Fnatic is not giving an inch. They're trying to keep Royal pushed as far back as possible, and they're just fighting again and again, because if Royal could somehow catch Fnatic out of position, they could punish really hard. But because Royal's fighting back so heavily in these fights, Fnatic hasn't been able to end the game either. This game is absolutely insane.
Kind of hard to do things when you're limping away from the fight. We saw it was really only Pushu able to push a turret last time after the fight. Cyanide said, I'm out of here. But right now, you gotta remember that Pushu came into this game saying, you know, if Uzi's gonna make a play, he's gonna get that recommendation for it. People are gonna notice. I think people are gonna start noticing Pushu now, 13-2-11, coming out strong, doubling up on Varus, and finding that bread and butter for himself.
And let's not forget, this is a guy fighting for his place in the team.
Yeah.
He's got a 16-year-old phenom that's just turned 17, sat ready and waiting to replace him. He's looking at a minimum 3rd place in the World Finals right now. I think he's deserved that position so far. We'll see how far he can go with it.
Absolutely.
The static shift just been completed. Meanwhile, obviously, Phantom Dancer was picked up by Uzi long time ago. Big damage going to be coming out from Navarros in the next fight.
And the biggest item completion that just happened is Peke finished Rabadon's death cap. He's already almost one-shotting people. This makes the mini-game between Whites and Peke even larger.
They've managed to lock up. That's going to be the solar flare though, turning it around. Tabe does get the kill on Cyanide. Soaz is getting locked up and is going to go down. Fnatic have to back out of this fight. Yellowstar's taking that damage. Asen holding so much. Peke comes in, gets on towards
Whoa!
White.
Peke goes down in a second. You see White on the board twice there. A kill and a death. Uzi comes up big. They shut him down. Yellowstar's out of this one.
4 for 3 right there, but Uzi is alive. His farm, his 313 CS is fighting back. How much can they take off this? Because Yellowstar cannot defend.
You mentioned this at the start. If Royal Club pick up a victory in one of those fights, keep the AD carry alive, they can turn and finish the game. Can they have enough to push through? There's going to be an inhibitor going down. You can see 10 seconds ticking down on this one. Royal Club 2-1 up. Can they make it 3?
They do not have enough time to finish off more than this one. They have the inhibitor. Now it's about retreating because Fnatic would love to get something back. Royal is not going to give them the opportunity.
That is a huge thorn in the side for Fnatic, considering the caliber of play both of these teams are bringing to the table.
And this was just the catch onto Cyanide. It did not matter if it was a tank because Peke was not there. And as soon as Royal didn't have to worry about that assassination threat, it allowed them to just turn on the power. White's used his ultimate on Uzi, which meant they both turned into kind of like 80 carries and just piled damage on Fnatic. Then they focused Peke laser-like, finished him off incredibly quickly, and then chased down Pushu.
If I was to be hypercritical there, I would say Soaz's ultimate, if he had gone horizontal instead of vertical,
it could have stopped the
been
approach.
A big difference. They couldn't have chased on through there, but it's all well and good saying that when you're looking at it slow mode.
Right after.
Yeah. So big fight there, and already proven Royal managed to bite off one of those fights. They have it in them to push into Fnatic's base. They have that first inhibitor down. Fnatic, they are going to be so cautious now. They've got to be careful they don't get picked off.
And Pushu has one slot here for his defensive item. He's decided on a Spectre's Cow, even though he's dueling Uzi very frequently, which means Fnatic needs to keep Uzi away from Pushu if Pushu wants to avoid being shot incredibly quickly. The same thing actually has to happen for Royal. Both those 80 carries will blow each other up because they're itemizing magic resistance.
And as we see that, the Merc Treads coming out onto Pushu. It's been chosen for the Quicksilver Sash on Uzi's side there. We'll see how this affects the next fight as they prep.
And that split push has a monster wave. If Fnatic doesn't go in soon, they would lose close to inhibitor turrets. Peke has shown, which means Royal is in a great situation right now.
Peke is unsure what to do. He realized they were going to lose that inner turret, but they couldn't give up the Baron, which is potentially going to be what Royal started off. They could turn it into a 5v1. We're going to see Godlike. He's going to keep pushing.
The minions alone could maybe take down the inhibitor turret right now. Fnatic is in a terrible situation. They either have to go straight for Baron or go back and hope they can hold off a Baron 4v5.
This is all about Royal trying to get in the heads of Fnatic right now. Can they stop them from backing? Are they going to cause Fnatic to walk this one out? They will be losing an inhibitor turret if they can't get back. Peke is too far away here, but it looks like they stop it at half.
He's dancing back and forth right now. You cannot have Happy Feet in a situation like this. Fnatic needs to somehow hold this off 4v5. They get the Timbers out. Maybe Soaz could stop the Shen from coming in.
The top turret has already gone down. We see there's going to be the counter. The solar flare comes to White's up to use the intervention, and his Onya's actually so going down into one sail. There's the intervention coming out, but the damage coming out from Pushu with the ace in the hole. Goes down. Uzi bangs straight on top of him. Meanwhile, this is all happening. Godlike will get taken down by Peke, but is it too late for Fnatic?
They're going to try to keep going. Lucky has the damage, but they are also very damaged themselves. If a re-entry comes in from Cyanide, it could be a fight. But Uzi, full health now, onto Soaz.
Whoa.
Soaz down to 10% HP, gets the Peacemaker, but it just misses the edge. It will be now an uncontested Baron, a very dead Cyanide. No, he makes it, but it is going to be the Baron taking down Lucky, and the Baron going to Uzi and Royal.
Absolutely insane sequence of events there. Peke had to make the choice to finish off Shen, but then the 4v4 went to Royal because the 80 carry battle. Pushu versus Uzi. Pushu went down, Uzi did not. Uzi's actually the one who finished off the Baron in the end as he was playing defense against the entire Fnatic squad. That could be the break in the game. I feel like Royal might be back in control.
Tactical pressure positioning from Royal Gaming. Brilliant split push play, and the minions did take down that inhibitor turret, so bet your boots that Royal will be looking at that exposed inhibitor next around. Peke without his teleport, unsure in his positioning. Peke, the backdoor master, just got backdoored by Godlike, and they just weren't sure, and you talked about it. No time for Happy Feet. They were tippy-tapping back and forward. They did not know what to do, and that indecision cost them.
And seeing Royal play like this, I don't know the last time I've seen a gold lead almost exactly correct in a 12-kill deficit. 34-22, 8-6 in turrets, but the objective control, the CS control around the map, which actually almost isn't in their favor unless you're looking at Uzi, they've somehow even this game in gold being so far behind.
So let's take a step back and realize really where we are. So since Royal hasn't won a very clean team fight, they still have to deal with all 5 members of Fnatic. And the way Royal's actually been getting up in this game, after they had fallen behind from Fnatic, is by catching in one fight Sign out of position, and in the other one, forcing Fnatic into a very difficult choice and taking Peke out of the fight, who is so strong on Fizz. But now that Fnatic is so close together, since they're all turtled in their base, we'll get another 5v5. Royal does have the Baron buff, which gives them that stat advantage, but in all the 5v5s we saw previously, Fnatic was coming out on top. I do not expect Royal to wait very long. They do have Flash Tibbers on Tabe, and we've seen their Barons just crush in, but this is Fnatic's hold. They actually have a very good chance at pushing off with a team fight.
This could be the fight that puts Fnatic out of the Season 3 World Championships. Will Royal manage to get through to that finals? SK Telecom will be watching this with great eyes, making sure that this fight, if it happens, could be a big one. Tabe waiting to get that Flash. Tibbers in, the Solar Flare comes out. There's going to be the equalizer.
They're sitting right behind the Cupcakes. That cannot engage behind that. Taken out. Yellowstar goes too deep. They can't follow outside the base. Royal looks to take down the inhibitor. The Fnatic members stand in their way, but is it enough?
The cleanse coming out perfectly from Uzi, kept that Jungle Waters away from him, and Fnatic using all those ultimates and simply whiffing the lot of them.
Instead of waiting for Royal to go, Fnatic went themselves, and Royal for once plays defensive before they go, and they get 2 inhibitors out of that clean push.
Big advantage now for Royal Gaming. That Baron buff, it's still got 80 seconds on it, and they're waiting to try and dive on towards this one. Can they catch out anyone, Fnatic? That's a good piercing arrow. It may make them think twice.
Fnatic is out of initiation aside from Cyanide's Cataclysm, so it is very difficult for them to push in. But a little bit of calm before the big storm. Royal takes away 2 inhibitors, and they'll look for a retreat push.
Royal has easily swung this back in their favor right now, in complete control in the minds of Fnatic, and you can see it coming into these fights. They cannot play their pick comp or even push comp right now, and Royal is knocking on the front door of this title game.
Those ultimates are almost up for Fnatic. You can see the equalizer, the Solar Flare, Yellowstar back up as well. It's a 5-man defense from Fnatic. Royal, while aggressive, I'm not sure they're going to quite push the gap there. The equalizer goes down. That surely signals Royal to go.
That equalizer was contingent on the Zenith Blade landing, and because it missed, Fnatic is all sorts of out of sync now. The worst thing about this is there are 2 waves of super minions arriving in Fnatic's base in about 15 to 20 seconds. That's going to time with Royal's next push, and Fnatic needs to pull off a miracle.
The agenda of things to do is heavily stacking against Fnatic right now. They got to multitask their way out of this one. Cyanide engages. The locket goes down. Xpeke sits in this. They get to reset the fight. Reassemble. Will they be able to go in? Peke almost gets dropped, but he throws down Zhonya's. Will he be able to hit Whites with a Q when he comes up? No, it's the taunt onto Peke. They continue on.
Uzi's
they take down Uzi. Now Whites, maybe more.
That's the carries both down. Look, he's going to get focused on Godlike. Can't take the damage out here. But while this is happening, there's super minions on the Nexus turrets. Fnatic have to get back and defend. They're pinging it. They realize they're in trouble. They may lose the Nexus turrets despite the fight.
They do hold off them, and I think they have the time. Unless Pushu doesn't go back, they're only sending back Yellowstar for those Nexus turrets. Canso has hold it off as well. That could be the hold Fnatic needed.
They throw down the equalizer. The turrets will heal on the Nexus. They get this back. A 3-for-1 overall in that fight as the death timers, you can see, very long. This last turret, that minion, he wanted that pretty bad. Good save there by Soaz.
The question is, can Fnatic get anything from this one? Fnatic, we see, running 2 members. They know they're in a 2v2 and they can rush. They want to get this inhibitor. You can see Fnatic, well, what else they're going to do? They're going around the back.
They really need an inhibitor back to curb the threat of the super minions, but Lucky is too powerful right now to actually allow this Fnatic push to happen.
Tabe walking through a ward there. They know he's coming around. He's trying to actually cut them off a bit, and he puts down a ward for his own safety as he goes through the woods.
That was too dangerous a play. They know the Godlike's up in a couple of seconds. Uzi already up. Uzi the monster. But you did see, finally they got down the carries, and the rest of the team crumble. They have to focus Uzi so heavily, but he's got so much. He's got the cleanse, which is not available right now, but that QSS as well. and the flash still available. Didn't get to use it in the last fight.
It's so difficult for Fnatic to actually get Uzi down because if they tip their hand and say they're going directly for Uzi, then Whites pops his intervention on him, he takes no damage, and Whites himself is nearly two-shotting people. So they have to kind of fake an attack on someone first and then go for Uzi. It's why that last fight was so impressive for Fnatic in their victory, but now they have to do it again. They have to do it so many times if they actually want to win this game.
See what Fnatic can do with the amount of CS flying into their base right now. 289, near 300 coming on to Soaz. He is almost able to fight in these for an extended period of time, which really won them that last fight. We see near 350 coming in on this Peke. They can't stop that. Royal's going to be in some big trouble here in the upcoming minutes.
Big trouble indeed, and let's not forget the Guardian Angels that kind of saved Peke, made him get in there and get that damage down, is not available for this Baron fight. 20 seconds on the Baron. And I don't think Fnatic are even going to contest it.
I do feel like this is a somewhat uncontestable Baron, because if Fnatic tries to go into their jungle where they have not been allowed for the past 5 minutes, they are going in completely blind. Fnatic also lost their control when they got caught out of position by Tabe. Not to mention, Fnatic cannot risk letting super minions into their base. So this is a controlled Baron for Royal. It is a result of their work in the first 46 minutes, and now we're into the base defense again.
What a turnaround this game has been. Fnatic almost in full control. Turn around one big team fight. Simply put, Cyanide and Co, who's played amazingly well so far in this matchup, getting caught out along with Soaz. And just that one fight has turned this game on its head. And Royal Gaming are looking to push for this final inhibitor. The 2 inhibitors will be spawning soon. In fact, you can see the one at the bottom has spawned. The middle one will be up in a couple of seconds. Fnatic have to defend it.
And I wonder if we're going to see Fnatic hard initiating on Royal again. Uzi's cleanse just came back up. He also has the Mercurial Scimitar, so he's got double cleanse on a 400 CS max item Caitlyn right now. There's the threat. Tabe goes in this time.
This could be very big.
Soaz gonna get focused. He's gonna get caught out. Sorry, Chain of Corruption getting out though. Could they turn this one back around? Fizz does manage to get Whites down. They get on towards Tabe. Peke using the Zhonya's at the perfect time. Uzi's still alive.
Peke makes it out of that one. Lucky is there. The Baron buff is building them back up, but they got 2 60-minute timers down. Like I said, Fnatic is getting bigger.
They held them off right there. Whites used his ultimate on a support, and it cost him his own life from there. Fnatic holds off once again. This is getting real interesting now.
Real interesting. We see Royal backing off. That was the Baron, by the way, on them there. And again, Fnatic hold. The Dragon will be picked up. The gold is still, ironically, in favor of Fnatic because those super minions keep getting shoved in towards them. They hold that 1,000 lead, but let's face it, it's 75,000 to 76,000. 1,000 gold's not really much of a difference because we've already got AD carries. They are on their 6-item builds. The AP mids are huge. 20,000 plus on both AD carries. That's huge!
Yeah, let's not forget we've seen 64 kills in this game so far. Fnatic is absolutely on their last breath, but they've been there a while, actually. They are just barely sticking around in this one. They've actually sacrificed, I feel, a bit of Soaz's itemization to pick up a pink ward instead of a more aggressive item because they're trying to get a little bit of map control back. If all Fnatic does is fight in their base over and over and over again, they're never going to win this game. They have to be able to take some control back. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. There's still a Baron on 3 people of Royal right now for another 100 seconds. They're going to make round 2 approach on these inhibitors, and Royal wants it. If Royal wins a fight, the game is over. If Fnatic wins a fight, it just keeps going and going.
We have the Guardian Angels starting to come out now. Peke can put forth a little bit more damage. Eats one of these. Caitlyn ace in the holes with that Bloodthirster.
Yellow Star's around the side. He wants to initiate from behind.
Making a good case for the damage. The equalizer goes down.
They're locking on towards Uzi. Have they got enough? He's cleansed off 1, cleansed off 2, and still he's alive and doing all the damage he can in the world. Peke with the Zhonya's. Guardian Angel's going to get popped, but again, Uzi is free farming right now, locking up the entire team. That's a double kill for Uzi.
Royal is going to be walking their way into the base on this one. They have inhibitors in their eyes. They're going to have Nexus turrets in their eyes.
Boom! Headshot goes down, pushing Pushu taken out. That will be Royal Club surely in the driving seat. They're coming around. The inhibitors are going to go down. This will be surely 3-1 for Royal.
The Nexus turrets will be going down. Cyanide and so as to do what they can in the last effort. They fly onto Whites. They take down Whites. If they can get Uzi, they may get the damage out, but the DPS is still there, D-Man. They're moving on to the Nexus.
That was the big if, and they could not do it. Uzi is alive. Uzi is doing damage. It's Royal Club going through to the grand final against SK Telecom T1.
What a series there by Royal. There was a lot of close games there. And even though Fnatic laid many traps into the aggression of Royal, Royal just persisted. They got fight after fight. They continued their farm. 3-1 over Fnatic. Impressive showing.
So much strength. 12 kills down. Never giving up, continuously doing the same things, never forgetting to ward, never forgetting that an objective is important, and keeping a steady head all game. It's a victory, and it brings you to the title matchup for the Summoners Cup.
And you know, I talked to Cyanide on the couch during the group stage, and he said when he played against OMG and Royal Club, constant aggression. It puts you on the back foot the whole time, and they just did not have an answer for it throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and you could just see how practiced Royal Club was. And the crowd is behind him.
As Tabe giving a wave to the crowd, he has definitely gained some fans with his composure and just being the team leader of Royal.
I'm hoping he's going to sing a number for Shox maybe on the stage. Who knows? We've already heard what a great voice the man has, so let's see what he's got to say when it gets around to it. But what a great game from Royal Club.
Yeah, and even though Tabe had 10 deaths on Annie, that was the expected result of this game because it was just a relentless assault from them. Looking into the World Finals, like Uzi's performance along with Tabe in this entire semifinals was out of this world. You just do not normally see someone out-farm consistently in every single game.
And Pushu has played brilliantly this tournament.
And he showed how good he was in team fights. It's just not in the laning phase whatsoever. It was crazy performance by Uzi.
And Uzi showed it. Sometimes people from Meta thought it was the Ori ball, it was the safety of the shields, but he did it by himself numerous times. We saw the Caitlyn replays coming in, and he's also shown that he's a formidable opponent on more than 180 carry.
Well, I mean, you saw it to the end. We said Yellow Star was waiting in the wings. Solar Flare went down. Zenith Blade went in. Absolutely everything was thrown at Uzi, and they couldn't get him. We saw Peke flying in there. Guardian Angel, Zhonya's, nothing could save him. Nothing could get him on Uzi. They just defended him well, but honestly, the guy can defend himself enough as it is.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they did get a couple kills. Fnatic had 40 kills in defeat. When have you ever heard of that in professional League of Legends, especially at the world stage? That just shows you where Royal was fighting on the map and how their overall game sense and the positioning of those fights just worked again and again. And it allowed Uzi to get to that point. So when they did win, they made it to the finals.
All right, gentlemen, with that, we are going to send it over to Quickshot and the analyst desk for a look at Royal Club's insane series clinching win.
Thank you very much, Riv. We're just waiting for Shox to set up for the interview on stage. And while that's happening, I want to go back all the way to the beginning of this. Another game that picks and bans was extremely interesting in this one. You had some thoughts on this, Freak?
Yeah, so I know we talked about this right at the end of last game about what kind of bans would change, what picks would come through. And the more I think about it, the more this is sort of exactly what Royal should have done. So they dropped the Shen ban because their blue said they can take first pick, and they dropped away the Aatrox. Okay, that's standard stuff. But then for Fnatic, they made an interesting choice because here are now the chance for two champions to slip through. The Orianna that both teams are contesting, and the Shen that both teams seem to be contesting. And they decide to just ban Orianna and give away Shen, because then you look at the next two picks here for Fnatic, and it's like, well, okay, they banned Orianna, so Fizz gets unlocked, but then instead of getting another high priority pick on red side, they're like, well, we'll grab Varus and wait. And I thought that was kind of an interesting choice because, maybe they leave Orianna and Fizz open and get both of them, or they leave, Shen and Orianna open, and then they can get like two of the three sort of, right? They can get sort of more into their lineup. So I feel like that was a small falter there for Fnatic. But then the other thing that was interesting from them is that even though they had the entire time to pick their top laner for a counter pick, they waited till the very end to say, actually, it's going to be Rumble. Because Rumble heavily shapes what a team does, and that removed any of the options for Royal to counter pick a Rumble-centric team composition.
And to go into that, Jat was touching on this in the game, but I mean, that Rumble was not used to control Dragon in the way that it probably should have been in the mid-game. And in a way, they spent a lot of those equalizers in the mid-game on trying to create picks instead of trying to zone out dragon fights. And I think that if they hadn't done that, Fnatic probably could have taken a win in this game.
Well, we're going to come back to this and chat a little bit more about how Royal closed out the series. I believe that, sorry to cut you off, we're going to throw this over to Shox on the main stage, who is standing by with Royal's melodic support and team leader, Tabe.
Thank you very much. Tabe, a standing ovation for you right here, and well-deserved. First off, what were your first thoughts the minute you killed that Nexus?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, what were your first thoughts when you killed the Nexus and you realized we made it into the finals? Your first thoughts in your head?
If the camera is shooting on me, I think maybe you guys can see I'm really like depressed and a bit angry because we have Shen, Elise, and we have KO. Like we have so much mistakes. Like we have empty taunts, stuns all over the game. Yeah, and also my initiates are not as good as those we practice a lot when we are in the scrims. But still, we are very happy. But at the same time, we have to think if we have so many mistakes, how can we beat SKT?
Very humbling. We'll get into that next matchup in just a second. First, I want to ask you, key in taking out Fnatic seemed to be your plan all along. Ban Kassadin, ban Lissandra. Tell us about your tactics.
Like Kassadin is one of the best mid-AP champions that is played by XPK. We have a lot of tactics and strategies to play against Kassadin. But still, after our discussion, we think Kassadin is still a threat for us. Lissandra is because Soaz, his mechanics is really good, and the most important thing is he is really, really clever. He can always grasp the right chance to teleport bot lane and kill me and Uzi. And I don't want them to play the double teleport meta. Like sometimes XPK maybe run a mid AP with teleport too, double teleport, and kill us bot lane and get dragon. So we ban these two crucial champions all the 4 games.
Yeah, and it worked out very well for you guys. Now, I've got to get in your head here. At Game 3, Fnatic swept you guys. How did you reset after that?
We have a little bit advantage during the level 1 fight. We got off Cyanite's passive, Aatrox passive. But still, I have no flash at top lane, and I have no enough wards to prevent Aatrox from ganking top. Because I have no map hacker, I don't know where is Cyanite. So I am playing so passively. This is the first point. The second point is, after the AD support lane has returned home, they have the support, and they go back to bot lane. And at that time, Renek, our top solo, is going to roam mid. They want to kill XPK. But when he walks into the brush, he finds that there are 4 people. And he dies, and we lost the dragon too. That was really important for us. And the third thing is, when we have a huge advantage in bot lane, we asked Renekton and Gragas to roam bot lane, like 5v3 them, but we failed. Now, we executed really badly, and we just got snowballed by Fnatic. Fnatic was really good at snowballing. So after we knew that, we have lost the whole pace of the game. We didn't really try hard. We just keep on discussing. We didn't want to waste time. We didn't press surrender because we are just discussing how can we beat them in Game 4.
Tabe, you were so analytical. You were so much in your head discussing the things that might have went wrong, but you put up an amazing series. You won it here. You're in the final versus SK Telecom T1. Tell us about that matchup. Do you believe right now?
Yes. SKT is a really great team. Even when I did interview with Korean OGN, I always said Pumandu is one of my favorite player, my idol of support. He has really good mechanics. And Faker is really good too. And Piglet, one of the best ADs in team fights. I don't know how to say. I only know that we are facing a huge enemy. Yes, very strong team.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Give it up one more time for Tabe and Royal Club. Thank you very much, Tabe. I know we all can't wait to see that final. And now let's send it back over to Quickshot and the guys for more on Royal's epic semifinal win.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And I love listening to Tabe talk. He's very analytical. He's very sad when he feels his team has underperformed, where he's underperformed. And you see him there. You're in the final. Yeah, but you see how many times we missed, how bad this was, how bad that was.
He's one of the few people that when he gets interviewed, he shuts up the entire crowd. Everybody was just like silently nodding to everything he was saying. It's just amazing.
Yep,
and he's
I love Tabe.
Really self-critical as well.
Yeah.
Whenever you speak about outside of the game, he's like, nah, I did that wrong, I did that wrong, I did that wrong. But like, dude, you're at World Finals.
It helps you get to the final, the championship game. Let's try to break down a little bit more about how Royal won this matchup. Before we talk more about Royal and what they did right, I do want to talk about Cyanide in particular from Fnatic, because he was their shining light in the series. It really felt like he stepped up his game.
I really feel like the way Cyanide played, he really understood all the champions he was playing. He did really well on Aatrox, actually drew attention to Aatrox, and then got his Jarvan back, which he would play so well. Whenever Cyanide knows he's going to die, he'll just go back into the fight, combo people, stun them. His Cataclysm, I still remember Cataclysm in the middle of the fight where he gets 2 people in there, kill 1, flashes out. At the same time, Uzi is zoned by the Cataclysm upwards into Fnatic's team. He's been so vital in their team fights, and his kill participation was so high as well.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay, sure, I'll do it. And I think, yeah, by looking at how well Cyanide had been playing, like, for Royal, I'm glad that they had banned Aatrox, because Cyanide was carrying a lot of fights. He was killing 1 or 2 people by himself at multiple points during that game 3. And you lower his damage output a little bit, you give him Jarvan, who's got different strengths, but not I'm going to kill you strengths. And that actually, I think, helped Royal Club a lot throughout that game.
There was a pretty big but, though. And I think Double is going to expand on this one.
Well, I just wanted to point out more that the biggest thing about Fnatic that I saw in these series is not only did they not run TP, which they're known for, and they're really good at, but Peke stepped down where Cyanide played really well. I felt like Peke was really underwhelming this entire series. He lost lane to White consistently, and I felt like he was a little over-aggressive, kind of dove into team fights recklessly, and would die for free a lot.
Yeah, not only that, but I didn't feel like his rotations in the mid game were particularly effective. And in some ways, I mean, I'm touching on this again, but those dragon fights, those dragons could have really, really changed the game for Fnatic. They had a lot of options in order to go for those dragons, but instead they kept going for the picks. They would go all in with their ultimates on the picks, and they knew when the dragon was coming up. They knew that it would be a problem for them.
There was a problem all series long as well.
Yeah. I think that their timers and their anticipation was a bit off. And unfortunately, in such a very close game, that was probably the difference between victory and defeat.
I agree with Mondi here. I don't know what happened, but maybe some stress got into his head, because at one point we see Royal go for a dragon, Peke moving his Fizz up towards the top lane. There's a possibility of diving Shen with Rumble. Fizz Rumble should be able to dive a full HP Shen there. Halfway, he turns around, goes back to mid, then goes back to the left side of the map, essentially getting zoned out again, which basically forces him out of the lane for free, and yeah, just hesitant.
Yeah, it's worth noting there too that at that point I believe Royal was about 1,000 gold down, and by the time they were finished with this sequence of events, because Fnatic didn't take top turret, it resulted in a mid turret being taken as well in favor of Royal, and they ended up being up 3,000 gold after that. So it was a pretty really huge swing.
Well, one of the things we have to give props to Royal for, they finished the series 3-1. The game they lost is arguably because they're so good at what I'm about to say, Fnatic was able to make it work against them. And Royal were just unforgiving in their aggression. They've seen an opportunity. They took See Hero, Kill Hero to a whole new level. And Fnatic were able to at least, you know, anticipate that somewhat in Game 3 and allowed them to pick up kills and almost go throughout the game without giving anything up. What was your thought on Royal's, you know, diving and teamfight and kill, kill, kill sort of mentality?
I see a lot of it come from Tabe. And well, first thing I want to say is, I love you, Tabe. And the second thing is, Tabe, even though he died a lot and got caught significantly, like throughout the game, he would just consistently die. He died once every like 5 minutes this game, in this last game. But he's a clutch player. When he flashed Tibert over the wall near Wraiths and caught Cyanide, that's when the game turned around. That's when Royal won a team fight and they got an inhibitor and eventually snowballed it into a Baron. That's because they have clutch players like Tabe who are willing to make those plays, play aggressively, be reckless, and that will eventually result in you getting like a big play like that.
Also at the end, like Tabe bases comes back with over 5 pink wards. Didn't see the number. It was 2 slots filled with pink wards. Like Tabe is just such a vision-centric player. He sacrifices himself entirely for his team.
You can't flash tippers without them.
Yeah, and actually that was sort of the thing with Royals playstyles. You talked about how aggressive they were, and we talked about how many dragons and turrets and whatnot they got. That it was interesting. It was actually sort of not what I expected exactly from how these teams matched up, where Royals pushes almost always were in order to get a turret or to get a dragon. When they actually went to go force something, they were forcing for an objective. And if they won the fight, they were rewarded with objectives. And in fact, most of that last game was fought on Fnatic's side of the map because Royal are constantly trying to get turrets and inhibitors or barons and whatnot. Whereas Fnatic were setting up picks out of thin air, which we've sort of talked about being a strength for these guys because you can't expect it coming. They just suddenly show up out of a brush and you die. But even though the kill scores were so wildly different and in Fnatic's favor, every single time Royal was getting more dragons, more turrets, and more everything because they're fighting for a turret and actually capitalizing, whereas Fnatic gets a turret or gets a kill and then can only really disperse back to lanes.
Well, I'm super excited to see how SKT read this semi-final and go into this grand final. The next section that is coming along, as we do need to move the show along, is going to play into Doublelift's favor. Now it is time to see where the four of you guys stand when it comes to picking the winners here at the Season 3 World Championship. And as I've mentioned already, because Doublelift was the only one to choose Royal Club,
I'm a god.
He vaults into a tie with Monty at the top of the standings.
CLG at the top of the bracket.
I am a god.
CLG at the top of the bracket at World Finals.
Right.
Who
We're
would've
number
thought?
one.
Nobody
We're
would've
number
thought.
one. Once again, Doublelift is playing for the late game. All right, guys, I can't believe I'm saying it, but the Season 3 World Final is less than 1 week away. Coming up next Friday, live from the Staples Center, China's Royal Club faces off against Korea's SK Telecom T1 for the title and the Season 3 Summoners Cup.
And the final series of the Season 3 World Championship starts Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. Saturday Central European Time.
Well, that does it for us here at the Analyst Desk. Thanks, guys. We're going to send it back over to Shox on the main stage to wrap up our time here at the Galen Center.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. What an incredible day here at the Galen Center. Congratulations to Royal Club for grasping that spot in the final after what an amazing series. I have no words for it. Now, if you missed any of the action, no worries. Just head over to lolesports.com to check out all the VODs, the stats, the recaps, and anything you want. That does it for the semi-final round of the Season 3 World Championship here from the Galen Center. From all of us here, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week at Staples Center.
First blood, but no! He's gonna, there it is! The Ignite finally ticks! Peke's really got no mana to deal with this one. The Urchin Strike's not there! Crazy. And they just feed another kill to Uzi. Now Star's in trouble. He's gonna go down. Pusher's gonna go down. It's a double! It's a triple! It's disaster for Fnatic!
But it's Peke, the arrow flies across, and it gets the kill onto Tabe!
Nice! Nice!
Oh, they do!
He's on the tower, you can see the locking on the
Oh my god!
I do not believe Fnatic finally pick up their first victory against the Chinese Royal Club. Uzi is doing damage. It's Royal Club going through to the grand final.